Chapter 51. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui became sisters. Soon, only Qian Zunji, Bibi Dong, and Qian Runshui remained inside the Holy Maiden's palace. Looking at her father and mother, Qian Runshui was filled with excitement. Finally, the three of them could stand together. What did you just call me? Qian Zunji asked Qian Runshui again. Dad, I am your daughter. As for how I came to be, I can't tell you that for now. Just know that, Dad, I really am your daughter. If you don't believe me, I'll show Dad my martial spirit. Qian Runshui looked directly at Qian Zunji and said very seriously. Buzz. After saying that, Qian Runshui summoned her martial spirit. A golden, six-winged angel quickly emerged from behind Qian Runshui. Qian Zunji immediately widened his eyes and stared intently at the martial spirit summoned by Qian Runshui. He didn't know if what Qian Runshui said was true, but he could still identify the martial spirit inherited from their family. How is this possible? When Qian Zunji saw that Qian Runshui's martial spirit was exactly the same as the six-winged angel inherited from their family, he was truly astonished. Buzzing. At the same time, 5 spirit rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, appeared on Qian Runshui's body, proving that she now possessed the strength of a soul king. She's actually a soul king too. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flashed again upon seeing this scene. She noticed that Qian Runshui was about the same age as her, and she was surprised to find that their cultivation levels were also similar. Instinctively, she became even more repulsed by Qian Runshui. Dad, my name is Qian Runshui, and I really am your daughter. If Dad doesn't believe me, he can call Grandpa over. Grandpa will definitely recognize me. Qian Runshui looked at her stunned father and continued. Qian Zunji really didn't dare to recognize Qian Runshui, but he also began to wonder if she was really born to a woman he had been with before. But this doesn't make sense. It's unreasonable for the daughter to only appear at this age, when she's already a soul king. Don't worry, I'll tell the Grand Elder to come back right away. Right now, I can't acknowledge you as my daughter, but if you want to join the Spirit Hall, I would be very happy to welcome you. Qian Zunji made a decision immediately. He will definitely call Qian Dalu back. He didn't want to let go of someone as talented as Qian Runshui. Even if the other party is not his daughter, but possesses the six-winged angel martial soul, he will try his best to keep her in the Spirit Hall. Not to mention that the other party is also so outstanding, with a soul power level that is the same as his beloved disciple Bibi Dong, which is a soul king. Alright, then I'll join the Spirit Hall first. Qian Runshui did not refuse and readily agreed. Your Highness, I just turned 18. May I call you, elder sister, from now on? After agreeing to join the Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui looked at Bibi Dong with excitement. If she could, she would of course call Bibi Dong Mom, but she couldn't. She was there to protect her mother, so she couldn't tell Bibi Dong the truth. She could only call Bibi Dong sister. This title was originally given to her by Bibi Dong, and she had used it many times. So she doesn't feel uncomfortable shouting it out now. Of course, with Xiaoshui joining us, the championship of next year's Soul Master competition will definitely belong to our Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong certainly couldn't show obvious resistance, and while rejecting Qian Runshui, she also felt a faint sense of familiarity with her. With Qian Runshui's obvious overtures, she was willing to have another younger sister like Qian Runshui. Haha, that's right. With Xiaoshui joining us, our Spirit Hall will have no rivals in next year's Soul Master competition. Qian Zunji burst into laughter upon hearing Bibi Dong's words. With Bibi Dong's twin martial souls and Qian Runshui's six-winged angel martial soul, both at the Soul King level, he truly couldn't imagine which team could rival the Spirit Hall team. And so, Qian Runshui successfully returned to the Spirit Hall. Qian Zunji also decided that if Qian Daoliu returned and confirmed Qian Runshui's identity, he would acknowledge Qian Runshui as his daughter, otherwise, he would definitely take Qian Runshui as his disciple. So even though they haven't fully reunited yet, Qian Zunji has already personally guided Qian Runshui's cultivation. Although Qian Runshui no longer needed it at all, in order to feel her father's concern, she pretended that she was not very good at using her own martial soul and silently enjoyed Qian Zunji's guidance. As for other knowledge about martial souls, she pretended not to know much and went to ask Bibi Dong for advice. With Qian Runshui's deliberate approach and the sense of familiarity Bibi Dong felt from her, Bibi Dong soon stopped rejecting Qian Runshui and genuinely treated her as a younger sister. If Qian Runshui is really the teacher's daughter, wouldn't she be her junior sister? So the two, who should have been mother and daughter, quickly became sisters. Qian Zunji's letter was quickly delivered to Qian Dalu on Sea God Island. I actually have a granddaughter. Six-winged angel martial soul, 18 years old, level 52 soul king. Good. If her martial soul is a six-winged angel, then she must be my granddaughter without a doubt. When Qian Dalu received the letter, he was initially shocked, but then he was excited. He knew the origin and inheritance of the six-winged angel martial soul better than Qian Zunji, so he was certain that the six-winged angel martial soul could only appear in their Qian family's main lineage. At 18, she's already a level 52 soul king. Her talent is similar to Jer's. I wonder if she has the aptitude to inherit the glory of the angels. Qian Dalu, having thought of this, was already eager to return to the mainland. Qian Dalu had barely taken a step when he pulled back. No, if I leave now, Tang Chen will definitely snatch Poseidon away. I can't win in terms of strength, but I can't lose in a woman. Thinking of Poseidon, the woman who held him in such high regard, Qian Dalu suppressed the urge to return to the mainland. However, Qian Dalu still wrote back to Qian Zunji, telling him that if Qian Runshui's martial soul was indeed a six-winged angel, then Qian Runshui must be his daughter. Since it wasn't Qian Dalu's, then it must be Qian Zunji's. I'll confess my feelings to Poseidon in a while. Let's see if she likes me or Tang Chen. If it's not me, I can get back in time to see my granddaughter. Although he didn't return immediately, Qian Dalu was already planning to return to the mainland as soon as possible. Although Poseidon was very attractive to him, women were not necessary for him. He valued the legacy of the angelic god more. He stayed here simply because he didn't want to lose to Tang Chen without a fight. Chapter 52 The Road to Hell. 3 months later. The City of Slaughter. Hellish slaughter field. Thud. With the last fallen being killed by Dylan's punch, Dylan finally completed his 100-game winning streak. Then the King of Slaughter, whom Dylan had only met once 3 months prior, reappeared. This King of Slaughter is clearly not the King of Slaughter that Tang Chen became in later years. The difference is too obvious. This King of Slaughter is rather burly, but his face is also full of evil. Congratulations on achieving a 100-game winning streak. So, are you about to embark on the path to hell? If you don't want to leave, you can stay and assist me in ruling the City of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter descended before Dylan and asked enticingly. No interest. Let's begin the path to hell. Dylan refused outright. You. Very well. Then I wish you a smooth journey through the road to hell. The King of Slaughter's expression changed slightly, but he managed to suppress it. Not only are the rules here against him acting recklessly, but given DeLong's status as an elder of the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly either. Buzz. Not long after, the King of Slaughter used all the audience members present as a blood sacrifice to begin the path to hell. When the King of Slaughter opened the road to hell for Tang Hao last time, Dylan left beforehand, so he was not affected. Those audience members who paid for a cup of yellow spring dew specifically to watch Dylan's 100-game winning streak never expected that such a thing would happen to them. One by one, they were sacrificed, turned into blood mist and absorbed by the King of Slaughter, ultimately becoming the energy to open the road to hell. Boom! Suddenly, his feet lost their footing, and a feeling of weightlessness washed over him as Dylan's figure plummeted from the hellish killing field. Before even landing, Dylan steadied himself and finally landed slowly at the beginning of the road to hell. Alright, once we get through this level, we can obtain a God of Slaughter domain and leave this place. Whether we can obtain the inheritance of the Asura God or the Rakshasa God depends on today. Looking at the hellish road before him, a hint of anticipation flashed in Dylan's eyes. He was eager to know whether, with his current strength and qualifications, he could be chosen by the gods. He could only think that the sea god was blind because the sea god didn't take a liking to him. Then, Dylan strode directly onto the road to hell. At first, there was no danger, and the path to hell was clean and free of skeletons. After going several hundred meters deeper, Dylan began to see human skeletons left behind on the hell road. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Immediately afterwards, a large number of vampire bats appeared out of nowhere and attacked Dylan. Dylan channeled his soul power to cover himself, then ignored the vampire bats and continued rapidly toward the road to hell. Because he knew that the test of the hell road only required passing through the hell road itself, and he didn't need to worry about the vampire bats here. They can't kill them all. The vampire bats here can be killed and then regenerate, and can even merge together to become even larger vampire bats. Engaging with them will only waste your soul power. Ding ding ding. A large number of vampire bats attacked Dylan, but they couldn't even break through the soul power cloak on his body, so they had no effect on him. Dylan continued to advance rapidly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After realizing they could not harm or hinder Dylan, the vampire bats immediately began to coalesce in large numbers, eventually fusing into a giant three-headed vampire bat. Gia. The giant three-headed bat let out a scream and caught up with Dylan. This time, Dylan could no longer ignore the other party's existence. Dragon Fist. Dylan immediately threw a punch at him. Thud. The three-headed vampire bat attacked at the same speed it flew back at. Puff. Finally, it crashed heavily into the lava river below the road to hell. Oh, Dylan scoffed dismissively, put away his fist, and continued forward. To be fair, although the vampire bats became stronger after fusing together, since there was only one of them, they weren't as bothersome. The cacophony of so many bats squeaking together was really jarring. Gia. However, this giant three-headed vampire bat was not so easy to deal with, and it quickly caught up again. Unfortunately, its attacks posed no threat to Dylan, and it was repeatedly repelled by him. I don't know how many times, but after Dylan repelled the three-headed vampire bat, it never appeared again. The further you go, the lower the path to hell becomes, and the closer you get to the lava rivers on either side. If it weren't for Dylan's immunity to all poisons and the sacred attributes of the Dragon Fist, he might not have been able to withstand the influence of the molten lava river formed by the yellow spring dew below. That contains a massive amount of killing intent. Once affected, one will lose their mind and become a monster that only knows how to kill. In the original novel, Tang San used the poisonous gas contained in the lava river to destroy the entire Slaughter City. If Dylan wanted to, he could throw the Snow Swan Kiss down and destroy the city of Slaughter just as easily. However, Dylan was not as ignorant as Tang San. The existence of the Killing City as a prison was still necessary. Unless a larger and more manageable prison is built, but what prison can compare to Killing City? Soul Masters here are restricted in their soul skills, it's like a natural shackle. Roar. Finally, as Dylan continued deeper into the area, he was soon attacked by the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. This can be considered the final test on the road to hell. Good timing. Dragon Fist. Facing the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, Dylan showed no mercy. And turned to meet it with his Dragon Fist. Thump thump thump. The blows were almost visceral, delivering a powerful sense of impact and causing the 10-headed fiery serpent to wail in agony. Even without using soul skills, simply covering his fist with the Dragon Fist would make Dylan's attack strength no weaker than a soul douluo's soul skills. Some weak title douluo could be killed by Dylan's fists. Although this 10-headed fiery sun serpent is quite powerful, it is only effective against ordinary soul masters whose soul skills are restricted. He couldn't even beat Tang San, who is only a soul king in the original story, let alone Dylan. Boom. So, not long after the battle began, the 10-headed fiery serpent's head was blown off by Dylan's powerful, bone-crunching dragon punches. Bang! The corpses of the 10 fiery sun serpents also fell on the final section of the Hell Road. Soon after, a bead appeared on the head of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. The inner core of a 10-headed fiery sun serpent. A good find, I'll take it. Dylan immediately put it away. Alright, it's time to go back. Let's go check on Ning Dingaling first, then go back and deal with Bibi Dong. It's been almost a year. I'm sure their land will soon be abandoned. Chapter 53 Ning Rongrong comes to the door. After entering the exit of the road to hell, Dylan felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. When he regained consciousness, he found that he had left the city of slaughter. Dragon Fist. Dylan didn't say anything, and immediately summoned his dragon fist. Then Dylan saw an unfamiliar engraving on the dragon fist here, and after sensing it with his spiritual power. Buzz. Dylan instantly activated the God of Slaughter domain. Feeling the benefits brought by the God of Slaughter domain, Dylan smiled slightly, finally having his own domain. Furthermore, Dylan discovered that the Killing God domain was only initially activated for him, yet he was already able to master it smoothly. Although it hasn't reached the point of complete control yet, it won't be affected by the God of Slaughter domain like others, who would need a long time to adapt. So, have I been chosen by the God of Asura or not? Looking at the inscription representing the domain of the God of Slaughter, Dylan sighed inwardly. Whether or not one is chosen by the Asura God, the chosen one does not know. Those who underwent the 9 trials of the Asura God were not actually able to inherit the Asura God's divine position. In the original story, Tang San was chosen by the God of Asura, so he didn't need to go through the 9 trials of the God of Asura and could directly inherit the throne. He said that Tang Chen had helped him complete the previous assessments. But how can a divine succession be left to someone else to complete? It wasn't until the God of Asura had already set his sights on Tang San that things were arranged so casually. After leaving the city of slaughter, Dilong rode his dragon and flew directly back towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He decided to find Ning Dingaling first. Bibi Dong is, after all, in the spirit hall. If Bibi Dong is determined not to comply, there's nothing he can do. When they were almost at the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Dylan put away the dragon soul beneath his feet and began to fly through the air. He also needed to conceal his relationship with the 7 treasure glazed tile school, so he naturally couldn't just swagger in by flying into the school on a dragon. Even when flying, Dylan concealed his presence so that no one else could detect him. Of course, it's impossible to hide the fact that Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo also possess the title of Title Douluo. Dragon Fist, it's you. You've come to see the sect leader. Sword Douluo was the first to discover Dylan. Bone Douluo arrived shortly afterward, but with Sword Douluo beside him, he remained silent, appearing as if he wasn't very familiar with Dylan. Sword Douluo was unaware that he had joined the 7 treasure glazed tile school at Dylan's request, except for Ning Dingaling. Since you're here, sect leader Ning must be at the sect as well. Take me to see her. Dylan nodded to Sword Douluo and then said, "Come with me." Although Sword Douluo didn't quite approve of the sect leader's close personal relationship with Dylan, he couldn't stop it and turned to lead the way. Dylan smiled silently at Bone Douluo, and Bone Douluo nodded with a smile in return. "Senior, you've finally come to see me." When Ning Dingaling saw Dilong, she was immediately overjoyed and quickly went to him. "Elders, my senior and I have something to discuss in detail. You may leave now." Only then did she let Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo leave. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo didn't say anything, they just nodded and left together. "Sect leader Ning, say no more, let's do it first." Swish tilde. As soon as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo left, Dilong flashed to Ning Dingaling's side, picked her up in his arms, and carried her into Ning Dingaling's room. During his year in the Killing City, he didn't get to eat any meat at all. Now, facing such a beautiful woman as Ning Dingaling, how could he possibly hold back? Caught off guard, Ning Dingaling gasped in surprise and then quickly grabbed Dilong. "Please be gentle, senior, and don't be too fierce later." After realizing what had happened, Ning Dingaling blushed and said shyly. Bang! After carrying Ning Dingaling into the room, Dilong kicked the door shut with his heel. A major war is inevitable. Dylan rewatched it thoroughly. For a whole week, Dylan spent his time with Ning Dingaling inside, feeding her until she was completely satisfied. "Last time I couldn't get Ning Dingaling pregnant, but maybe this time I can. However, it's hard to say, the stronger one's physical strength, the more difficult it may be to conceive." "Senior, where have you been all year? Why do you exude such a fierce aura?" Afterwards, Ning Dingling inquired about Dilong's activities over the past year. Given her relationship with Tilong, she would definitely keep track of Tilong's news, which is why she knew that there had been no news of Tilong this year. I went to the Killing City. Have you heard of it? Dylan didn't need to hide it and told him with a smile. The City of Slaughter. Senior actually went to the City of Slaughter, and came out of it in just 1 year. Ning Dingling naturally knew about the Slaughter City, so she immediately looked shocked. She truly hadn't expected that Dylan would actually run off to the Killing City. Killing God Domain. Dylan demonstrated his Killing God Domain directly in front of Ning Dingling. Senior, you are truly amazing. I want to have your babies. Ning Dingling was so adoring that she immediately pushed Dylan down beneath her. She was true to her word and really wanted to have a baby with Tilong, so she immediately took action. Dylan, who was in a passive position, did not refuse. Looking at Ning Dingling, whose attitude towards him had clearly changed, Dylan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It truly lives up to its reputation as a continent of romance. After meeting Ning Dingling this time, he discovered that Ning Dingling was also showing signs of being love-struck. This was a good thing for Dylan, and he was happy to see it happen. ... Thump thump thump. Sister, 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 come out quickly. Something terrible has happened. A woman came to me and actually told me that she was my daughter and that she had come back from the future. Sister, come out quickly. The urgent shouts from outside interrupted Ning Dingling's actions. Ning Dingling originally didn't intend to pay any attention to Ning Fengji, but after hearing Ning Fengji's words, she had no choice but to stop. Fengji's daughter, or someone who returned from the future. Senior, did I hear that right? Ning Dingling really doubted whether she had misheard. How could such a thing possibly exist in the world? You heard me right. That's exactly what your brother said. Dylan nodded affirmatively at Ning Dingling. To be honest, Dylan was also very surprised at this moment. He really didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Is the person who came really Ning Rongrong? Was the other person really from the future? What exactly happened? Dylan immediately perked up, hoping to figure out what was going on. If Ning Rongrong really comes back, then will Tang San also come back? Dylan didn't care about the other Shrek students, he only cared about Tang San. He originally wanted to kill Tang Hao to prevent Tang San's reincarnation, but he didn't expect that before he could kill Tang Hao and stop him from getting together with Yin, Tang San might have already arrived first. Chapter 54 Ning Rongrong. As Auntie the 9 treasured glazed pagoda. In the Hauk Hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong paced back and forth anxiously. In the nearly 1 year since they returned, the 6 of them first rebuilt Shrek Academy on its original site, hoping to restore Shrek's glory. However, as time went on, they discovered that the Shrek Academy they had rebuilt was just an empty shell, serving no other purpose than bringing the 6 of them together. Given their declining talent, everyone felt that continuing like this wasn't a sustainable solution. So, even though they initially didn't want to seek help from relatives and sects in this timeline, they still felt they should make use of their respective connections and resources. Only by growing rapidly can they possibly find their own immortal herb. Sadai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing returned to the Star Luo Empire. Whether or not to explain the truth to the royal family and the Zhu family is up to the 2 of them. Tang San then took Ma Hongjun to the Clear Sky sect, intending to use the sect's resources to quickly grow stronger. Ning Rongrong originally intended to take Oscar back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, Oscar refused. He didn't want to experience being rejected by the 7 treasure glazed tile school again. Ning Rongrong could use the 7 treasure glazed tile school's resources on her own. He still wanted to rely on himself. He was born with full soul power, and even if he lost the immortal herb, his talent would not decrease much. Ning Rongrong couldn't go against Oscar's wishes, so she had no choice but to go with him. Anyway, it's only a year. A year later, the 6 of them agreed to participate in the Soul Master competition together and restore Shrek Academy's glory. Regardless of what the future holds or whether they can regain their strength, they must participate in any competitions they have. Now that we're back in Douluo continent, how can we not participate in the competition. So Ning Rongrong came to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School alone. She hadn't originally intended to reveal the truth all at once. However, upon seeing her father, Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but call out, "Dad." In the end, she had no choice but to tell the truth. She just didn't expect that after she told the truth, before she could even say anything to verify it, Ning Fengji ran off, telling her to wait until her aunt arrived before they talked. Ning Rongrong was then surprised to realize that the current sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was actually her aunt. What exactly happened? Why are so many things wrong? At this moment, the sect leader should clearly be my father. But Auntie is still alive, that's wonderful. Although Ning Rongrong was somewhat surprised that things had changed, she was still happy that her aunt was still alive. "Sister, it's her." Soon, Ning Fengji brought Ning Dingaling to Ning Rongrong. Upon seeing her aunt, Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with amazement. She hadn't expected her aunt to be so beautiful. "Dad, Auntie," Ning Rongrong called out twice. Hearing Ning Rongrong address him again, Ning Fengji felt incredibly embarrassed. At his current age, how could he possibly have a daughter as old as Ning Rongrong? "You said you're Fengji's daughter. You came from the future. What proof do you have?" Fortunately, Ning Dingaling's questioning meant that he didn't need to face Ning Rongrong for the time being. He could simply leave everything to his sister. "Yes, Auntie, my name is Ning Rongrong. My martial soul is also the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, and I am at the 9th level of innate soul power. Only the main lineage of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect possesses such a martial soul." Ning Rongrong first summoned her martial spirit and then stated her aptitude. This alone proves that she is a genuine member of the main branch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, 9th level of innate soul power. Upon hearing this, Ning Dingaling's expression immediately changed to one of surprise. This kind of talent is extremely rare, even within the main lineage. It might not appear even once in several generations. She actually has the same innate soul power level 9 as her sister. Ning Fengji was also very surprised, as he did not possess such aptitude. "This is a crystal ball for testing innate soul power. Let me see if what you're saying is true." Ning Dingaling quickly took out a testing crystal ball from her soul tool and handed it to Ning Rongrong. "Okay, Auntie." Ning Rongrong quickly placed her hand on the crystal ball. Buzz. Ning Rongrong's innate soul power was quickly tested. The result is definitely correct. Ning Rongrong's innate soul power was already level 9 before she ate the immortal herb. "I also know some things about my father and my aunt when they were young." Then Ning Rongrong brought up the things Ning Fengji had mentioned to her, about her and her sister's childhood. Ning Dingaling and Ning Fengji were able to remain calm at first, but after Ning Rongrong finished speaking, they were both stunned. Because what Ning Rongrong said was something that only she and her brother knew. You really are my daughter." Ning Fengji stared at Ning Rongrong in disbelief, unable to believe that he now had such a beautiful and adorable daughter. "Are you my niece?" Ning Dingaling was also very excited. "Yes, Dad, Aunt, I'm telling the truth," Ning Rongrong said earnestly. "Okay, Auntie believes you. Rongrong, tell me quickly, what exactly happened to you?" Ning Dingaling quickly calmed down and then began to inquire about the reason for the incident. While the idea of traveling back from the future is certainly incredible, it's not entirely impossible. Perhaps some powerful being with time attributes in the future will use a soul skill to send Ning Rongrong back. After all, there are soul skills with time attributes in this world. "Auntie, Dad." Seeing that her father and aunt had finally acknowledged her identity, Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued, "Actually, we don't know why we came back." Ning Rongrong then recounted how the Shrek Academy students had returned. Of course, this also included revealing their future identities. "Deities, you're going to be a god in the future." Ning Dingaling and Ning Fengji were both stunned, their mouths agape. What Ning Rongrong said was truly shocking to them. That's a deity. Their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School actually produced a deity. It's true. In the future, after consuming a magical herb called the douluo tulip, my martial soul evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, which gave me the foundation to become a god. That's why I was ultimately chosen by the nine-colored goddess. Ning Rongrong nodded and said. 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Rongrong, you'll actually evolve your martial soul into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda just like your sister in the future. Ning Fengji was also extremely surprised to hear Ning Rongrong's words. Unexpectedly, besides his sister, his future daughter also successfully evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. What? My aunt's martial soul is the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. When did this happen? Now it was Ning Rongrong's turn to be dumbfounded. Chapter 55 Deep Affection Between Aunt and Nephew. In Ning Rongrong's memory, her aunt Ning Dingling's martial soul was always the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Therefore, Ning Rongrong immediately began to suspect that the disappearance of the immortal herb in the yin-yang well might be related to her aunt Ning Dingling. The tulip that should have belonged to her was likely eaten by her aunt. The thought of this made Ning Rongrong feel like the sky had fallen. I may really be unable to evolve my martial soul again. About a year ago, after I ate the douluo tulip, my martial soul evolved into the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Seeing that her niece's expression was off, Ning Dingling immediately answered Ning Rongrong's question. It really is a Kira tulip. Auntie, that magical herb is the one I'll eat in the future. Ning Rongrong looked like she was about to cry but had no tears. She couldn't blame her aunt for this. Seeing Ning Rongrong's expression, Ning Dingling seemed to understand something, realizing that she might have stolen Ning Rongrong's opportunity. She remembered what Dylan had told her. There was only one douluo tulip, and the others would have to wait 1,000 years for the next one to mature. Ning Rongrong is her niece. Now that the fairy herb douluo tulip has been absorbed by her, Ning Rongrong will no longer be able to obtain it. Rongrong, I didn't know it would turn out like this. Ning Dingling immediately felt somewhat guilty. After all, he had taken away his niece's opportunity. No, Auntie, please don't say that. Although I don't know what changes have occurred that have made things so different from what I remember, perhaps it's because my aunt's martial soul has evolved that she didn't die young as I recall. From this perspective, I'm still very happy to be able to see my aunt in person. Although Ning Rongrong was very disappointed, she knew that the facts could not be changed, so she shook her head and said with a smile, "What did you say? My sister died young. When was that?" Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji immediately became anxious and pressed Ning Rongrong for answers. Fengji, don't be anxious. Didn't Rongrong say that things have changed? Ning Dingling was startled by Ning Rongrong's words, not expecting that in Ning Rongrong's original memories, she had already passed away. Auntie, Daddy, it's like this. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong had no choice but to tell what she already knew about how her aunt Ning Dingling had sacrificed herself. So, it was that time. If it weren't for your intervention that time, I would indeed be dead. So all the changes were brought about by the senior. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Dingling's delicate body trembled slightly, and she immediately knew that it was Dilong who had changed her fate. It was Dylan who turned her life around, preventing her from dying young, and even helped her evolve her martial soul. After realizing this, Ning Dingling felt even more grateful to Dylan. If it weren't for Dylan, she would be dead. Rongrong, so you've come back here to reunite with us now, is it because you want the sect's help? Ning Dingling quickly inquired about Ning Rongrong's plans. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to do. Her original motivation to become stronger was to find the person who stole their immortal herb and then reclaim the immortal herb, the douluo tulip, that belonged to her. But now that she knows the douluo tulip has been absorbed by her aunt, she has no chance of evolving her martial soul again. Alright, since things have come to this, Rongrong, you can stay in the sect. The sect will do everything in its power to cultivate you. Seeing Ning Rongrong's condition, Ning Dingling stepped forward, took Ning Rongrong's hand, and comforted her. I see. After they came back, they all turned back to the state before they ate the immortal herb. It seems that they were brought back here because of me. Dylan, who was hiding in the shadows, now understood how Ning Rongrong had returned and guessed that it might be related to him. He never expected that Shrek and his companions would lose their divine positions and powers due to his influence, returning to the state before they consumed the immortal herb. However, Tilong expressed his delight. Back here, my talent has been reduced to nothing. Now that all the immortal herbs are on me, those other people can forget about finding their former selves. Xiaowu didn't come back because she already existed at this point in time, so she couldn't come back, right? I just don't know if Xiaowu's memories from the future have returned to Xiaowu at this point in time. After learning about the current situation of Shrek and his friends, Dylan was both pleased and somewhat annoyed. Even though Ning Rongrong and the others have lost their divine positions and power, they were once at the level of gods. Now that they have returned, it's like the arrival of several unstable factors. He wasn't sure if these people wouldn't be able to rise again. Tang San, in particular, can be considered a chosen one of the world. Given the chance, the most direct approach is to eliminate Tang San. A cold glint flashed in Dylan's eyes. He might not care much about others, but he felt he had to nip Tang San in the bud. Although he has now taken away the heart of the sea god, preventing Tang San from obtaining the 9 trials of the sea god. But there is still a lineage of the Asura god. Then Dylan started thinking about how to deal with Tang San. If he were to go directly to the Haoshan sect, with his current abilities, it would be difficult for him to take on the entire Haoshan sect single-handedly. Moreover, Dylan didn't know whether Tang Chen had returned from the city of the sea god at this time. If Tang Chen were here, he would have even less chance of killing Tang San under Tang Chen's nose. Let's deal with Ning Rongrong first. Dylan quickly turned his attention to Ning Rongrong. If we could turn Ning Rongrong to our side, that would be even better. However, Dylan also knew that this was almost impossible to achieve. This Ning Rongrong is not the Ning Rongrong who had only been at Shrek Academy for a year, but the Ning Rongrong who had experienced countless things with the other Shrek members and then ascended to the God realm together. She has simply returned to her current physical state. If normal methods don't work, then we'll have to resort to evil ones and train Ning Rongrong into a star slave who obeys my every command. Dylan made his decision quickly. There's no reason for Tilong to refuse a beautiful woman who's offered herself up. Besides, she was Ning Rongrong who had become a god. He really wanted to see what it was like to be a god. If he hasn't been successfully trained after he's finished tasting it, then kill him directly. Dylan likes beautiful women, but he only likes women who are under his control. Ning Rongrong and the others who returned from the future were the most unstable factors for him, and it was best to get rid of them all. Seeing the deep affection between Ning Dingaling and Ning Rongrong after they acknowledged each other, Dilong felt that it would be better to do his best to successfully train Ning Rongrong. Chapter 56 Ning Dingaling gave Ning Rongrong to Dilong. Senior, what's your opinion on Ning Rongrong's situation? After settling Ning Rongrong down, Ning Dingaling went to Dilong's place and asked for his opinion. What she said is all true. Dylan confirmed Ning Rongrong's identity. Senior, you believe that too? Ning Dingaling was quite surprised to hear this. She thought Dylan would be suspicious. Of course, you now know that the immortal herb you ate originally belonged to your niece, right? Dylan smiled faintly. Ning Dingaling gave a soft, feeling somewhat embarrassed that she had taken away her niece's opportunity. Senior, thank you so much. If you hadn't saved me, I would really be dead. Ning Dingaling then earnestly thanked Dylan again for saving her life. I benefited too, didn't I? Dylan reached out and lifted Ning Dingaling's chin. Senior, is there any hope that my niece can become a deity? Ning Dingaling blushed slightly, and for some reason asked Dylan this question. Dylan shouldn't know the answer to this question, but she felt that Dylan was special and might be able to answer it. She wanted to know the answer, partly to make amends to Ning Rongrong. Your niece, after losing the immortal herb, has virtually no hope of gaining the favor of any deity again. And those who traveled back with her, after losing the immortal herb, they basically all lost their aptitude. Now you know just how precious the immortal herb I gave you is, right? Dylan shook his head and told Ning Dingaling again how precious those magical herbs were. Is that so? Ning Dingaling sighed in disappointment, and once again re-examined her understanding of the immortal herb. She knew that immortal herbs were precious before, but she only considered them to be on the same level as 100,000-year soul rings. But after learning about the Shrek 7 devils, she realized that the preciousness of the immortal herb far exceeded her imagination. It can actually transform a soul master's aptitude from the ground up, making them worthy of being noticed by the gods. This is something that number 100,000-year soul ring can compare to. There's simply no comparison. Sect leader Ning, I hope you can temporarily entrust Ning Rongrong to me. Ignoring Ning Dingling's disappointment, Dilong quickly revealed his intention to leave Ning Rongrong. What does Senior want to do? Ning Dingling was immediately surprised upon hearing this. She was surprised. She never expected that Tilung would ask Ning Rongrong for his attention. You don't need to know that for now. Just let me take her away. Dylan shook his head without offering an explanation. Ning Dingling immediately became conflicted. Having already felt somewhat guilty for taking away Ning Rongrong's opportunity, Ning Dingling couldn't bring herself to hand her over to someone else. Sect leader Ning, do you know why I know about those immortal herbs? Why do you think I'm so convinced that she must have come from the future? It's only because of you that I asked to take her with me, otherwise, I wouldn't have left her here. Upon seeing Ning Dingling's appearance, Dylan's face immediately became expressionless. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Ning Dingling's body trembled slightly. She keenly sensed something. It's very likely that Dylan didn't believe Ning Rongrong was from the future through her, but rather that he genuinely knew something. For example, the matter of those magical herbs. In her mind, Dylan suddenly became even more mysterious and unpredictable. Because Dylan was actually able to steal the immortal herbs that originally belonged to the 7 future gods. This should not have happened. There are only 2 possibilities. Either Dylan can foresee the future, or Dylan is a time traveler from the future who knows about the immortal herbs and Ning Rongrong. Now, the magical herb that was supposed to change the fate of the Shrek 7 devils has already been harvested by Dylan. In other words, no matter who Tilung is or what he wants to do, Tilung has already gained the upper hand. Although the Shrek 7 devils were once gods, they are not now, and probably never will be. From the moment Dylan stole those magical herbs, Dylan and the Shrek 7 devils became adversaries. If the Shrek 7 devils didn't travel back in time, that's fine, Dylan probably wouldn't care about them anyway. Because after they lose the magic herb, they probably won't amount to much in the future and won't be able to reach the heights they should have. Most importantly, they will never know that their own opportunity has been snatched away. However, Ning Rongrong and the others are from the future and have traveled back to find out that their opportunities have been stolen. From the moment they returned, they have been in an adversarial relationship with Dilong. Most importantly, Dylan now knows that they traveled back in time. So when Dylan said that he only asked to take Ning Rongrong away because of her, he was really giving her face. Otherwise, Dylan should have just killed Ning Rongrong. If she were Dylan, she would have done the same. Okay, I'll hand Rongrong over to you. So after figuring this out, Ning Dingling didn't hesitate any longer and agreed to Dilong's request. Ning Rongrong had no idea that her newly recognized aunt had betrayed her. However, Ning Dingling knew that she was actually saving Ning Rongrong, because if she didn't agree, Dilong would probably kill Ning Rongrong directly. That's a good boy. Dylan patted Ning Dingling's head and reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, as long as she's obedient, I won't kill her. If I become a god in the future, I will bring you and her to the realm of gods, so that she can return to the realm of gods. Okay. Ning Dingling nodded obediently. She has no choice but to trust Dylan now. Rongrong, your appearance is simply too unbelievable. We can't reveal your true identity to outsiders. If the sect pours all its resources into you, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among other members. So your aunt plans to entrust you to a senior cultivator who will guide your cultivation. After agreeing to Dilong's request, Ning Dingling quickly approached Ning Rongrong and told her about it. She didn't know how Dylan planned to treat Ning Rongrong, so she could only tell Ning Rongrong her own version of events first. Auntie, are you talking about Grandpa Sword or Grandpa Bone? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately smiled and asked. No, it's not them, it's someone else. He was the one who saved my aunt from the enemy. He is also a powerful title douluo. Ning Dingaling shook her head and then explained. What? That senior has also joined our sect? Ning Rongrong became curious upon hearing this. She still hasn't had a chance to ask who saved Ning Dingaling, or how Ning Dingaling obtained the immortal herb. Chapter 57 Auntie really means it for your own good. Ning Rongrong originally did not want to leave the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She finally regained her father and her aunt. However, she could not object to Ning Dingaling's arrangements. After all, Ning Dingaling is right, her identity cannot be revealed to outsiders. So Ning Rongrong had no choice but to agree, and then followed Ning Dingaling to the place where the senior was waiting. Auntie, what is this senior's name? What title douluo is he? And aunt, how did you obtain your magic herb? On the way, Ning Rongrong also started asking questions. That senior is actually the Dragon Fist douluo of the Spirit Hall. Ning Dingaling knew that Ning Rongrong would find out sooner or later, so she didn't hide it and directly revealed Delong's identity. What? The Spirit Hall's Dragon Fist fighter is gone. Upon hearing Delong's identity, Ning Rongrong stopped in her tracks in shock. Dragon Fist douluo. Dragon Fist douluo. The 6 of them who returned had been paying close attention to this Dragon Fist douluo for a long time. They had previously seen a titled douluo flying away from the depths of Sunset Forest on a dragon, so they suspected that the other party had stolen the immortal herb that originally belonged to them. Therefore, after they rebuilt Shrek Academy, they naturally inquired about all the existing title douluos. After making inquiries, they discovered that there was a new title douluo they had never heard of before at this point in time. He is the Dragon Fist douluo of the Spirit Hall. In their original memories, there was no such Dragon Fist douluo. The Spirit Hall originally did not have such an elder. Given that Dragon Fist douluo's martial soul is Dragon Fist, Ning Rongrong and the others strongly suspected that their inexplicable return to this place was related to this Dragon Fist douluo. The immortal herb in the Yin-Yang well was probably stolen by Dragon Fist douluo. Now that she has heard that the titled douluo who saved her aunt was actually the Dragon Fist douluo, Ning Rongrong is now 100% certain that their being transported back in time must be related to this Dragon Fist douluo. Ning Dingaling had not yet answered her question about how the other party obtained the immortal herb. However, Ning Rongrong was already certain that the one who came was this Dragon Fist douluo. Everything is related to this Dragon Fist douluo. So Ning Rongrong immediately became nervous. Auntie, can I not go? Ning Rongrong is all alone now, and she hasn't recovered her strength yet. She's not even a soul master yet, so she really doesn't dare to see such a person. Rongrong, I'm afraid this won't work. Ning Dingaling stopped, turned around, and shook her head at Ning Rongrong. Auntie, you. Ning Rongrong finally understood that she had been sold out by her aunt. Ning Rongrong's eyes immediately welled up with tears of grievance. She truly hadn't expected that the aunt she had just recognized would betray her. Rongrong, believe me, your aunt is doing this for your own good. Seeing Ning Rongrong's appearance, Ning Dingaling also felt very sorry for her. Let's go, that senior is waiting for you up ahead. After saying this, Ning Dingaling couldn't bear to face Ning Rongrong, so she took the lead and walked ahead. Quote. Ning Rongrong wanted to leave, but as soon as she turned around, she realized she couldn't. I'd like to see who you really are and what you're up to. So Ning Rongrong quickly calmed down and caught up with Ning Dingaling. Looking at Ning Dingaling's back, Ning Rongrong's eyes no longer held the warmth she had shown before. She didn't care what Ning Dingaling was thinking. In her eyes, Ning Dingaling had betrayed her. Ning Rongrong didn't believe any talk of doing it for her own good. Senior, I've brought Rongrong with me. After arriving at a manor, Ning Dingaling spoke a few words to those inside from the entrance. Shall we let her in? Sect leader Ning can go back now. Dylan's voice came from inside very quickly. Yes, senior. Ning Dingaling respectfully responded, then turned to Ning Rongrong and whispered, Rongrong, go in by yourself. Trust your aunt, I'm doing this really for your own good. Auntie, does Dad know you did this? Ning Rongrong simply asked Ning Dingaling a question in return. Feng Ji doesn't know. Ning Dingaling replied. I see. Hearing that her father was unaware of the situation, Ning Rongrong felt much relieved. She then walked past Ning Dingling, pushed open the gate of the manor, and went inside. Thud. As soon as Ning Rongrong entered, the gate of the manor was closed again. Ning Rongrong couldn't have locked it up herself, it could only have been Dylan. Sigh tilde. Ning Dingling sighed helplessly as she thought about Ning Rongrong's change in attitude towards her. Rongrong, your aunt is really doing this for your own good. I hope you won't let your senior down. After muttering something to herself, Ning Dingling turned and left. Tisk tisk. It's truly amazing. The dignified nine-colored goddess has actually transformed back into a young girl. Dylan sized up Ning Rongrong before him, carefully sensing her presence before letting out a light, teasing laugh. He could sense that Ning Rongrong in front of him was truly weak. However, Dylan still needs to conduct a thorough examination to determine whether they have completely returned to their state before consuming the herb. For example, the power of the spirit and soul. You know me. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Ning Rongrong's eyes narrowed slightly. She could sense that when Dylan spoke of her identity, it wasn't as if he had heard it from Ning Dingling, but rather as if he knew her future identity very clearly. Of course, I know everything about you Shrek 7 Devils. Including knowing that you will have a teacher named Yu Xiaoging in the future. Dylan laughed and then said something that Ning Rongrong had never told Ning Dingling before. You actually knew. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing Dylan mention Yu Xiaoging's existence, Ning Rongrong was now completely certain that the other party truly knew about them. This is it. Ning Rongrong inwardly cursed. Who I am. I am the one who stole your opportunity from the Shrek 7 Devils, but I never expected that you would actually come back from the future. You're just making things worse for me. Do you really not know how you traveled from the future to here? Dylan said calmly, and finally looked directly at Ning Rongrong and asked a question that he was particularly concerned about. Believe it or not, we really don't know. But now I believe I know that our return here is definitely related to you. So I should be the one asking you, what do you want to do? Ning Rongrong looked coldly at Dilong. What do I want to do? Hee. I only intended to steal your opportunities. I don't care what will happen to you in the future. But now that you're back, I can't just ignore it. After all, you won't let me go, will you? After Dylan finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Ning Rongrong. Chapter 58 Oscar was cuckolded. Swish tilde. Ning Rongrong had no chance to dodge at all. Her slender neck was grabbed by Dylan. Well, I don't understand what you're saying. Ning Rongrong grabbed Dilong's right hand with both hands, desperately trying to pry it open. Still pretending to be stupid. You know that I caused you to lose your divine positions and power, and cut off your chance to regain them. Don't you want to settle accounts with me? Dylan retorted with a cold laugh. You. Hearing Dylan's question, Ning Rongrong was speechless for a moment, because she knew that it would be useless for her to say anything. Because what Tilong said was true, after they suspected that Tilong had stolen their magic herb, they regarded Tilong as an enemy. What do you want to do? Ning Rongrong stopped arguing, she was now only worried about what Dilong wanted to do. Whether it's for her or for the Shrek 7 Devils. What do you think I want to do? Dylan asked again with a cold laugh. You can't treat us like this. Haven't you caused us to lose our divine status and power enough? Sensing the coldness in Dylan's tone, Ning Rongrong immediately became anxious. I've always been the type of person who clearly distinguishes between friend and foe. I won't let any of my enemies get away with it. You must regard me as an enemy, so naturally you are my foe. You're just unlucky today, coming right to my doorstep. I'll start with you. As he spoke, Dylan grabbed Ning Rongrong and led her inside. Haha tilde today, let me taste what's different about a woman who was once the nine-colored goddess. Ah, what do you want to do? Let me go. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Ning Rongrong immediately cried out and began to struggle. She had considered many possibilities, but she never expected that Dylan would actually want to defile her. Aren't you my aunt's person? You can't touch me, or my aunt won't forgive you. She said you wouldn't hurt me. Seeing that Dilong remained unmoved, Ning Rongrong had no choice but to bring up Ning Dingling in the end. I only promised your aunt I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say I wouldn't do anything else to you. Little girl, if you behave well, maybe I can consider letting you Shrek 7 devils go. Dylan quickly threw Ning Rongrong onto the bed. You're telling the truth. Ning Rongrong looked at Dilong with red eyes. From the moment she was thrown onto the bed, she knew she couldn't escape. Although she knew Dylan might be lying to her, she was still willing to sacrifice herself for Oscar and the others. There's no escaping it now anyway. Certainly, Dylan said with a smile. He only said he could consider it, but he didn't say he would definitely let the others go. To be honest, apart from Tang San, Dilong didn't necessarily have to kill anyone else. If they posed no threat, Dilong was willing to let them go. For example, simply crippling their cultivation would suffice. I'll try my best, Ning Rongrong said with tears in her eyes. Haha, then please me. Dylan laughed heartily. On the other hand, after leaving Shrek Academy, Oscar made the same choice as the future, heading to the north for training. He wanted to obtain the cloned image sausage as soon as possible. The Soul Beast Mirror Shadow Beast, which used the soul skill that appeared, can only be found in the northern lands. Only after obtaining the copy image sausage did his martial soul gain the ability to fight. Upon arriving in the north, Oscar quickly joined a soul hunter squad. With Oscar's support abilities, joining a soul hunter team would be quite easy. As a food-type soul master, he can not only provide various buff foods during battle, but also provide food for the team even when not in battle. I'm already level 38, and I'll be breaking through to level 40 soon. Looking at the vast expanse of white in the north, Oscar felt a surge of anticipation. Returning to the past and being able to start over was actually quite nice for Oscar. Although he lost the immortal herb and his talent failed to transform, with his innate full soul power and the experience he gained after becoming a god, his cultivation speed is now no slower than before, and may even be faster. Oscar doesn't know what will happen to the others in the future, but he feels that he should have no problem breaking through to the title douluo level before he turns 40. I must break through to the title douluo level before I turn 40 and win the favor of the god of food with my own abilities. Even if Rongrong fails to win the favor of the 9-colored goddess again, I can still bring Rongrong back to the god realm as her family member. Oscar silently cheered himself on. Oscar, isn't the north very different? You'll get used to it. It's snowy and icy here all year round, so it's hard to see any greenery. The members of the Soul Hunter team saw Oscar staring blankly ahead, so they went up to him, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Yes, I know, it's hard to see anything green here. Oscar nodded. How could he not know? However, after saying those words, Oscar suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, as if something bad had happened. Is it just my imagination? However, that feeling came and went quickly, so Oscar didn't pay much attention to it. Little did he know, it was because the area above his head was already a green meadow. There's no greenery in the north, but there is on his head. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who had fallen into a deep sleep after crying her eyes out, Dilong felt no pity, but rather a great sense of accomplishment. Ning Rongrong, the little witch, is the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. In his past life, Ning Rongrong was one of his favorite female characters when he watched anime. Now that he had won over such a stunning beauty, Dylan felt incredibly satisfied. It's a pity we only caught Ning Rongrong. If only we could gather all 3 beauties of Shrek Academy. Dylan sighed inwardly. It seems that successfully training her won't be so easy. Then Dylan muttered something else. He could sense that Ning Rongrong's heart was full of Oscar, and that he was a bad person, a devil, to her. Dylan didn't care who her heart belonged to. Knowing that Ning Rongrong had traveled back from the future, he never thought he could win her over emotionally. Just like Bibi Dong, after knowing that Bibi Dong had fallen in love with Yu Xiaoging, Tilung gave up on trying to win her over emotionally. So Tilung didn't care about technique, he just took their bodies first. Forced love is never sweet, but it's thirst-quenching. Moreover, Dylan felt that both Bibi Dong and Ning Rongrong tasted especially sweet to him. Bibi Dong needs time and space to grow, but this one doesn't need that at all. Just train her into a star slave. The task ahead is arduous and the road is long. Dylan sighed. Chapter 59. Oh no, Ning Rongrong is pregnant. For a full month, Dylan was training Ning Rongrong. Dylan applied all the relevant training knowledge he had learned from novels and movies in his previous life to Ning Rongrong. Although there are many methods, there is actually only one core principle. That means ruining the other person. First, make the other person's body surrender completely, leaving them utterly unable to resist, and then make them surrender on a spiritual level. A month later, Dylan's training began to show initial results. Now, no matter what Dilong asks Ning Rongrong to do, she will obediently cooperate, and even feel honored to receive his favor. But why is it described as initial success? Because whenever Dylan hinted that she should help him fight the other Shrek members, Ning Rongrong would come to her senses and show strong resistance. So Dylan simply stopped mentioning it and let Ning Rongrong's body completely submit to him first. 1 month later, Ning Rongrong was waking up Dilong in a special way when she suddenly bent over and started gagging. Why did you stop? Keep going. Dylan gave the order calmly. Yes, master. After Ning Rongrong recovered, she immediately continued. But after a short while, Ning Rongrong started gagging again. Dylan, who hadn't paid much attention at first, suddenly changed his expression. Whoosh. Without saying much, Dylan immediately put his hand on Ning Rongrong's body, and then used his spiritual power and soul power to check on Ning Rongrong's condition. Holy crap, she's really pregnant. Dylan, who had initially only suspected something, was immediately taken aback after checking the details. If we calculate based on the timeline, wouldn't that mean Ning Rongrong got pregnant on the very first day? Isn't it said that the stronger one is, the harder it is to have offspring? Whether it was Bibi Dong or Ning Dingaling, Dilong had tried his hand at it with both of them, but to no avail. Moreover, after deciding to train Ning Rongrong into a star slave, Dilong never considered this matter and never paid attention to it. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong, whom Dilong had not intended to get pregnant, became pregnant herself. She's pregnant. Ning Rongrong, who was originally well-behaved, changed her expression instantly after hearing Dilong's words. No, I can't keep this child. I can't let Oscar down again. The news of her pregnancy brought Ning Rongrong to her senses completely, and she immediately got up, intending to abort the child in her womb. Snort. Before Ning Rongrong could make a move, Dilong had already taken control of her and imprisoned her soul power. Although Ning Rongrong's complete awakening displeased him, he was even more unwilling to have his first child aborted. Wah, Senior, no, Master, I beg you, please let me abort the child in my belly. I've already let Oscar down, I can't let him down again. After discovering that her soul power was imprisoned, Ning Rongrong could only plead with Dilong. She was utterly desperate, never expecting that she would become pregnant with Dylan's child. She and Oscar don't have any children yet. Ning Rongrong couldn't understand why such a terrible thing would happen to her. She and Oscar had both become gods and ascended to the realm of the gods. They were supposed to be about to begin their happy life in the realm of the gods. It's one thing to be inexplicably transported back to the present. She was also captured by the people who had traveled back in time, and was even defiled. Now something even more terrible is happening to her. She has become pregnant with the enemy's child. Although this child was her first, she didn't want it at all. She has already wronged Oscar. If she gives birth to the child, she will be wronging Oscar even more. This is my first child, I must keep it. Dylan directly rejected Ning Rongrong's pleas. Then Dilong called Ning Dingaling. Over. What did you say? Rongrong is pregnant. Ning Dingaling was also very surprised when she learned that Ning Rongrong was pregnant. She couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. She and Dylan had asked for so long, but they still hadn't been able to get it. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong got pregnant so quickly. Yes, Dingling, she's in your care now. Make sure you take good care of her until the baby is born. We can't let anything happen to her. We must save both the adults and the children. Dylan nodded, then gave instructions to Ning Dingaling. Ning Rongrong is pregnant and cannot be trained for the time being, so he is preparing to leave. Yes, Senior. Finally hearing Dylan call her name, Ning Dingling felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and quickly answered. Even if it weren't for Dylan's orders, she would have taken good care of Ning Rongrong herself. As for Shrek's group, whoever comes, help me capture and imprison them. Dylan nodded, then continued to give instructions. As the senior leaving, upon hearing Dilong's words, Ning Dingling's face immediately showed a look of reluctance. She wasn't even pregnant with Tilong's child yet. Well, we're not in a rush. I'm a titled douluo now, and your martial soul is the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Having a child won't be that easy. But don't worry, we have a long future ahead of us. I will definitely make sure you have a child who can inherit the 9 treasures glazed pagoda and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Dylan reassured him. I believe in my seniors. Hearing Dylan say that, Ning Dingling felt relieved. Ning Rongrong, don't even think about killing yourself or aborting the child, or I won't let any of those Shrek Academy members get away with it. Dylan then made one last threatening remark to Ning Rongrong. You. Ning Rongrong glared at Dilong with intense shame and indignation. All she could hope for now was that Oscar and the others wouldn't come looking for her at the 7 treasure glazed tile school until they regained their strength. No, I must find a way to prevent Oscar and the others from coming to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She hoped that Oscar and his team would not attempt to rescue her until they had the strength to do so. Stay calm, I must stay calm now in order to have any hope of getting the message out. Ning Rongrong forced herself to calm down. Yes, I understand, Master. So Ning Rongrong finally suppressed the hatred in her eyes and responded expressionlessly, as if resigned to her fate. Owner. Upon hearing this, Ning Dingling couldn't help but glance at Dilong with embarrassment and anger. She finally understood how Dilong treated Ning Rongrong. However, she didn't say anything. Given Ning Rongrong's previous situation, it seemed that there was really no other way to persuade Dilong to spare Ning Rongrong's life. But things are different now. Ning Rongrong is now pregnant with Dilong's child, and everything has taken a turn for the better. Good, that's a good boy. Then I'll give you a reward. I'm sure you're also wondering if the Xiaowu in the Stardow Great Forest right now is the same Xiaowu you know, right? I'm also very curious, so I'll take you to see it. Chapter 60 Azure Bull Python. Dylan originally planned to return to the Spirit Hall after visiting Ning Dingling. But now that he knows the other 6 members of the Shrek 7 Devils have returned, he's not in a hurry to go back. Oscar went out alone and disappeared somewhere. He had no idea where to look for him. Tang San and Ma Hongjun returned to the Haoshan sect. He didn't know if Tang Chen had returned yet, so he didn't want to go to Tang San and Ma Hongjun's place to deal with them. Similarly, it won't be easy for him to find Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing after they return to the Star Luo Empire. However, Dylan wasn't in a hurry to deal with them. Since they had returned a year ago, they hadn't accomplished anything, which made Dylan realize that they didn't know much about the opportunities in Douluo Continent. It is estimated that after the finale of Douluo Continent, they quickly passed their respective divine trials and then directly inherited their divine positions and ascended to the God realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent a year cultivating faster than their original selves without gaining any advantage, and wouldn't have had to return to their respective families and sects to seek help. So apart from Tang San, Dilong really didn't care much about anyone else. If you can't defeat Tang San in terms of strength, then controlling Xiaowu is the key. That's why Dylan wanted to go to the Stardow Great Forest. Regardless of whether Xiaowu at this moment has acquired the memories of the future Xiaowu, he wants to control her. In addition, there is Xiaowu's mother, as well as Daming and Erming, all of whom are 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Dylan's second spirit is still missing many spirit rings. Therefore, on this trip, Dylan not only brought Ning Rongrong with him, but also Ning Dingling and 2 elders from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. There was no other way. Without bringing Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo along, Dylan wasn't confident. He could take down those 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Dylan was confident he could kill one of them, but asking him to kill them all would be a bit of a stretch. Furthermore, we also have to guard against them self-destructing, which is quite difficult. If you bring Sword Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Ning Dingaling along, the difficulty will not be so high. Although Ning Dingaling is only a soul emperor, her support abilities are already very strong, capable of boosting everyone's various attributes by 60%. Even if the effect is weakened when used on a title Douluo, even if it's only half the effect, it's still a very strong support for a title Douluo. A few days later, Dylan led them deep into the Star Do Great Forest, and then, guided by Ning Rongrong, they found the Lake of Life where the Ming Dynasty resided. Humans, get out of here. PFF tilde. Before Dylan and his companions even landed, a giant head emerged from the vast Lake of Life, speaking in human language to drive them away. It's the Soul Beast Emperor of the Star Do Great Forest, the Azure Bull Python. Upon seeing Da Ming's appearance, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's expressions changed, and they both summoned their martial souls. They had all recently become title Douluos, and they felt a strong sense of crisis from the Azure Bull Python, so they were on high alert. Gurgle tilde. Ning Dingaling also swallowed nervously. It was her first time facing a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and the soul pressure of the Azure Bull Python made her scalp tingle. Don't worry, it's just a slightly stronger 100,000-year-old soul beast. Dylan waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be nervous. Buzz. At the same time, Dylan released 2 soul power shields to protect Ning Dingaling and Ning Rongrong, helping them withstand the soul pressure impact of the Azure Bull Python. The Ming Dynasty, right? Where is Xiao Wu? We're here to find her. Let's call her back. Ignoring the oppressive aura emanating from the Ming Dynasty, Dylan looked at the other party and spoke calmly. He sensed that only the great Ming Azure Bull Python was present. The second Ming Titan Giant Ape and Xiao Wu and her daughter were not there. Who are you? How do you know my name? Da Ming stared at Dilong in shock, never expecting that the other party would know its name and even Xiao Wu's existence. You don't need to know any of that. Just tell me where Xiao Wu is. Dylan asked again. HMPH, human, don't even think about getting any information about Sister Xiao Wu from me. Get out of here right now, or I won't be so polite to others. Boom. How could Da Ming possibly listen to Dilong? While refusing to answer Dilong, he also unleashed his full soul power. Buzz tilde. At the same time, Da Ming also released its innate domain, the slow domain. In an instant, Dylan and the others felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire, their movements restricted. 7 Kill Domain. Sword Douluo was the first to unleash his innate domain, resisting the influence of Da Ming's domain. Snort. Killing God Domain. Dylan didn't hold back either, instantly unleashing his Killing God Domain, completely dispersing the Ming Dynasty's slow domain. It's actually the domain of the God of Slaughter. Upon seeing Dylan unleash the God of Slaughter domain, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were somewhat shocked. They knew about this innate domain and where it could be acquired. Unexpectedly, Dylan had also been to the Killing City and managed to come out of there alive. Since you're unwilling to answer, then we'll just have to send you on your way. Anyway, as long as we stay here, Xiao Wu and the others will definitely come back. Let's do it. Dylan's last words were addressed to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Clear. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo each responded, and then charged towards the Azure Bull Python. Roar. Knowing that a battle was inevitable, the Azure Bull Python became ferocious and roared. Before charging towards Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. When the Blue Ox Python's entire body left the lake that day, everyone realized just how enormous it was. Soaring through the air, it resembled a giant dragon. Boom boom boom. As soon as the Azure Bull Python erupted, the weather above the Lake of Life changed. Large amounts of dark clouds quickly filled the sky, and lightning bolts crisscrossed, then struck down one after another towards Dilong and his group. 9 treasures transform into crystal. Ning Dingaling then summoned her own martial soul and quickly provided support to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Dylan watched from the sidelines, protecting Ning Dingaling and Ning Rongrong. He hasn't made a move yet. If he were to make a move, with his current strength, he could easily shatter the Ming Dynasty with a single punch if he unleashed his ultimate attack. He just didn't want to kill Da Ming for the time being. He needed the commotion from Da Ming's battle to lure Erming and Xiaowu and her daughter back. So Dylan stood by and watched as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo fought against the Ming dynasty. Roar! Boom boom boom. For a time, fierce battles raged on. If Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were taken individually, they would certainly be no match for the Ming dynasty at this moment. However, if the two of them joined forces, with Ning Dingling's assistance, they could still put up a fight against the Ming dynasty. Chapter 61 Stunned. One punch kills. Dragon Fist Douluo, are you going to kill the Azure Bull Python? Seeing Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Dingling working together to fight the Azure Bull Python, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask worriedly. She knew that the Azure Ox Python belonged to Xiao Wu's younger brother. Of course, a 100,000-year-old soul beast is a rare sight. Why not kill it and keep it for the new year? Dylan answered matter-of-factly. But Ning Rongrong wanted to explain that he was Xiao Wu's younger brother, but when she thought that Dilong was not even going to let go of the Shrek 7 devils, then Xiao Wu's younger brother would be even more of a threat. By killing a 100,000-year-old soul beast like this, aren't you just wasting a 100,000-year-old soul ring? Wouldn't it be better to catch it and keep it for Auntie? Having no other choice, Ning Rongrong had to try a different approach. No need, it's just a 100,000-year soul ring. I can absorb a few more. You don't actually think that besides Bibi Dong and Tang San, there's no one else in this world who possesses twin martial souls, do you? Dylan laughed heartily. He knew what Ning Rongrong was thinking, but he didn't point it out. Ning Rongrong should save her for having a baby for now. What? You also have twin martial souls? Ning Rongrong was truly shocked upon hearing this. She genuinely hadn't expected that Dilong was also a possessor of twin martial souls. Knowing this, she felt even more desperate. Dylan was already very strong, and with the addition of twin martial souls, his strength would increase rapidly until he became a peerless douluo. What can the Shrek 7 devils use to fight back? Xiao Wu didn't come back with them. She's been arrested and is even pregnant with Dilong's child. Without the right opportunity, Oscar and his group were completely unable to catch up with Dylan's strength. Roar. 8th soul skill. 7 kill thunder rise. 1 sword. Pierces the sky. The battle between the Azure Bull Python and Sword Douluo continues. Ning Dingling continued to provide support to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, while Dylan watched from the side. He was waiting for the Azure Bull Python to make an even bigger commotion. Roar. Not long after, Dylan heard a deafening roar coming from afar. That voice must be Erming. Upon hearing this, Dylan thought to himself. Boom. Knowing that he had alerted Erming, Dilong decided not to keep daming around any longer. An astonishing amount of soul power erupted from Dylan's body. The fist condenses the dragon's soul, piercing the rainbow, the eternal stars, collapsing in an instant. Burning the divine blood of the 9 heavens, forever etched into the dragon's remains, becoming the Calamity Peak. 9th soul skill, 1 punch to the end. Roar. When Tilong makes a move, it's a decisive one. With a dragon's roar, a huge golden dragon soul flew out from Dilong's right fist, with a golden fist wrapped in its head, and charged towards the Azure Bull Python. Not good. The great heavenly Azure Bull Python immediately sensed a deadly sense of crisis locking onto it and retreated instantly. Slow zone. At the critical moment, the Azure Bull Python also used its innate domain to resist Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, preventing them from restraining it. 7 kill domain. However, both the Azure Bull Python and Sword Douluo possess innate domains, so the Azure Bull Python's innate domain has little impact on Sword Douluo. Therefore, the Azure Bull Python could not break free from Sword Douluo's control at all. Besides, Dylan's 9th soul skill isn't something you can just dodge. Once locked onto by Dylan's mental power, the dragon soul will lock onto the target with its golden dragon fist until it hits the target. The enemy has no choice but to take the hit head-on. Boom! A golden dragon soul, the same size as the Azure Bull Python, quickly collided with the Azure Bull Python, passing directly through its body. Thud! The golden dragon fist contained within the dragon's head, an attack imbued with the full power of Dilong's first martial soul, struck the Azure Bull Python's head with tremendous force. Click tilde. The azure bull python's enormous bull eyes froze in place for a moment, and then its entire body remained motionless. Click tilde click tilde. Then, cracks began to appear on the enormous body of the azure bull python, from which golden light burst forth. Boom! In the end, before the azure bull python could even let out a scream, its entire body exploded, spraying blood everywhere. This, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, along with Ning Dingling and Ning Rongrong behind them, were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They knew that Dylan was an elder of the Spirit Hall and a titled douluo. But they never knew that Dylan's strength was so terrifying. Even with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo joining forces and Ning Dingling providing assistance, they couldn't defeat the azure bull python, but it was actually killed by Dilong with a single punch. One punch, just one punch. How terrifying must that be? Shocked, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo naturally held Dylan in even higher esteem. Ning Dingling's eyes were also filled with joy, and her gaze towards Dylan became increasingly adoring. This is her man. It's just unknown whose martial spirit she will inherit after she and Ning Dingling have a child. This guy's strength is terrifying. His ninth soul skill is almost as powerful as third brother's father's exploding ring. Ning Rongrong, who was already feeling hopeless about Dylan possessing twin martial souls, was now even more desperate. It feels like the sky has fallen. Once Dylan has enough spirit rings attached to his second spirit and breaks through to become a level 99 Peerless Douluo, who will be his opponent? Are the Shrek 7 devils just here to deliver food? It's over. Ning Rongrong wept inwardly, seeing no hope of escaping Dilong. Buzz. While everyone was still in shock, a red 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone shimmering with a red aura quickly appeared on the corpse of the azure bull python. What a waste of this 100,000-year-old spirit ring. Looking at the 100,000-year soul ring that had just appeared before them, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Dingling felt a burning desire, but also a deep sense of regret. They were completely focused on the battle, so they didn't hear what Dylan and Ning Rongrong were saying. They thought the 100,000-year soul ring in front of them was going to go to waste. Dust Heart, Ancient Banyan. Another 100,000-year-old soul beast has arrived, and there might be more than one. You all protect me while I absorb this 100,000-year-old soul ring as quickly as possible. Knowing that Erming was already on his way, Dilong didn't dare to delay. He immediately flashed to the 100,000-year soul ring that the azure bull python had dropped, and then gave instructions to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. What? Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were both taken aback upon hearing this, wondering if they had misheard. You heard me right, I possess twin martial souls, which is why I can absorb the 100,000-year soul ring in front of me. Dylan immediately said something else, and then sat down cross-legged. Chapter 62 The Troublesome Little Wu. Quote. Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Ning Dingling were just as shocked as Ning Rongrong had been by the information Dilong had revealed. Dylan actually possesses twin martial souls. This is amazing. What surprised them even more was how well Dilong could hide his abilities. He's already a title douluo, yet he still keeps such a secret. For a title douluo, there's no need to hide the secret of having twin martial souls. Especially given the terrifying strength that Dilong just displayed, there's even less need for him to hide it. However, they couldn't really say anything about it, since everyone has different opinions. I understand, Senior. Senior, please feel free to absorb the spirit ring. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo then quickly spoke up. They now willingly address Dilong as Senior. Although everyone is a title douluo, it's not shameful. After all, Dylan became a title douluo before them and has such great strength. He killed the Soul Beast Emperor of the Stardo Great Forest with a single punch. Buzz tilde. Dylan quickly absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring dropped by the azure bull python into his body and then rapidly began refining it. There's another Titan ape coming up later. He needs to absorb this 100,000-year-old soul ring as soon as possible. Moreover, he didn't know whether Xiaowu and her mother had also returned, in addition to Erming being alerted and rushing back. If so, he would need to absorb and refine it at an even faster speed. Buzz. In light of this, Dylan activated all the soul power within his body, and his second martial soul automatically began to swirl around him. Roar! The distant roar only added to the sense of grief and indignation. Because Ming had already sensed that Daming's aura had disappeared. The Ming dynasty is dead. How so? Damn humans, we will avenge the Ming dynasty. On Ming's shoulder lay a little rabbit, none other than Xiao Wu, a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had not yet taken human form. As for her mother, she has been in human form for several years and is still in the human world. Soon, Xiao Wu and Ming arrived. When they saw Dylan absorbing Da Ming's soul ring, their eyes turned bloodshot. You actually dared to absorb the Ming dynasty's soul ring. You all deserve to die. Ming, let's attack together and kill them. Xiao Wu immediately gave instructions to Ming. Roar! Ming roared to the sky, pounded his chest with both arms a few times, and then roared at Dylan. Boom! A Titan sky cannon shot out from his mouth, directly attacking Dylan. Want to absorb the Ming dynasty's spirit ring? Don't even think about it. Thud! However, Ming's Titan sky cannon was blocked in time by douluo. As expected, there are two 100,000-year-old soul beasts. douluo stared in surprise at the two 100,000-year-old soul beasts before him, never expecting that what Dylan said was true. A 100,000-year-old soul beast. It's rare to encounter even one normally. Here, three of them suddenly appeared. Xiao Wu, it's me, Rongrong. Do you remember me? Upon seeing Xiao Wu appear, Ning Rongrong immediately shouted to her, wondering if the Xiao Wu who had not yet taken human form possessed the memories of the future Xiao Wu. Who knows, you bastards? You dared to kill Da Ming, and now you want to absorb his soul ring. Die! Xiao Wu glanced at Ning Rongrong after hearing her words. She didn't know why Xiao Wu knew her, but it didn't matter. All she wants now is revenge for the Ming dynasty. Swish tilde. Immediately afterward, Xiao Wu's figure disappeared from Ming's shoulder, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of Ning Rongrong. In her eyes, all the humans in front of her deserved to die. Ning Rongrong was the weakest, so naturally she would choose to strike the weakest one first. They wanted to use her teleportation ability to catch the opponent off guard and take one down first. Sword Spirit. Protection. Buzz. At the critical moment, Sword Douluo intervened and blocked Xiao Wu's attack. Roar. As for Ming, he was already locked in combat with douluo. Douluo's defensive capabilities are astonishing. Although he is no match for Ming, he can still hold Ming off for a while. Chen Qin, that rabbit is yours. While keeping Ming occupied, douluo still had the energy to speak with Sword Douluo. Don't worry, Sword Douluo, wielding the 7-kill sword, confidently accepted the offer. However, his expression was also very serious. He had already realized that Xiao Wu was no ordinary person. Her teleportation ability alone was extremely troublesome. He wasn't afraid of Xiao Wu attacking him. He was worried about Xiao Wu attacking Ning Dingling or Ning Rongrong, as well as Di Long, who was absorbing a spirit ring nearby. The protector is the more challenging aspect for him. Hateful. Xiao Wu's sneak attack failed, and when she turned around, she saw that Ming was being held back by douluo again. She immediately flashed and attacked Di Long's side. Fourth soul skill, Sword Shadows. Upon seeing this, Sword Douluo immediately unleashed his fourth soul skill, the 7-kill sword, which pierced into Di Long's face. Then countless sword shadows flew out from the giant sword, spinning rapidly around the giant sword and Dylan's figure, forming a rotating protective layer. Invincible golden body. After Xiao Wu appeared in front of Di Long, she noticed the sword shadows flying from all around. Her expression changed, and she quickly used her invincible golden body. Ding ding ding. The sword shadows struck Xiao Wu, producing metallic clanging sounds, but failed to harm her in the slightest. The invincible golden body is an invincible divine skill used for defense. They even have an invincible golden body. Sword Douluo was very surprised. He did not expect that a rabbit would not only have the troublesome soul skill of teleportation, but also the soul skill of invincible golden body. For a time, Sword Douluo used every trick in the book to protect Di Long, Ning Dingling, and Ning Rongrong, and his mind was constantly on edge. He felt his situation was too difficult and wished he could have switched places with Bone Douluo. However, Bone Douluo has strong defensive capabilities, and he might not be stronger than Xiaowu when dealing with a spirit beast. His movements were faster and easier to stop the unpredictable Xiaowu. Hateful. After realizing that she couldn't interfere with Dilong, Xiaowu suddenly appeared in front of Sword Douluo in a flash. Buzz. Then Xiaowu directly used her charm skill on Sword Douluo. Since Sword Douluo is so troublesome, she'll deal with him first. Even if I can't charm Sword Douluo, I can at least make him lose his composure for a moment. Well, Sword Douluo was prepared for Xiaowu to suddenly turn and attack him, but he was caught off guard by Xiaowu's mental attack soul skill, and he was hit by her without warning. However, for Sword Douluo, the charm skill has little effect on him. In just a moment, Sword Douluo broke free. Swish tilde. Taking advantage of Sword Douluo's momentary lapse in concentration, Xiaowu teleported back to Dilong. Damn humans, don't even think about absorbing the Ming Dynasty's soul ring. Xiaowu shouted angrily, kicked off with both feet, and slammed directly into Dilong's chest. Chapter 63 Killing Erming Again. Buzz. At that moment, the golden dragon soul began to swirl around Dylan's body. Then 1 spirit ring, 2 spirit rings, 3 spirit rings, a total of 3 red spirit rings wrapped around and shimmered on Dylan's body. Of course, all 9 spirit rings of Dilong's first martial soul were also revealed. However, at this moment, everyone subconsciously ignored the 9 spirit rings. Because everyone's attention was drawn to the 3 100,000-year soul rings that appeared on Dylan's body. 100,000-year soul ring, and 3 of them at that. Ning Rongrong was stunned again, and felt even more desperate. She hadn't expected that Dylan already had 2 100,000-year soul rings before absorbing the Azure Bull Python's soul ring. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were filled with shock and envy upon seeing this. This is a 100,000-year soul ring. Others would struggle to obtain even one, yet Dylan possesses 3. If we add the 2 100,000-year-old soul beasts that suddenly appeared, then that makes 5 paths. They wouldn't even dare to dream of someone possessing 5 100,000-year soul rings. Even knowing that someone with twin martial souls could theoretically absorb many 100,000-year soul rings with their second martial soul, they still couldn't imagine that anyone would actually try to add soul rings in that direction. Hateful. Go to hell. Xiaowu, who was originally attacking Dilong, was also stunned by the 3 100,000-year soul rings that appeared on Dilong's body. After regaining her senses, she was naturally even more furious. They actually killed so many 100,000-year-old soul beasts, it's simply unforgivable. Thump thump thump. Xiaowu's rabbit-like figure leapt through the air, attacking Dylan with incredible speed and power. Dragon Fist Protection. Dylan simply snorted, and the protective shield formed by the phantom of the Dragon Fist protected him inside. Thud. Xiaowu's continuous kicks generated terrifying explosive power. The force of the kicks shattered Dilong's protective shield in an instant. No wonder Xiaowu became a powerful offensive soul master after transforming into human form. However, Xiaowu's offensive style is not only powerful in attack, but also ridiculously good at surviving. Not only does she have teleportation, but she also has an invincible golden body, and that's not all, she also has the void. Most people are lucky to have 1 life-saving soul skill, but Xiaowu has 3. 9th soul skill, 1 punch to the end. The protective shield was shattered by Xiaowu, and Dilong didn't hold back, throwing a punch at her in return. Dylan's attack was not as powerful as before, as the soul power in his first martial soul had been exhausted by Dylan. The power being unleashed now is the soul power restored from the first martial soul, so the soul power is not much and the power is slightly weaker. With Tang San still alive, Dilong couldn't bear to kill Xiaowu so quickly. Xiaowu has the best leverage to control Tang San. Oh no, invincible golden body. However, even though Dylan's punch was slightly weaker this time, Xiaowu still sensed something was wrong and quickly used her life-saving technique. Buzz. Xiaowu's body suddenly burst forth with golden light, and her entire body turned golden, like a rabbit made of gold. Thud. Dylan's ninth soul skill, One Punch Ends, was also met head-on for the first time. Xiao Wu's body was blasted away by Dilong, but when she landed, she was completely unharmed. Roar tilde. With a dragon's roar, Dilong rode his dragon into the air and headed towards Bone Douluo and Erming. Ji Yu Rong, you and Chen Xin catch that rabbit, but don't kill her. Leave the beast to me. After arriving above Erming, Dilong immediately gave instructions to Bone Douluo. Yes, senior. Without hesitation, Bone Douluo answered and immediately joined up with Sword Douluo, chasing after Xiao Wu. Damn it, Erming, watch out. Seeing this, Xiao Wu quickly reminded Erming. She was secretly anxious. She hadn't expected that Dylan was also a title Douluo. When she first saw Dylan absorbing Daming's spirit ring, she thought Dylan was a titled Douluo who had just broken through to level 90 and didn't yet have his 9th spirit ring. That's why she dared to come up with Erming to avenge Daming. They believed that as long as they could ambush and kill Dylan while he was absorbing his spirit ring, the remaining 2 title Douluos would be no threat. If they can't be killed, they can still escape. This situation was something she hadn't anticipated. Roar. Xiao Wu was met with a furious roar from Erming. Then Erming ignored everything and attacked Dylan directly. The fist condenses the dragon's soul, piercing through the rainbow, through countless stars, collapsing in an instant. Burning through the 9 heavens, divine blood boiling, forever etched into the dragon's remains, becoming the Calamity Peak. 9th soul skill, One Punch to the end. Dylan's eyes were cold, and his right fist gleamed with golden light. This time, Dylan poured all the soul power belonging to the Azure Bull Python from his 2nd martial soul into his 9th soul skill. Boom! This punch, while slightly weaker than the one that killed the Ming dynasty, was still incredibly terrifying. Thud. Erming wanted to fight Dilong head-on with his fists, but he was hit by Dilong's dragon fist the moment he was hit. Click tilde. Erming's right fist shattered instantly after colliding with Dilong's dragon fist. Thud. Dylan's dragon fist continued its momentum, and after shattering Erming's right hand, it struck him hard in the chest amidst his screams. Click tilde click tilde click tilde. After being struck in the chest by Dylan's dragon fist, Erming's expression froze instantly, and his body began to crack extensively, with golden rays of light bursting out from within. Thud. In the end, Erming's enormous figure, just like Daming before him, exploded into a large cloud of blood mist. No, Erming. When Xiao Wu saw this, her eyes widened in fury, filled with grief and indignation. Damn human, I'm going to kill you. Swish 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 tilde. Xiao Wu looked at Dilong with red eyes, her figure flashing brightly as she used teleportation to dodge the attacks of Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, and charged towards Dilong. Erming. Ning Rongrong, who was watching from a distance, was also slightly taken aback. That's it, Erming is dead too. Sure enough, this guy's strength is terrifying. Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu rushing towards Dilong in a fit of madness, Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with worry. It's not so bad if Daming and Erming die, but if Xiao Wu dies, then it's really all over. If Tang San knew this, he would definitely turn evil. Of course, more likely it's just excruciating pain. Dragon Fist, please, don't kill Xiao Wu. Although she didn't know if Dylan would listen to her, Ning Rongrong still tried her best and pleaded loudly with Dylan. She simply didn't hear what Dylan had just said to Bone Douluo, otherwise she wouldn't have begged Dylan so loudly. Chapter 64 Xiao Wu, Third Brother. Does anyone know him? Thud. Dylan first blocked Xiao Wu's attack, then turned to look at Ning Rongrong. I'll spare her, but she has to behave herself from now on. Tilong responded to Ning Rongrong via telepathy. He never intended to kill Xiao Wu in the first place, so it couldn't be better that Ning Rongrong was begging him now. Of course, we should make the request directly based on this. I understand. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Dilong promise not to kill Xiao Wu, and then forced herself to respond with a sentence while suppressing her shame and grievance. Dust Heart, Ancient Banyan. Dylan called out to Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo again. Don't worry, Senior, we will definitely catch it. I won't let it bother you again, Senior. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo quickly responded. Swish tilde. After saying that, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo surrounded Xiaowu from both sides and then attacked directly, not giving Xiaowu a chance to interfere with Dilong. Dylan nodded, then ignored Xiaowu. Erming's spirit rings and spirit bones have already been revealed, especially the spirit rings, which he needs to absorb in time. After glancing at Xiaowu, who was being targeted by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo and could no longer get close to him, Dilong resumed absorbing spirit rings. This trip has indeed been very fruitful. Besides Xiaowu, whom they could catch immediately, they also gained 2 100,000-year soul rings and a soul bone. After absorbing Daming's soul ring, Dilong's soul power level broke through to level 95.5. Now, with Erming's spirit ring, he will definitely break through level 96 without any surprises. If he adds 2 more spirit bones, he might even be able to break through to level 97 in one fell swoop. He's reached the peak douluo level in one go. Furthermore, it can be added to the main hall. After joining the Hall of Worship, he was not only able to cultivate within the hall, but he also no longer needed to obey the Pope's orders. Unless there is an urgent matter, the Pope can no longer give him orders. Offerings only require following the instructions of the Great Offering Master, Sendoryu. Buzz. Without further thought, Dylan quickly began refining the 100,000-year soul ring that Erming had unearthed. As Dylan's strength increased, his speed of absorbing spirit rings also increased significantly, as evidenced by Daming's spirit ring just now. Roar. Soon, Erming's soul attack arrived. Its soul appeared in Dylan's mental sea and launched a final attack on Dylan. Thud. However, after only a few moves, Erming's soul was also easily shattered by Dylan. After the soul impact, Dylan absorbed Erming's soul rings even faster. Hateful, hateful, you all deserve to die. Xiaowu, who was trapped in the encirclement of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, could only feel impotent rage upon seeing this scene. Xiaowu was furious. In a short period of time, Daming and Erming were beaten to death one after another. Erming was even beaten to death right in front of her, and now someone is absorbing his soul ring right in front of her. She felt that she, as the eldest sister, had failed to do a good job and had not protected them. No matter how angry Xiaowu was, she couldn't get past Dilong because she was surrounded by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. She can teleport, and so can Bone Douluo. Under Bone Douluo's restrictions, Xiaowu had no way to use teleportation to get close to Dilong. Thud. Not long after, Xiaowu was captured by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Although Xiaowu is the eldest sister of Daming and Erming, she may be superior to them in terms of cultivation or age. However, in terms of strength, Xiaowu is not as good as Daming and Erming. Xiaowu's only advantage is that her abilities are more special and she is more difficult to deal with. Finally caught it. This rabbit is too troublesome. Bone Douluo let out a breath. I'll fight you to the death. Let's all die together. In her despair, Xiaowu finally couldn't help but unleash even greater power. She intends to self-destruct, taking everyone here with her to their deaths, and also to avenge the Ming dynasty. Boom! An astonishing surge of soul power erupted from Xiaowu's body. Oh no, it's about to self-destruct. Seeing this, Sword Douluo was unable to stop Xiaowu from self-destructing, so he could only retreat and then quickly retreat with Ning Rongrong and Ning Dingaling. He had considered stopping her, but found that he couldn't stop Xiaowu's self-destruction, so he had to give up. Swish tilde. Bone Douluo immediately stepped in front of Dylan, using his soul skill to defend himself and prepare to face Xiaowu's self-destruction. Xiaowu, no, third brother is still waiting for you, you can't self-destruct. Ning Rongrong exclaimed in shock when she saw Xiaowu self-destructing. Third brother is Tang San. Xiaowu, you really don't remember him at all. As long as the Green Hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Third brother is still waiting for you, Xiaowu, you absolutely can't die. Ning Rongrong shouted repeatedly at Xiaowu, hoping that Xiaowu would stop her self-destruction. Xiaowu remained unmoved by Ning Rongrong's shouts and continued to unleash her soul power to self-destruct. Tang San. Does anyone know him? Third brother. How could a soul beast possibly call a human third brother? It's over. Seeing Xiao Wu's self-destructing figure, her own soul power already pushed to its limit, Ning Rongrong sighed inwardly. This time, it's really over. The Xiao Wu of the future can't come back, and the Xiao Wu of this present is also going to die. Tang San was heartbroken. Buzz. However, just as Ning Rongrong was preparing to welcome Xiao Wu's self-destruction, at the peak of Xiao Wu's body's explosion, all the soul power in her body suddenly quieted down. Thud. Immediately afterwards, all of Xiao Wu's soul power returned to calm, and Xiao Wu's body fell from the sky. The self-destruction has stopped. What happened? Bone Douluo and the others were somewhat surprised to see this. He and Sword Douluo had originally prepared to withstand the impact of Xiao Wu's self-destruction, but they did not expect that Xiao Wu's self-destruction would stop. Swish tilde. Regardless of what had happened to Xiao Wu, Bone Douluo rushed forward and restrained her after seeing her fall and become confused. He hadn't forgotten that Dylan had ordered them to capture Xiao Wu alive. When Xiao Wu just self-destructed, he almost thought he wouldn't be able to fulfill Dylan's request. Now it's all good, at least we didn't disappoint Tilong. Roar. After Xiao Wu was captured by Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, Dilong successfully absorbed Erming's soul ring, and the golden dragon soul once again rose from his body. Then a total of 4 100,000-year soul rings coiled around his body. Together with the 9 spirit rings of the first spirit ring, it looks exceptionally visually striking. 4 100,000-year soul rings. I wonder how you did it, Senior. The first person with twin martial souls who appeared lost control of their soul power when they were attaching a soul ring to their second martial soul. Upon witnessing this scene, Bone Douluo couldn't help but praise Dylan. Dylan also opened his eyes very quickly. Chapter 65 Xiao Wu's Awakening. After opening his eyes, Dylan absorbed the 100,000-year-old soul bone that Daming and Erming had unleashed in one go. The one that Daming dropped was the right arm soul bone, and the one that Erming dropped was the left arm soul bone. With the addition of the large number of left and right leg soul bones he had previously absorbed, Dylan now has all 4 limb soul bones, and all of them are 100,000-year soul bones. For Dylan, obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, which are difficult for others to acquire, is as easy as drinking water. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo couldn't take their eyes off Dylan, who was filled with envy as they looked at the 4 100,000-year spirit rings wrapped around him. Ning Dingling's eyes were filled with admiration. Dylan's ambition may have frightened and intimidated her in the past. But when Dylan's strength and potential matched his ambition, Ning Dingling's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. With such strength and potential, one should have sufficiently strong ambitions. That's what a real man is. Therefore, Ning Dingling has decided that no matter what Dylan wants to do in the future, she will support him. As for Ning Rongrong, she is his own niece. Even if the other party really was once a god in the future, Ning Dingling could only say that she couldn't help him. Just as Dylan said, ever since Ning Rongrong consumed the key treasure, the immortal herb, that helped her gain the favor of the gods, she has essentially cut off her path to the future. Furthermore, the existence of the Shrek 7 Devils also hindered Dylan. All she could promise was that Dylan would keep Ning Rongrong. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong is now pregnant with Dilong's child. She believes that once the child is born, Ning Rongrong will accept reality after she persuades her. Her ex-husband Oscar. It would be best if the other party didn't show up, otherwise, without Dylan's intervention, she would personally send Oscar to hell. Oscar's presence affects Ning Rongrong. If Oscar disappeared, Ning Rongrong wouldn't have so many thoughts. Buzz. Soon, Dylan successfully absorbed all of Daming and Erming's soul bones. His soul power level has also stabilized at level 96. With 3 more levels, Dylan will reach the pinnacle of human power and become a peerless douluo. Dylan still has 5 spirit ring slots, which is more than enough. So powerful. Senior, have you reached the peak douluo level? Bone Douluo was shocked by the aura emanating from Dylan. Keep in mind that Dylan only broke through to the title douluo level a few years ago, and now he has suddenly broken through to level 96 or above, which is simply terrifying. Senior is so powerful. What level are you at now? Ning Dingling immediately stepped forward and took Deli's arm, then excitedly asked her questions. Level 96. I'm now a peak douluo. Once I return to the spirit hall, as long as I reveal my cultivation level, I can become an honored guest of the spirit hall. Dylan said with a smile. Those between level 96 and 99 are considered peak douluo. Level 99 is the peerless douluo. Only those who have reached the peak of their cultivation level and become a priest in the spirit hall are qualified to serve. Class of 96. You're really amazing. Ning Dingaling was also happy for Dylan upon hearing this. Haha, with my current strength, no one below the peerless douluo level is my match. Even a peerless douluo can be challenged by me. Dylan laughed heartily. He now has this confidence, and even against Qian Dalu, who is at level 99, Dylan believes he is not invincible. Although his cultivation level was only level 96, with the support of 4 100,000-year soul rings, if he used the Fist of Destruction again, even Qian Dalu would not be able to withstand his punch. Even if they don't die, they'll be severely injured. However, Dylan's punch was not omnipotent. Xiao Wu's invincible, golden body had perfectly withstood Dylan's punch. If Qian Dalu had a similar means of self-preservation, Dylan wouldn't be able to say he could defeat him with a single punch. Everyone present was shocked by Dylan's words. Is Dylan's strength really enough to go toe-to-toe with a peerless douluo? You're amazing, senior. I admire you. Sword Douluo sighed in admiration. He didn't think Tilong was lying. Tilong killed Daming and Erming with just 2 punches. With that kind of terrifying explosive power, he would believe anything Tilong said. In any case, he had never seen anyone's soul skill so domineering. Yes, you are really amazing. Bone Douluo also sighed in genuine admiration. Senior, what should we do with this rabbit? Then Bone Douluo, carrying the bewitched Xiao Wu, asked Tilong a question. Just give it to me. As Dylan spoke, he took Xiao Wu from Bone Douluo's hands. Looking at the bewildered Xiao Wu, Dilong was also puzzled. He had sensed Xiao Wu's self-destruction just now. He was busy absorbing Erming's spirit rings, so he had no time to spare. He originally thought that Xiao Wu was doomed. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu's self-destruction was interrupted by itself, and she lost consciousness as a result. Isn't this just letting him get away with it for nothing? Swish tilde. So Tilong simply put Xiao Wu into the 7 treasures glazed brocade. Ning Rongrong, remember what you said. After putting Xiao Wu away, Dilong said something to Ning Rongrong. I know. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Dilong hadn't killed Xiao Wu to obtain the soul ring and soul bone, and nodded quickly upon hearing this. Regardless, it's good that Xiao Wu didn't die. Otherwise, Tang San would really go crazy. And within Dylan's 7 treasures glazed brocade, Xiao Wu, lost in a trance, is currently experiencing her extraordinary adventure. She dreamt of her bizarre and fantastical life. She dreamt that many years later, after her mother was killed by Pope Bibidin, she, who had just taken human form, also entered the human world. She just didn't understand why, after entering the human world, she didn't choose to secretly develop her powers, but instead had an ambiguous relationship with a boy named Tang San, and eventually fell in love with him. What happened next in the dream was even more unbelievable to her. For the sake of a man, she actually dared to go to the spirit hall to participate in the spirit master competition. Xiao Wu couldn't understand what her future self in her dream was thinking. 5 years after the soul master competition ended, he sacrificed himself to save Tang San. Didn't my future self ever think about avenging my mother? Why are you so focused on dating? Moreover, even after the sacrifice, it didn't stop. Even if only the soul remained, it would still come out at the crucial moment to save Tang San. Xiao Wu, who hasn't yet taken human form, probably hasn't developed her romantic mindset yet, so she really can't understand the experiences of her future self in her dreams. She felt that in her dream, she was constantly making stupid mistakes, forgetting her identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and falling in love with a human. In the end, he talked himself to death, sacrificing himself. Chapter 66. A different Xiao Wu. Fortunately, Tang San, whom she ultimately chose, was quite capable and actually passed the sea god's inheritance test. She also benefited from this, obtaining the top-tier first test and accompanying Tang San in completing the 9 trials of the sea god. However, what hurt her even more was yet to come. The future Ming Erming still inevitably died, and in the end, they both sacrificed themselves for Tang San. The only good news was that she was later successfully resurrected. Tang San also completed the 9 trials of the sea god and became a god. They even defeated the angel god and the Rakshasa god. In the end, all 7 members of the Shrek 7 devils became gods, and she was also able to ascend to the realm of gods. Finally, Daming and Erming were also resurrected. It can be considered a good result. However, not long after they ascended to the god realm, they encountered misfortune. Tang San and the others disappeared after entering the upper reaches of a river filled with light spots. However, she was blocked downstream and could not go upstream, and eventually died tragically. So in the end, she still died. Xiaowu quickly realized that she had gained the memories of her future self. Wasn't that the woman who called me before Ning Rongrong? So, after Tang San and the others disappeared upstream of the glowing river, they returned to the present. Then why couldn't I come back with them? Only my memories came back. Is it because I'm a soul beast that I'm being treated differently? Xiaowu has memories of her future self, so she knows that the soul beasts are being targeted by the god realm. So her suspicions are not without reason. If everyone else can go back to the past, why can't she? Isn't it just being targeted again? It was they who came back from the future to the present, that caused everything here to change, and that led to the deaths of Daming and Erming. Otherwise, Daming and Erming could have lived for several more decades. But it's alright, even if Daming and Erming die, they can be resurrected. As long as I can become a god again, that's all that matters. Am I supposed to go find that Tang San and try to gain entry into the god realm again by posing as his woman? Xiaowu felt a surge of resistance when she thought about this. After seeing all the stupid things she would do in the future, Xiaowu was too afraid to transform into human form. She felt that as long as she didn't transform into a human, she wouldn't become a love-obsessed person. Otherwise, her future self who became a love-obsessed person would be too brainless. She dislikes the version of herself she remembers from the future. Where am I now? Am I already dead? Xiaowu then remembered that she had originally planned to self-destruct but failed and then fainted. So, am I now like Daming and Erming, having my soul ring and soul bone absorbed by that despicable human? No, I'm not dead, I'm still alive. Am I inside, a soul tool that can hold living beings? However, Xiaowu soon realized that she was not dead, but was just trapped in a soul tool. Why is she so sure? Because in her future memories, she frequently entered Tang San's soul tool, the Rui treasure pouch. So she figured it out immediately. So I've been captured by that human. After realizing this, Xiaowu felt a sense of despair. The human's strength made her feel that she had absolutely no chance of escaping. After successfully hunting down Daming and Erming, and capturing Xiaowu, Di Long left. Ning Dingaling, along with Ning Rongrong and the 2 elders, returned to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. On the way back to the spirit hall, Di Long sensed that Xiaowu inside the 7 treasure glazed tile brocade had woken up. Swish tilde. So Dylan took Xiaowu out and hung her in the air by her rabbit ears. You despicable humans, let me go. After being released, Xiaowu immediately began to struggle. However, because she had self-destructed earlier, her soul power was very unstable, and she was unable to use her soul skills to escape from Dylan's grasp. What? Not planning to self-destruct anymore? Dylan thought that Xiaowu would choose to self-destruct again after he released her, but he didn't expect her to not do so. Why would I self-destruct if it would only hurt you? Xiaowu continued to struggle, kicking her 4 legs back and forth in the air. Why didn't you kill me? After realizing she couldn't break free, Xiaowu simply stopped trying. It's nothing, I just can't absorb too many spirit rings and spirit bones for the time being. Dylan chuckled and casually made up an excuse. Xiaowu believed it and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she wouldn't have to die anytime soon. Xiaowu's eyes darted around as she considered how to save herself. Although she hated Dylan to death, she now knew even more clearly that she had to find a way to survive, because only by surviving could she have a chance to take revenge on Dylan. She couldn't be like her future self, spending all her time dating and never thinking about revenge. I know a secret. If I tell you the secret, can you let me go? Xiaowu then came up with a plan and quickly made a deal with Dilong. Oh, what secret? Upon hearing this, Dylan became curious. As he spoke, Dylan couldn't help but look at Xiaowu with a scrutinizing gaze. He keenly sensed that Xiaowu seemed to have changed from before. Surprisingly, she didn't want to fight him to the death, nor did she intend to self-destruct. Instead, she thought of making a deal to get him to release her. The girl who was with you earlier, her name is Ning Rongrong, right? She actually came back from the future. Xiaowu quickly said. Xiaowu, how do you think I learned your name? Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately burst into laughter. The little Wu in front of me has indeed changed. However, it doesn't seem like a future Xiaowu reborn. If a future Xiaowu were reborn, she wouldn't betray Ning Rongrong. It was her. It really was that woman who betrayed us. That damned woman deserved to lose her divine position. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Xiaowu immediately cursed angrily. She thought that Ning Rongrong had betrayed them, which was why Dilong and the people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had found her and Daming and Erming. This kind of thing shouldn't have happened. Hearing Xiaowu's words, Dylan was even happier. Xiaowu in front of me actually misunderstood Ning Rongrong. So, you are not the future Xiaowu who has been reborn. You've gained memories of the future, haven't you? Dylan understood the changes happening to Xiaowu, so he suddenly looked her straight in the eyes and questioned her. Xiaowu's eyes narrowed upon hearing Dilong's words. You. Xiaowu's reaction confirmed Dylan's guess. Tell me, if I agree to let you go, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to find your future husband, Tang San? Dylan picked up Xiaowu and then asked her questions out of curiosity. Chapter 67 Xiaowu's Transformation. Xiaowu did not directly refute it. Although she is not the love-obsessed girl from her future memories, if she can escape from Dylan. If she wants to revive Daming and Erming, she can only do so by relying on the power of the gods. She also knew Tang San's talent. Even if he traveled back in time, there was still a high chance that Tang San would gain the favor of the sea god or the Asura god and become a god again. It wasn't just Tang San, but also the other members of Shrek Academy. After all, the Shrek Academy students were all geniuses who had eaten immortal herbs and possessed unparalleled talents. So even though she doesn't like Tang San, she would choose to use him to revive Daming and Erming if there were no other options. Furthermore, she also had to protect her mother and prevent her from being hunted down by Bibi Dong again. If that's the case, I advise you not to go. Because I won't let those Shrek students get away with it. Seeing Xiaowu's expression, Dilong knew what she was thinking, and he sneered. HMPH, they're destined to be gods. Do you dare to go against them? Aren't you afraid of dying? Upon hearing Dilong's words, Xiaowu immediately retorted with a cold snort. Hee, Ning Rongrong is already pregnant with my child. Do you think I dare to do that? Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately sneered. What? You actually? Xiaowu was truly stunned upon hearing this. She had just said that the Shrek 7 devils would become gods in the future, and Dylan hadn't refuted it, which meant that Dylan also knew about the Shrek 7 devils. However, knowing all this, Dylan still dared to lay a hand on Ning Rongrong and even got her pregnant. Xiaowu was shocked by Dilong's audacity. How dare you? Xiaowu looked incredulous. What's there to be afraid of? If I wanted to, I could kill you right now and absorb your spirit rings and spirit bones. Won't you also inherit the Asura divine sword in the future? Besides, you're Tang San's wife, and you're also a member of the Shrek 7 devils. Yet I still killed Daming and Erming right in front of you. Dylan laughed heartily, his tone extremely arrogant and cocky. Xiaowu was speechless, only then realizing that the human in front of her was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this human was someone who did not exist in her future memories. Who exactly are you? Why do you also have twin martial souls? Are you also from the future? Xiaowu is now very eager to know who this despicable human in front of her really is. You don't need to know that. Dylan smiled faintly and didn't tell Xiaowu. You also possess twin martial souls, and you aspire to become a god in the future, right? Xiaowu didn't press Dilong's questions after hearing his words. Instead, she asked him if he had any plans to become a god. Of course, wouldn't it be a waste of my talent if I didn't want to become a god? Then, Xiaowu originally thought of cooperating with Dilong, but she immediately realized that Dilong also knew about the future that she knew. Moreover, even without her, Ning Rongrong knew. So the benefits she was prepared to offer seemed completely unappealing to Dylan. You want to cooperate with me? Haha, it's not impossible. If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I might be able to help you resurrect Daming and Erming when I become a god. You know, their soul bones are in my body, so some remnants of their souls remain. If I become a god, resurrecting them will be very easy. When Dylan saw Xiaowu's expression, he guessed her plan and burst into laughter. Dylan truly never expected that Xiaowu, before she took human form, would be in this state after he obtained her memories. Even after gaining memories of the future, Xiaowu surprisingly didn't develop a romantic mindset. This is so much fun. Therefore, Dilong planned to train Xiaowu as well, believing that when she met Tang San in the future, she would definitely be able to give him a painful blow. Why should I believe you? Xiaowu didn't quite believe that the human in front of her was the one who killed Daming and Erming. If she chooses to believe the other party, wouldn't she be letting down the deceased Daming and Erming? You can refuse, then I'll have no choice but to make use of your spirit rings and spirit bones. Dylan smiled indifferently. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu immediately fell silent. She understood that she was now in a precarious situation, barely able to protect herself. It seems she really has no right to negotiate. She was already surprised that Dylan didn't kill her directly to take her bones. If you agree, then let's begin the transformation. I don't need a 100,000-year-old soul beast by my side. Seeing Xiaowu remain silent, Dylan spoke again. The main reason is that he can better control Xiaowu after she transforms into human form. Otherwise, once Xiaowu's soul power recovers, with her teleportation, invincible golden body, and ethereal abilities, she could escape at any time. Once she transforms into human form, she won't be able to escape. Moreover, only after he transforms into human form can he discipline Xiaowu. He was very sexually interested in Xiaowu after she transformed, especially after she grew up. After Xiaowu transforms into human form, she will become a child, but she will start from the age of 6 and will be fine after a few years. For Dylan now, the one thing he has no shortage of is time. He is now living a very long life. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Xiaowu immediately became conflicted. Emotionally speaking, she definitely didn't want to listen to Dylan. But rationally speaking, she knew she didn't really have a choice. If she didn't want to die, she had no choice but to do as Dylan said. I promise you. So in the end, Xiaowu agreed. Buzz. Then, in front of Dylan, Xiaowu began to transform into human form. Pink energy began to envelop Xiaowu's entire figure. By the way, if you 100,000-year-old soul beasts were to transform into human form, could you choose to directly become an adult? Just transform into your adult form, don't turn into a child. I have no interest in having a child around. Seeing that Xiaowu had chosen to compromise and enter her human form, Dylan suddenly thought of Yin, so he gave orders to Xiaowu in her human form. Because Dylan thought of Yin's second transformation. In the original story, when Yin was resurrected, she directly transformed from the Blue-Silver Emperor into her original adult form. Therefore, Dylan speculated that a 100,000-year-old soul beast should be able to control its age after transforming into human form. They usually transform into the appearance of a 6-year-old child, presumably so that they can start cultivating from a young age, just like human soul masters. I see. Sure enough, the next second, Xiaowu's answer came from the pink light and shadow. Haha, I'll be waiting. Upon hearing this, Dylan burst into laughter. Chapter 68 Yu Xiaoging's tragic condition. Buzz. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Dylan felt like he had been waiting for a very long time. A graceful figure finally emerged from the pink light and shadow. The first thing to step out was a pair of long, slender legs, wearing a pair of sky-high heels, making those already long legs seem even longer than life itself. At just one glance, Dylan felt that Xiaowu's legs were comparable to Xiaobai's. Xiaobai's long legs were the longest he had ever seen, practically longer than her life. Now, Xiaowu's legs are just as impressive. Finally, Xiaowu's entire figure emerged from the pink light and shadow, which then disappeared. What appeared before Dylan was Xiaowu as an adult in the future. Tisk tisk. Not bad at all. No wonder she's the woman who will be able to completely captivate the God King Tang San in the future. She's really stunning. Dylan looked at Xiaowu after she transformed and praised her without reservation. He never expected that a 100,000-year-old soul beast could actually choose its age after transformation, which made things easier for him, as he no longer needed to keep it by his side for several years. Now we can start training him directly. Snort. Feeling Dylan's burning gaze, Xiaowu gave a cold snort in resistance. Although she agreed to Dylan's request and chose to compromise, she still maintained the pride befitting a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Kneel down and call me master. Seeing that Xiaowu still maintained an arrogant attitude, Dilong immediately snorted coldly. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Dylan released his powerful soul pressure, which pressed down on Xiaowu directly. Snort. Under the pressure of Dilong's soul, Xiaowu let out a muffled groan, her face turned pale, and she staggered back several steps. Having just taken human form, she had no cultivation whatsoever and was utterly unable to withstand the shock. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Or are you going to back out and not acknowledge me as your master anymore? Dylan's cold, imposing eyes glanced indifferently at Xiaowu. I don't. Xiaowu quickly offered an explanation, then came to Dilong and slowly knelt down. In the world of spirit beasts, the strong prevail over the weak. Dylan is stronger than her, so it's not a big deal that she recognized him as her master. It was only after possessing the memories of the future that she became somewhat arrogant. After all, the future her had obtained the inheritance of the Asura blood sword, and was, after all, a god. Now, she's being asked to acknowledge a human as her master and kneel before him, which Xiaowu finds somewhat resistant. But circumstances dictate her actions, and she has no choice but to comply, otherwise, there would be no need for her to compromise and transform into a human. Owner. So after kneeling down, Xiaowu still obediently called out, Master. That's a good boy. Dylan reached out and lifted Xiaowu's chin, a smile returning to his face. Come on, let me teach you properly how to serve your master. Then Dylan picked Xiaowu up in his arms and flew quickly towards the nearest town on dragon flight. What are you up to? Xiaowu immediately resisted when Dylan picked her up. Your best friend Ning Rongrong is already pregnant. As her friend, shouldn't you be there for her? Dylan laughed heartily. Xiaowu's body stiffened instantly. She hadn't expected that Dilong had this plan. It's one thing for the future Tang San not to care that she's a soul beast, but this human in front of me doesn't seem to mind that she's a soul beast either. I'm a soul beast, Xiaowu said hurriedly. She regretted it now. If she had known that Dylan was going to do this to her, she should have transformed into a 6-year-old girl, just like a normal 100,000-year-old soul beast. Soul beast. You should know about Little White from Poseidon Island, right? Dylan chuckled. Upon hearing this, and then mentioned Xiaobai. I know, could it be that you? Xiaowu looked at Dilong in disbelief upon hearing this. That's right, Xiaobai is my woman too. Dylan laughed heartily. You. Xiaowu really didn't know how to describe the man in front of her. He was simply a person who had no scruples whatsoever. She wanted to resist, but she didn't know how. Dylan is her master now. If her master wants to say something to her, does she have any reason to resist? Thinking about her fate, Xiaowu suddenly felt that if nothing had changed, it wouldn't be impossible for her to become the Xiaowu with a love-struck mind. At least Tang San would respect her. Now, this Dylan is treating her like a mere plaything. By the way, do you know where your mother is now? Dylan didn't care what Xiaowu thought. He led her to a nearby town while asking her about her mother. He wanted to see if Xiaowu's mother was as ugly when she was young as she would be in the future. The mother of Xiaowu in the anime is really ugly, she looks like a complete village woman. Don't even think about it. I'm not going to tell you where mom is. Xiaowu's body stiffened, and then she struggled. She could compromise on anything else, but she would never compromise on her mother. She didn't want to end up not only failing to revive Daming and Erming, but also dragging her mother down with her. Alright, then I won't ask about your mother. But you'd better serve your master well later, understand? Seeing Xiaowu's resistance, Dilong had no choice but to temporarily abandon his plan to find out where her mother was from her. Hearing Dylan's words, Xiaowu finally gave up struggling. Yes, master. Hanhai City. At the dock, a ship slowly approached and finally came to a stop. Then a figure staggered off the ship. Upon seeing the familiar Hanhai City, the man finally realized he had returned to the mainland, and tears welled up in his eyes. I'm finally back. Xiaoging trembled at the thought of his experiences over the past year. It had been a nightmare for him. And it's a nightmare that just won't go away. Even now, the nightmare he experienced on the pirate ship still replays in his mind from time to time, constantly reminding him of it. Although he wasn't a woman, he could already be described as a withered flower or a fallen willow. The worst part is that the people who harmed him weren't women, but men, a whole bunch of them. During that year, he endured humiliation and hardship, suppressing all kinds of disgust, and actively cooperated with the pirates on Scarface's pirate ship, gradually gaining their trust. Finally, he used his wisdom and cunning to kill everyone on the pirate ship. In the end, he was the only one left who escaped back to the mainland. Looking back at the direction of the sea, Yu Xiaoging shivered. He vowed never to come to the sea again. I wonder how Bibi Dong is doing. I need to tell her right away that I'm still alive. Chapter 69 became Xiaowu's master. Yu Xiaoging staggered into Hanhai City. With each step, he gave people a feeling of tightness in their anus, and his walking posture was quite awkward. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, he has no way to go back. He didn't want to go back either. If he goes back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he can only be a useless person who is supported, and he will never achieve anything else in his life. Only by returning to Bibi Dong's side can he obtain the core knowledge of the Spirit Hall and find a way to break free from his own limitations. He was on the verge of success. If Bibi Dong hadn't been suddenly dispatched to Poseidon Island, he wouldn't have come along and wouldn't have suffered such hardships. Thinking about what he had experienced that year, Yu Xiaoging was filled with resentment. He hated Bibi Dong for being so useless. As the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, she couldn't even get Dylan to take him with her when they escaped. That was just something I did on the spur of the moment. If Bibi Dong were strong and capable enough, Dylan would certainly not dare to refuse. Of course, he hated Dylan even more. For Dylan, taking him along was simply a matter of convenience. As a result, Tilong ignored Bibi Dong's orders and simply left him there to die. If he hadn't been clever enough to feign death and defect to the enemy, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. If that were all, he wouldn't hold a grudge against Dylan. His experiences after being expelled from Poseidon Island were the real reason he resented Dylan. He, the young master of the prestigious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had actually been reduced to a plaything for a group of pirates. Just thinking about those pirates made Yu Xiaoging feel a tightness in his anus, as if it were splitting open again. Damn it, if I ever get the chance, I will definitely avenge this. Yu Xiaoging swore bitterly. Dylan, of course, had no idea that Yu Xiaoging was not only alive, but had also returned to the mainland. Even if he knew, Dylan wouldn't care, he was just a so-called master who hadn't yet matured. Even the master in the original work who had mastered a lot of knowledge about martial souls would not pose any threat to him. There was only one person who could truly capture Dylan's attention, Tang San. There's nothing we can do, after all, he's the protagonist of the original work. So last night, Dilong gave Xiaowu a good beating. Even if he died a licentious death, Tang San wouldn't have an easy time. He'd kick his woman when she was alive. Through his instruction, Tilong helped Xiaowu understand her position and how to serve her master well. Take a look, do you know what this is? After enjoying himself immensely, Dylan took out a magical herb from the 7 treasures glazed brocade. The love sickness breaking red herb. How did this immortal herb end up in your hands? When Xiaowu saw the love sickness heartbreak red that Dilong took out, her eyes widened immediately. She was certainly familiar with this magical herb. In her future memories, she was the owner of this heartbreaking red acacia flower. What do you think? Dylan laughed smugly. You didn't actually take all the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well, did you? Seeing Dylan's casual attitude and his smug look, Xiaowu made a shocked guess. That's right, all those magical herbs are mine now. Not only that, the Shrek Academy students who traveled back in time have had their talents revert to what they were before they consumed the immortal herb. In other words, their cultivation talents have all been reduced to their original state. So your previous idea of finding Tang San was a huge mistake. With his current talent, there's no way he can gain the favor of the gods again. Dylan laughed heartily. He didn't know if Tang San could regain the favor of the gods, but he said no. How could this be? Their talents have all been reduced to their original state. Xiaowu's eyes widened. She didn't know about this. It wasn't in the future memories she had absorbed. They were only reverted to their original forms after returning here. No wonder Ning Rongrong looked so young. Recalling the way Ning Rongrong looked, Xiaowu quickly understood. My master gave me this immortal herb to cover up the aura of a soul beast on my body, right? Xiaowu quickly understood why Dilong had given her the love sickness breaking red. Master, I want it. She wouldn't stand on ceremony with Dylan and took the acacia blossom from his hand. She knew the value of the immortal herb and how it could enhance her abilities, so how could Xiaowu possibly refuse? After receiving the acacia heartbreak red, Xiaowu bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the leaf of the acacia heartbreak red. Puff. However, Xiaowu soon suffered a backlash, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She failed to convert to Christianity. When she first recognized the master, some images from her future memories appeared in her mind, but most of them were images of being humiliated by Dylan the night before. And no matter which scene it was, it didn't make her feel happy or sweet. Therefore, Xiaowu must have failed to recognize her master. It failed as expected. Seeing this, Dilong smiled inwardly. It seemed that this Xiaowu was indeed just Xiaowu with memories of the future, not the Xiaowu of the future reborn into her body. There is a difference between the two. The former is like watching a movie. You see your own future, and you'll feel emotional resonance, but it won't be as strong. The latter is equivalent to the future Xiaowu being reborn in the present Xiaowu's body, with the future Xiaowu being the dominant figure in both body and consciousness. If it's the latter, given Xiaowu's feelings for Tang San in the original story, there's definitely no problem for her to recognize the love sickness heartbreak red as her master. The fact that it failed now speaks volumes. However, it's not absolute. It's also possible that Xiaowu failed because she felt she had wronged Tang San after being violated by him last night, which led to her failure to recognize him as her master. But then there's the fact that Xiaowu was so obedient yesterday. She could have transformed into a 6-year-old girl, but she obediently transformed into an 18-year-old. That makes all the difference. Dylan doesn't believe that when the future Xiaowu transforms into her 18-year-old form, she never imagined that she would suffer the same fate as Ning Rongrong. If you fail to recognize the Lord, you fail. Try putting it in your bosom and see. Dylan then gave Xiaowu a command. Yes, master. Xiaowu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then tucked the love sickness heartbreak red into her bosom. Dylan sensed it, but it had no effect. He could still clearly sense the aura of the soul beast on Xiaowu's body. As long as he looked at Xiaowu, he could see the phantom of a soft-boned rabbit appear on her body. It seems that the love sickness red needs to recognize a master in order to be effective. The red of heartbreak, is it? Your ability to choose your own master proves that you are conscious. I have something to discuss. I don't need you to acknowledge her as your master. I just need you to possess her body and help her conceal the aura of a soul beast. Is that all right? Dylan then took the acacia heartbreak red from Xiaowu's arms and said to it. If you agree, then do as I say, if you don't agree. Chapter 70 BB Dong. Damn it, that bastard is back. That's right, Dylan was threatening the acacia heartbreak red. The other party is clearly conscious, so they can definitely understand human speech. But after Dylan finished speaking, acacia heartbreak red showed no reaction whatsoever and remained quietly waiting. Swish tilde. Dylan wasn't annoyed. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned a bunch of magical herbs. As you can see, I have no shortage of immortal herbs, and I certainly don't need your one. I only discussed this with you because you're useful and can conceal the aura of a soul beast. If you're not sensible, then I'm sorry, but since I can't make you acknowledge me as your master, and you're unwilling to listen to me, you're just temporarily parasitizing on her body. Then I'm useless to you, so I might as well destroy you. Dylan spoke calmly to the acacia heartbreak red in his hand, explaining his reasoning. It's all true. Those magical herbs are really in his hands. Xiaowu, watching the magical herb that Dilong had taken out, finally believed that what Dilong said was true. This made her glad she made the choice. Well, it seems she didn't really have a choice to begin with. Xiaowu could only sigh in her heart, thinking that once Tangsan and the others lost the immortal herbs and their talents were reduced to their original state, they might really not be able to achieve anything anymore. It's probably impossible for them to make a name for themselves like the Shrek 7 Devils in their future memories. Buzz. As Dylan spoke, he gathered his soul power in his hand. Snort. Seeing that the acacia heartbreak red did not respond, Dylan clenched his right hand tightly, looking as if he wanted to destroy it. Buzz tilde. Realizing that Dylan was truly going to destroy it, the heartbreak red could no longer keep up the act. Its body trembled slightly, releasing a unique aura of its soul power. Alright, now I'll give you two choices. Either you directly acknowledge her as your master, or you parasitize her body and then use your abilities to help her conceal her soul beast aura. When Dylan saw the appearance of the acacia heartbreak red, he immediately laughed and then domineeringly gave the other party two choices. Buzz tilde. The love sickness red shimmered slightly again, and finally flew out of Dylan's hand, landing on Xiaowu. Finally, it merged back into Xiaowu's body. Immediately afterwards, Dylan realized that he could no longer sense the aura of the soul beast on Xiaowu's body. Sure enough, you have to be a little rough with wildflowers and weeds so they'll behave. Dylan smiled, then asked Xiaowu, Xiaowu, has it recognized its master or is it parasitizing you? Master, it's a parasite living on me. Xiaowu quickly responded to Dilong's words. Even when faced with a flower, Dilong is so assertive, so she decides to try to go along with him as much as possible in the future. As long as Dilong can eventually become a god and is willing to help her resurrect Duming and Erming, she is willing to become his master. Well, it's okay if they don't want to acknowledge you as their master, as long as you're effective. Dylan nodded. He had used threats to make it parasitize him. If it were to recognize him as its master, the acacia heartbreak red would probably not agree even if it were destroyed. Dylan didn't care. As long as he achieved the effect he wanted, that was enough. That way he can keep Xiaowu by his side. Now, even if he brings Xiaowu back to the spirit hall, he doesn't need to worry about the people there seeing through her identity. Let's go, come back to the spirit hall together. After finishing, Dylan summoned his martial soul true form and then stepped on the dragon's head. Yes, master. Xiaowu obediently stood behind Dilong. Roar. Soon, Longhun led Dilong and Xiaowu towards the spirit hall. 2 days later, Dylan brought Xiaowu back to Wuhan City. Back in Wuhan City, Dilong became even more unrestrained, so he flew directly into Wuhan City on a dragon and headed straight for the Wuhan Hall. Was the person who just went in a title douluo? Which elder is this? I don't recognize him at all. Perhaps one of the Contra Masters has broken through to a higher level. But I've never heard of any soul master whose martial soul is a golden dragon. Who knows? It can't be that some titled douluo from another sect just swaggered into our spirit city, can it? Impossible. Who would have such audacity? The people in Wuhan City were all surprised when they saw the golden dragon soul flying overhead, and they all wondered which lord it was. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall Academy, the students also saw the golden dragon soul fly overhead and head towards the Spirit Hall. Wow! 9 spirit rings, that's a title douluo. I wonder which soul master broke through. I don't think I've ever seen this martial soul before. Could they be from another sect? The students were abuzz with discussion after seeing it. Only Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall team had her face turn ugly the moment she saw the golden dragon soul that had just flown by. Sister, what's wrong? Does your sister know who that was just now? Qian Runshui, who had become best friends with Bibi Dong, immediately asked her what was wrong when she saw Bibi Dong's unpleasant expression. Moreover, she herself had some doubts. A long time ago, she discovered that many of the events that occurred at this point in time were different from what she remembered. First of all, Qian Zunji did not interfere with Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging's relationship. She had originally prepared to protect Bibi Dong from being harmed by her father, Qian Zunji, but she discovered that Yu Xiaoging was no longer there. Without Yu Xiaoging, there would have been no incident of Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging being separated by Qian Zunji, and naturally, there would have been no incident of Bibi Dong wanting to leave the Spirit Hall but being forcibly detained by Qian Zunji. After investigating, Qian Runshui discovered that the source of all the changes was the expeditionary force sent by the Spirit Hall to attack Sea God Island. The expeditionary force failed just as she remembered. However, the outcome changed. In her memory, the expeditionary force was not completely wiped out, more than 100 people escaped. But what she now understands is that the entire army was wiped out. Apart from Bibi Dong and that dragon fist douluo, everyone else is dead. It was at this moment that Qian Runshui noticed the existence of dragon fist douluo, a titled douluo who should not have appeared in her memory. It was the appearance of this dragon fist douluo that changed the outcome of the expeditionary force's defeat. None of the other changes matter. The most important thing is that Yu Xiaoging, who was supposed to escape successfully with Bibi Dong, also died. After learning this, Qian Runshui already had a very good impression of Di Long, even though she hadn't met him yet. It was because of the other party that Yu Xiao just died prematurely. Good riddance. Yes, that was Elder Long Chen just now. Bibi Dong responded with a grim expression. Chapter 71 Reunion with Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong spoke of Di Lung, she couldn't help but feel angry. She hadn't heard from Ti Lung all year, and she even thought he might have died somewhere out there. She felt a little regretful that she hadn't been able to take revenge herself. But when Dylan actually returned, Bibi Dong felt more fear than anger. She was afraid that Dylan would contact her again and blackmail her. She really didn't want to be humiliated by Dylan anymore. She's the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. Who is Dylan? He's just an elder of the Spirit Hall. Aside from being stronger than her, the other party was inferior to her in every way in terms of status and position. Bibi Dong had genuinely considered telling her teacher the truth about Qian Zunji and then having her teacher avenge her. She believed that once she spoke out, Dylan would be doomed. But she couldn't bear to think about those photos. She truly couldn't imagine how she would face it if those photos were circulated. She felt that by then, she might as well be dead. What? He's Dragon Fist douluo, but I remember his martial spirit was Dragon Fist, wasn't it? How can he summon a golden dragon? Qian Runshui was immediately surprised when she heard Bibi Dong's words. His martial spirit is now the same as that of Elder Demon Subduer and Elder 1,000 Pounds. He can command the dragon soul independently. Bibi Dong replied. At this time, Zhangmo and Qianjin, the two douluo, were not yet enshrined, but were only level 95 elders. I see. Qian Runshui nodded, and now she had no more questions. Sister, do you have a grudge against this dragon fist douluo? Then Qian Runshui began to show concern for Bibi Dong. She had just noticed that Bibi Dong's expression was very unpleasant after seeing Dylan return. Logically speaking, Ti Lung should have been Bibi Dong's benefactor, since it was Ti Lung who rescued Bibi Dong from Sea God Island. No, it's just that seeing him reminded me of other things. Although Bibi Dong has accepted Qian Runshui and genuinely treats her as a younger sister, she certainly won't tell the truth about Di Long's matter and can only give vague answers. Your sister is thinking about you Xiaoging, the man you like, right? Qian Runshui's eyes flickered, and she immediately understood why Bibi Dong was unhappy after seeing Di Long. It must be because he was thinking of Yu Xiaoging, who is already dead. Bibi Dong revealed Yu Xiaoging's situation to Qian Runshui during a heart-to-heart talk. If Yu Xiaoging were still alive, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Keeping it a secret is crucial. But since Yu Xiaoging was already dead, she didn't care if Qian Runshui found out. On the contrary, she felt better after talking about it. Bibi Dong couldn't tell the truth, so she had to accept Qian Runshui's statement. Then Bibi Dong realized that after returning to the mainland, she seemed to think of Yu Xiaoging less and less often. Yu Xiaoging is dead. It's better for you to forget about him sooner rather than later. People should always look forward and not be stuck in the past. Qian Runshui immediately comforted Bibi Dong after she saw her admit it. Finally, the topic of Dylan came up again. Sister, after all, it was Elder Dragon Fist who brought you back from Sea God Island. Now that he's back, shouldn't you go and see him? She is now very curious about this Dragon Fist douluo. She wondered what kind of person this elder, who didn't exist in her memory, was. Xiaoshui, you're right, I really should go see him. Bibi Dong nodded, without saying whether she should go see Dylan. Even if you tell her not to go, she won't dare. Who knows what Dylan might do if he finds out I didn't go to see him and gets upset. She was very reluctant to see Dylan, but she didn't dare not go. Come on, let me introduce you to Elder Dragon Fist. But Xiaoshui, remember this, stay away from this Elder Dragon Fist from now on. He's no good person. Bibi Dong didn't want Qian Runshui to suffer the same fate as Di Long. Her current impression of Dylan is that he's a bastard, a devil. And he's also a pervert. Otherwise, how could you know so much? The humiliation that Dylan inflicted on her was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Okay, I'll remember that, sister. Qian Runshui nodded. Then Qian Runshui's heart stirred secretly. Judging from Bibi Dong's expression, it seems that she wasn't wrong about her initial assessment. Bibi Dong really does have a grudge against that Dragon Fist douluo. Tilung should have been Bibi Dong's savior, but instead, she treated him with such an attitude. Qian Runshui could imagine that Dylan must have done something to make Bibi Dong hate him. Now Bibi Dong specifically instructed her to stay away from the other party. What exactly did that Dragon Fist douluo do to Mom? For a moment, Qian Runshui also became very curious. Of course, there was mostly anger. For Bibi Dong's mother to risk damaging her savior's image by reminding her, it's clear that Tilung must have done something to really anger Bibi Dong. Could it be that what Dad did to Mom has happened to that Elder Dragon Fist? Qian Runshui's heart skipped a beat when she thought of Bibi Dong's expression earlier. She had sworn to protect her mother. No, it can't be. Qian Runshui shook her head, trying not to think about that terrible conjecture. Afterwards, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong left the Spirit Hall Academy and returned to the Spirit Hall. Their status within the Spirit Hall Academy was exceptional, especially within the team. They could go to the academy whenever they wanted, and leave at any time if they didn't. Neither the Spirit Hall Academy nor the team can control them. Bibi Dong goes without saying. Her cultivation is almost at the Soul Emperor level. Qian Runshui is the same, both of them have now reached level 58 in soul power. A year later, at the Soul Master competition, both of them will likely have broken through level 60 and become Soul Emperors. Such a level of cultivation has never appeared in previous Soul Master competitions. Such skill level is an absolute crushing advantage for other teams. Therefore, the Spirit Hall team did not require Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui to develop any chemistry with the other team members. They only needed Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui to join the team. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui soon arrived at the Papal Palace where Qian Zunji was. As soon as they entered, they saw Dylan. Of course, Dylan also saw Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui immediately. 1,000 feet of snow. When Dylan saw Qian Runshui, he was surprised, but he was also mentally prepared. After the Shrek 7 Devils traveled back in time, Dylan wondered if Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, who were also deities, had also traveled back in time. It seems that Qian Runshui has indeed traveled back in time. I just don't know what Bibi Dong's current situation is. Chapter 72. Your Highness, I'll be waiting for you tonight. Thinking of this, Dylan immediately looked at Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong met Dilung's gaze, a clear look of fear flashed in her eyes. She didn't even dare to look directly at him and immediately looked away. Hee hee. Dylan chuckled inwardly. It seemed that the Bibi Dong before him was not the future Pope Bibi Dong. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so afraid of him. Given Bibi Dong's personality in the future, she wouldn't be afraid of Dylan threatening her with photos. In the future, Bibi Dong will definitely tell Qian Zunji about the matter as soon as possible and use Qian Zunji's power to kill Dilong. As for whether Dilong had a backup plan, and whether those photos would really be circulated, she'll deal with it after it spreads, or at worst, she'll kill everyone who's seen it. Therefore, Dylan was certain that the Bibi Dong in front of him was not the future Pope Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu gained memories of the future only after she self-destructed. If Bibi Dong encounters any unexpected circumstances in the future, she might also gain memories of the future, but definitely not now. Dylan muttered to himself, then dismissed the thought. Even if the Bibi Dong in front of us is really the future Pope Bibi Dong, so what? As long as Bibi Dong hasn't become a Rakshasa god yet, no one can do anything to her. Moreover, Dylan wasn't afraid even when facing gods, as he possessed the Fountain of Resurrection. Elder Longchen, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Qian Runshui, whom I recently found after she was lost elsewhere. At this moment, Qian Zunji also introduced Qian Runshui's identity to Dilong. After he delivered the letter to his father, Qian Dalu replied, telling him that Qian Runshui must be his daughter. So Qian Zunji acknowledged Qian Runshui, thus providing a reasonable explanation to the outside world. So it's your highness, young master. Upon hearing this, Dylan looked at Qian Runshui and smiled. Elder Longchen, I've long admired your name. The Holy Maiden and I are now best friends. Thank you so much, Elder Longchen, for bringing my sister back safely from Sea God Island. Qian Runshui nodded, then thanked Dylan. She actually wanted to thank Dylan for leaving Yu Xiaogang there. At the same time, Qian Runshui was also secretly observing Dilong. She found that Dilong looked very handsome and did not look like a bad person at all. But since his mother said that, it proves that the Dylan in front of him is definitely not a good person. She was now genuinely curious about what Dylan had done to cause her mother to have such a strong prejudice against him. You know, it was Dylan who brought her mother back safely. Elder Longchen, I haven't properly thanked you yet. Thank you, Elder, for escorting me back to the mainland. Otherwise, I would have perished overseas long ago. Although Bibi Dong was very reluctant, she could only stand up and sincerely thank Dylan. It's nothing. Protecting Her Highness the Holy Maiden is my duty. Dylan smiled and responded to both Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui at the same time. Elder Longchen, you're mistaken. While protecting the Holy Maiden is your duty, your dedication in doing so is a great achievement. In that case, this soul bone will be considered a reward for the elder. Before Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui could reply, Qian Zunji spoke first. Buzz. After saying that, Qian Zunji took out a soul bone that emitted a black halo and handed it to Dilong. The black aura proves that this soul bone is at least 10,000 years old. Any soul bone that reaches the quality of 10,000 years is considered a high-quality soul bone. In that case, thank you very much, Your Holiness. I will accept it without hesitation. Seeing this, Dylan did not refuse and stepped forward to take the soul bone. Although he looked down on a mere 10,000-year-old soul bone, he couldn't deny its value. If Dylan didn't want it himself, he could give it away. If it's appropriate, it would be a great gift for Ning Dingaling. Bibi Dong watched as Dilong acquired an incomparably precious 10,000-year-old soul bone, and she was secretly furious. On what grounds? She really wanted to expose Dylan on the spot and accuse him of not deserving such a precious reward. Given what Dilong did to her, it would be considered lenient if she didn't grind Dilong to dust. However, Bibi Dong dared not speak, and could only glare at Dilong with resentment. Qian Runshui had been secretly watching her mother all along, so she witnessed Bibi Dong's scene once again. Now Qian Runshui was certain that Dilong must have done something to Bibi Dong to make her mother resent her. What exactly is it? Qian Runshui wanted to figure it out. She had sworn to protect her mother, so she was determined to find and punish anyone who had wronged Bibi Dong. Thank you for the bounty, Your Holiness. After thanking Qian Zunji, Dylan took his leave. He didn't have that much to say to Qian Zunji. Open black lens bracket. Remember to come find me tonight, or you'll face the consequences, close black lens bracket. When passing by Bibi Dong, Dylan used telepathy to say something to her. Bibi Dong trembled slightly upon hearing Dilung's telepathic message. She knew that Dylan wouldn't let her off easily, but she never expected that as soon as he came back, he would ask her to come to him that night. What can you do if you go to see Dylan at night? The purpose is self-evident. That bastard Dylan is definitely trying to humiliate her again. The problem is that Bibi Dong doesn't dare not go. She really didn't dare not go, even though she didn't want to go 100, 8,000, or even 10,000 times. Sister, what's wrong? Qian Runshui noticed Bibi Dong's unusual behavior and immediately became concerned. Xiaoshui, I'm fine. I just suddenly feel a little unwell. Bibi Dong shook her head. She definitely wouldn't tell Qian Runshui about her affair with Dylan. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Then Bibi Dong bid farewell to Qian Zunji and returned to her Holy Maiden Palace. Dad, my sister doesn't seem to like this dragon fist douluo. Did something happen between them? Qian Runshui did not leave with Bibi Dong immediately, but stayed behind to inquire about Qian Zunji. She said this to remind her father to be careful. Snort. What else could it be? It's because the man she likes was abandoned overseas by Elder Longchen, and your senior sister is blaming him for not rescuing him too. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Qian Zunji snorted coldly and said with a somewhat unpleasant expression. He only learned today, after listening to Dylan's report, that his precious apprentice was actually in love, and with that good-for-nothing Yu Shaogang as his object of affection. Fortunately, Dylan helped him leave the enemy in the expeditionary force to die. That's why he didn't keep Bibi Dong to talk about this, since Yu Shaogang, that good-for-nothing, is already dead. He pretended not to know anything about Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang. Chapter 73 Qian Runshui follows. I see. After hearing her father say that, Qian Runshui didn't say anything more. She didn't expect that Dilong would actually bring up the matter of Bibi Dong and Yu Shaogang. Without evidence, she really couldn't continue to make unfounded speculations about Dylan. Moreover, Bibi Dong herself didn't mention it to Qian Zunji, so she wasn't even sure if something was really going on. Therefore, Qian Runshui had no choice but to give up for the time being. She planned to ask her father for help once she had a clear idea. Owner. After Dylan returned to his private elder's quarters, Xiaowu came out to greet him and knelt directly in front of him. Looking at Xiaowu who was there to greet him, Dilong felt somewhat relieved. After returning, he had first settled Xiaowu in his courtyard. Otherwise, if Qian Runshui saw Xiaowu, she would definitely recognize her. He's fine, but Xiaowu is in danger. Dylan didn't want to lose the toy he had just acquired so soon. Go run the water, I want to take a nice bath. Dylan hooked Xiaowu's chin with his hand and then gave her a command. Yes, master. Xiaowu respectfully responded and then went to prepare. Looking at Xiaowu's graceful back, Dilong felt a slight warmth in his heart. This Xiaowu is indeed a top-notch beauty, but what makes Dylan even more satisfied is the sense of accomplishment he gains from conquering her. That's Tang Shenwang's wife. Now she's become his own slave. I wonder what Tang San's expression would be if he saw what just happened. Dylan made a decision. Whenever he saw Tang San in the future, he would make sure Xiaowu showed off her skills in front of him. After Xiaowu was ready, Dilong took a nice hot bath to wash away the dust and fatigue from the past 2 days of traveling. Of course, the best way to relax is to lie down and enjoy yourself. However, there was a little girl named Xiaowu serving Dilong as he lay down. Dylan lay there enjoying himself. While waiting for Bibi Dong to arrive. Come in. After an unknown amount of time, Dylan, sensing Bibi Dong's arrival, directly transmitted his voice to Bibi Dong outside the courtyard. Xiao Wu, go and greet our holy maiden. Then Dylan gave Xiao Wu another order. Yes, master. Xiao Wu respectfully accepted the order and left. However, as soon as she left the bathroom, Xiao Wu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Because the person she was about to meet, Bibi Dong, was an enemy from her future memories. In other matters, Xiao Wu cannot empathize with the Xiao Wu of her future memories. For example, the future Xiao Wu is deeply in love with Tang San, but she doesn't feel anything about it. But Bibi Dong was different. Because Bibi Dong is the murderer who killed her mother in the future. Xiao Wu is able to resonate emotionally with her future self in this respect. So when Xiao Wu learned that the person who came was Bibi Dong, she couldn't stay calm. However, she is only a level 10 soul master right now, and she has no way to deal with Bibi Dong. She can only suppress the hatred in her heart for Bibi Dong. However, Xiao Wu was still very happy to learn that Bibi Dong was also a woman who had been played by Dilong. She never expected that Bibi Dong, that woman, had already been bullied by Dylan. When Dylan told her about Bibi Dong and said that he would come over tonight, Xiao Wu was not very credulous. That's the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Dylan was just an elder of the spirit hall. However, considering that Dylan dared to bully even Ning Rongrong and her, she felt there was nothing to be surprised about. Your Highness, please come in with me. Master is waiting for you. Upon opening the door and seeing Bibi Dong, Xiao Wu greeted her with a smile and extended an invitation. Owner. Bibi Dong was slightly surprised to see Xiao Wu opening the door to greet her. After hearing Xiao Wu's address to Dilong, she immediately frowned. That bastard actually took in such a beautiful female slave. Unfortunately, she only had good looks and her cultivation was too low, no wonder she became Dylan's slave. Your Highness, please follow me. Xiao Wu ignored Bibi Dong's expression and led the way after she finished speaking. She really wants to see how Dylan bullies Bibi Dong. She hoped that when Dylan bullied Bibi Dong later, he would keep her there so she could see Bibi Dong's fate with her own eyes. Soon, Xiao Wu brought Bibi Dong to the outside of the bathhouse. The master is inside, come in with me. As Xiao Wu spoke, she wanted to go inside first. I can go in by myself, you just wait outside. Bibi Dong left her behind, went inside, and closed the door. She knew that her image would be damaged once she went inside, so she didn't want to be seen by others. It seems our holy maiden is quite obedient. Dylan was lying there when he saw Bibi Dong come in, and he immediately laughed. Dragon Fist, you called me here, aren't you afraid my teacher will find out? Looking at Dylan in the bath, Bibi Dong snorted coldly. What do I have to be afraid of? It's Her Highness the Holy Maiden who should be afraid. So I believe Her Highness would never let your teacher know that you came here so late, right? Since you're here, come down and shower with me. Dylan laughed freely, completely oblivious to fear. He even dared to touch Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. There's no one in this world he can be afraid of now. Hearing Dylan's words, Bibi Dong was so angry that she wished she could bite Dylan to death on the spot. Now she is indeed more afraid of people finding out about her relationship with Dylan. Alright, now that you're here, it means you've made your choice. So stop being coy and come down after you've disarmed yourself. Dylan found it amusing to see Bibi Dong's angry expression, and then gave her orders without any hesitation. Bibi Dong's expression turned even uglier. If she could, she really wouldn't want to appear in front of Tilong, nor would she want to see that bastard Tilong. If she had enough power, she could take Dylan down with her right now. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. After Bibi Dong's expression changed repeatedly, she could only suppress the grievances and anger in her heart and slowly reach out to remove the armor from her body. Mother actually went into Elder Dragon Fist's courtyard. Outside Dylan's courtyard, Qian Runshui looked rather unwell. She had been keeping an eye on Bibi Dong's situation all day, so she noticed that Bibi Dong had run away at night and quietly followed her. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong came to find Dilong. If Bibi Dong had come to see Dilong during the day, Qian Runshui wouldn't have thought much of it. But Bibi Dong arrived at night, so she couldn't help but overthink it. Chapter 74 The Angry Qian Runshui. What good can come of a woman going to a man's place at night? Qian Runshui couldn't help but suspect that there might be a special relationship between Bibi Dong and Dilong. Moreover, this relationship was forced upon them. After all, she knew that Bibi Dong disliked Dilong very much and had warned her not to have any contact with him. So, during the time when Elder Longchen rescued my mother but hadn't returned, Elder Longchen did something bad to my mother. Thinking of this, Qian Runshui's face turned extremely ugly. She had sworn to protect Bibi Dong, but now she was told that Bibi Dong had already met a tragic end before she even arrived. How could she not be angry? They managed to stop their father, Qian Zunji, but then other people appeared. Does Bibi Dong have to be hurt? Even if it weren't for her father, Qian Zunji, would there be anyone else? Damn it, my mother is so pitiful. Qian Zunji genuinely felt sorry for Bibi Dong and hated those who had hurt her even more. But why didn't mother resist? Why didn't she choose to tell the truth and let father avenge her? As long as mother speaks out, that old bastard Long Quan will definitely not be able to escape. Not only did mother not do that, but she also came to Dragon Fist again. Why is that? Then Qian Runshui felt very puzzled by Bibi Dong's behavior. Based on her understanding of her mother, Bibi Dong knew that if Dylan had really done something to hurt the other party, she would definitely have protected him. Just like her father, who hurt Bibi Dong, she personally ended his life. Recalling Bibi Dong's previous attitude towards Tilong, she could see that Bibi Dong truly harbored great hatred for Tilong. Then Bibi Dong would be even less likely to let Dilong go. It's even more inappropriate for him to come to Dylan's place at night. Even if Bibi Dong wanted to take revenge herself, she would definitely not be a match for Dylan, given Bibi Dong's strength. Bibi Dong couldn't possibly be unaware of this, so Qian Runshui couldn't understand why Bibi Dong still came over. Was mother threatened? What Qian Runshui could find reasonable must be that Bibi Dong was being threatened. What exactly did Dylan use to threaten my mother? Could it be Yu Shaogang? Actually, Yu Shaogang didn't die, but was controlled by Elder Longchen. My mother was forced to endure Elder Longchen's threats because of Yu Shaogang. Is that so? Soon, Qian Runshui thought of a possibility, which was also the only possibility she could think of. In her mind, Bibi Dong was not the kind of woman who would accept threats unless it involved her beloved Yu Shaogang. Thinking about this made Qian Runshui feel uneasy. It's no wonder she felt terrible knowing her own mother was constantly thinking about other men. Now she suspects that Bibi Dong was forced to accept Dilung's threats because of that man, Yu Shaogang, and is probably being bullied by Dilung inside. It's even more unbearable for her. Qian Runshui looked at Dilung's private elder's quarters and wished she could rush in and rescue her mother. But she dared not. If she went in, wouldn't she be catching Bibi Dong in her shameful secret? Can my mother handle it? She had finally managed to become close sisters with Bibi Dong, and she didn't want their relationship to change because she had stumbled upon the shameful incident that had harmed Bibi Dong. After all, if she really went in, would Bibi Dong have the nerve to face her in the future? So after pacing back and forth in front of Dylan's private elder's quarters for a long time, Qian Runshui still did not choose to go in to rescue Bibi Dong, but turned around and left. Elder Longchen, I will never let this go so easily, because you hurt my mother. My mother cares about Yu Shaogang's life or death, but I don't care. ... Dylan had no idea that Qian Runshui was following Bibi Dong and thus guessed about his relationship with her. At this moment, Dylan was enjoying the services that Bibi Dong was providing him. Having previously enjoyed Xiao Wu's experience, Dylan could clearly perceive the different feelings the two women evoked in him when he switched to Bibi Dong. Dylan liked both the feelings Xiao Wu gave him and those of Bibi Dong. He's not picky, he loves them all. Xiao Wu, come in. Not long after, Dylan called Xiao Wu in as well. He wanted to experience the different feelings the two women evoked in him more deeply. Only by doing it simultaneously can he make the most truthful evaluation. Master, I've arrived. For some reason, Dylan heard a hint of excitement in Xiao Wu's voice. You should know that before, Xiaowu always had a forced acceptance attitude towards him. However, Dylan quickly figured out why. That's fun. Anyway, Dylan had a lot of fun that night. He noticed that Xiaowu was also very happy. The only one who suffered such humiliation was Bibi Dong. Then, less than the next day, in the middle of the night, Bibi Dong left Dylan's private elders' council. She didn't want anyone to know about her relationship with Dylan. Dylan didn't want anyone to know for the time being, so he didn't force the other party to stay. You were very happy last night, weren't you? When Dylan woke up the next day, he looked at Xiaowu and asked her with a smile. Yes, master. That woman, although she hasn't harmed my mother yet, I still hate her. When Xiaowu heard Dilong's words, she didn't deny them and readily admitted it. Now, she has found her place in front of Dylan. That's right, as long as you behave well, I guarantee you'll be this happy often in the future. Dylan patted Xiaowu's head and praised her with a smile. Yes, thank you, master. Xiaowu squinted her eyes, enjoying her master's caresses. Although she is now insignificant in front of Dylan compared to the woman who has become the God King, Xiaowu, who is not in love, doesn't think it's a big deal. They, as spirit beasts, believe in the law of the jungle. Dylan was stronger than her and had promised to help her revive Daming and Erming in the future, so she was willing to follow Dylan. If Tang San were to see her like this, one can only imagine how heartbroken and furious he would be. At this moment, Tang San is meeting his great-grandfather, Tang Chen. Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu had already left Sea God Island. Qian Daoliu returned to the Spirit Hall, while Tang Chen returned to the Clear Sky sect. Then Tang Chen learned that in just over a year, his grandson Tang Hao had actually had a son. That is, his great-grandson. You said you traveled back from the future. Are you really Tang Hao's son, and my great-grandson? Tang Chen looked at Tang San in front of him and was also extremely shocked. This is truly bizarre. Chapter 75 Tang San tells Tang Chen about his future. Yes, great-grandfather, I'm telling the truth. Tang San looked directly into Tang Chen's eyes and spoke frankly. After bringing Ma Hongjun to the Haoshan sect, he found his father Tang Hao, who had just returned from the City of Slaughter, and then, through some proof, convinced Tang Hao that he was Tang Hao's son. Tang Hao didn't believe it at first, but there was nothing he could do. Many of the things Tang San said were known only to himself. With Tang San revealing his clear sky hammer spirit, he finally had to believe that Tang San was indeed his son. After learning that Tang San was his son, Tang Hao naturally wanted to know who Tang San's mother was. However, Tang San was afraid that Tang Hao wouldn't be able to accept it if he found out that his future wife was actually a 100,000-year-old soul beast, so he didn't tell him. Instead, he told Tang Hao that he would know when he met her in the future. If Tang Hao had known beforehand that Ai Yin was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Tang San really couldn't guarantee that Tang Hao would still have fallen for Ai Yin. After all, he didn't know Xiaowu's identity at first. If he had known from the beginning, Tang San felt that he definitely wouldn't have fallen in love with Xiaowu. Once you know the other person is a soul beast, it becomes very difficult to develop feelings for them. However, if you fall in love with someone and then find out their true identity, that's a different story. Once you truly fall in love with someone, you won't care about their background anymore. Moreover, many things have changed now, and he really doesn't know if his father, Tang Hao, will ever meet his mother, Ai Yin. Because Tang Hao's severed arm was not in his memory. After Tang San found out how Tang Hao lost his arm, he remembered that person's name once again, Dragon Fist Douluo. It's that Dragon Fist Douluo again. Therefore, Tang San is now 100% certain that all the changes at this point in time are related to the other party. The reason why the Shrek 7 Devils lost their divine status and had their talents reduced to their original state must also be related to the other party. We've gone off on a tangent. Back to the present. Seeing that Tang San could still face him calmly, Tang Chen quickly believed what Tang San said. After all, his grandson had already confirmed that what Tang San said was true. Moreover, for a teenager to remain so calm and composed in the face of my oppressive aura, the other party is definitely not just a teenager. Based on what Tang San said, If Tang San really did obtain a godhood in the future and inherited the power of a god, then it makes sense. Tang San, since you traveled back from the future, tell your great-grandfather, did your great-grandfather succeed in the future? After confirming Tang San's identity, Tang Chen immediately inquired about his own future. He doesn't think it's a big deal to ask him about this. If he really succeeds in the future, knowing it in advance won't change anything, he will definitely still succeed. If he fails in the future, he can know in advance why he failed, thus having another chance to choose again. In his view, not asking questions when there is clear intelligence is foolish. Great-grandfather's future. Tang San hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. So, great-grandfather failed in the future, right? Tang Chen knew he had failed just by looking at Tang San's expression, but instead of being discouraged, he laughed and said, "Isn't that even better? Now you can tell great-grandfather why he failed and prevent that from happening again." Looking at Tang Chen's expression, Tang San hesitated, wondering whether he should tell his great-grandfather the truth. Because he will inherit the position of the Asura god in the future. If he told his great-grandfather the truth, given his great-grandfather's abilities and knowing how to fail, he would certainly have been able to avoid it and successfully inherit the position of the Asura god. If Tang Chen inherits the throne, he will have no chance. However, after thinking about it, Tang San still said it. Yes, my great-grandfather did indeed fail in the future. In the end, he found the divine sense in the city of slaughter and passed the test of the Asura god. Tang San then recounted how Tang Chen had failed. Finally, the ending for Tang Chen and Poseidon was also revealed. So I was harmed by a soul beast because of my carelessness. After learning the reason for his failure, Tang Chen was speechless. He couldn't believe that he had been outmaneuvered by a beast. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case at all. However, after hearing Tang San recount his past with Poseidon, he became completely convinced that Tang San was indeed a time traveler from the future and his great-grandson. Because, apart from Sendo Ryu, no one else knows about his affair with Poseidon for the time being. And since he had just returned to the Clear Sky sect, Tang San would have had no way of knowing about this unless he had really traveled back from the future. After learning about his future and Poseidon's fate, Tang Chen couldn't help but feel sad and regretful. He never expected that his relationship with Poseidon would end so sadly. He only went back to see Poseidon in the last few days of his life. Great-grandfather, actually, when Senior Poseidon said that, she was rejecting Qian Dalu, because Qian Dalu, like her, is a representative of the gods and it is impossible for him to break through level 100. Senior Poseidon likes you, great-grandfather. So great-grandfather doesn't really need to wait until he breaks through level 100 to see Senior Poseidon. Great-grandfather can go back and be with Senior Poseidon right now. Tang San then quickly told Tang Chen the truth about Poseidon's choice. Tang San, do you think your great-grandfather, who has lived to such an old age, wouldn't know what she meant? Tang Chen glanced at Tang San indifferently, then continued domineeringly. Since I said I wouldn't go back until I became a god, then I must keep my word. This has nothing to do with Poseidon's choice. Although I failed in the future, I now know how I failed, and this time I will definitely succeed. Thank you for telling my great-grandfather this message. This message has been a great help to him. Tell me, what do you want your great-grandfather to help you with? Your great-grandfather will definitely help you. And then your great-grandfather will go to the city of slaughter. How could he not know what Poseidon meant? But since he had already made the promise, and said it in front of Qian Dalu, he had to keep his word. Great-grandfather, I don't actually recommend that you go to the killing city like you did before. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Tang San admired his great-grandfather's domineering presence while also feeling sorry for Poseidon. He then quickly said, "Oh, why?" Tang Chen quickly pressed for details. Because the Asura godhood of the city of slaughter is not so easy to inherit. Those who attain the position of the Asura god will be affected by the power of the Asura god, thereby losing their humanity and all human emotions. Chapter 76 Tang San. Xiao Wu, I'm here. Tang San wasn't unwilling for his great-grandfather to inherit the legacy of the Asura god, what he said was true. After he inherited the legacy of the Asura god, he lost his emotions for a time, and it was Xiaowu who brought them back. Only Xiaowu could bring him back to his senses. Because Xiaowu inherited the Asura blood sword, she can restrain the divine power of the Asura god. After Tang San inherited the power of the Asura god, he usually did not use the power of the Asura god, but always used the power of the sea god. He transferred the power of the Asura god to Xiaowu, and Xiaowu became his scabbard, specifically designed to contain the power of the Asura god. In this way, Xiaowu did not inherit the power of the Asura god, but only the Asura blood sword, so she will not be affected by the power of the Asura god. He inherited the power of the Asura god, but he didn't use it normally. Instead, he sheathed it on Xiaowu, so he was fine. He can use the power of Asura god when there is a real need. A brief use of it will prevent him from being affected by the Asura god's power. After listening to Tang San's detailed explanation, Tang Chen immediately realized that the Asura godhood was indeed not suitable for him. Why did he need to break through to the god level? Isn't it all so that he can go back to Poseidon after becoming a god? If inheriting the divine position would make him lose his emotions, then what's the point of inheriting it? He will then forget his promise to Poseidon. If that's all there is to it, it's nothing. Compared to becoming a god, a woman is nothing. Although he did like Poseidon very much, he was long past the age of being blinded by love. In order to become a god, he could give up his feelings for Poseidon. But to completely lose emotions is not just about giving up feelings for Poseidon, it means completely losing human emotions and becoming a walking corpse. That's right, they're high and mighty, but that kind of god wasn't what he wanted. In the Douluo movie, Sword Douluo also gave up the opportunity to inherit the position of the Asura god for this reason. His ninth trial was to extinguish emotions and become a god. Great-grandson, since you put it that way, then I won't go to the city of slaughter. If you were to break through to godhood in the future and even visit the realm of gods, do you know which deities' legacies remain on this continent? After Tang Chen figured it out, he didn't plan to go to the city of slaughter, so he asked about the other divine inheritances. Actually, there should be another legacy of the god of evil, the Rakshasa god, in the city of slaughter, but I don't know how to obtain it. And then there's the sea god's legacy on Sea God Island. Tang San replied, as for the sea god's inheritance, I've already tried it. All I got was the top-level 8th trial. After passing it, I couldn't leave Sea God Island. I gave up after trying a few trials. Tang Chen waved his hand and said, let's continue talking about other things. The others. Great-grandfather, I don't know much about the others either. The divine trials of the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils were not found on Douluo continent. Oscar was able to break through to the title Douluo level before the age of 40, so the god of food deliberately placed the divine test on him. Ning Rongrong's situation is similar. As for Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, and Ma Hongjun, after I ascended to the god realm, I had my subordinates who were willing to leave with the old Asura god pass on their divine positions to them. Tang San looked somewhat embarrassed. He had only been in the god realm for a short time, and since then he had been learning about the god realm, so he really didn't know much about the situation on Douluo continent. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Chen was somewhat taken aback, and then frowned. Even Tang San doesn't know what other divine inheritances exist on the Douluo continent, so wouldn't it be even more difficult for him to find them? He opened his mouth. Tang Chen originally intended to ask if he had any way to inherit the position of the Asura god like Tang San. But then he thought that the position of Asura god belonged to his great-grandson, and it wouldn't be right for him to try and take it away. And he couldn't find anyone to be his little dance, to be his sword sheath. As for Poseidon, the two of them only like each other for now, but haven't developed feelings for each other yet. It's basically impossible for them to be like Tang San and Xiaowu. By the way, if your great-grandfather helps you, Tang San, how long would it take to regain the Asura god's inheritance? After a moment of silence, Tang Chen's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to question Tang San. He remembered what Tang San had just said. If Tang San could make the gods under the old Asura god pass on their divine positions, then he could too. As long as he helps Tang San quickly become a god, he can pass the divine test and then break through to become a god himself. He was confident that he could pass the divine test. Great-grandfather, would you be willing to help me? Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Tang San immediately became excited. Why did he come to the Haoshan sect? Wasn't it to get the Haoshan sect's help? If it were with the help of my great-grandfather, this peerless douluo, that would be even better. Of course, you are my great-grandson. Helping you is the same as helping myself. Why would I not help you? Tang Chen laughed. Thank you, great-grandfather. In that case, could you take me to the Stardo Great Forest now, great-grandfather? I need to find Xiaowu first. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Tang San was filled with gratitude and quickly replied. He couldn't wait to find his Xiaowu. He wanted to know if the Xiaowu here was his Xiaowu. If not, then he will turn the other person into his Xiaowu. Okay, of course, no problem. Let's go now. Seeing Tang San's expression, Tang Chen finally understood why Tang San and Xiaowu had such a deep bond. No wonder Tang San was able to make Xiaowu his sword sheath. It was Tang San himself who valued Xiaowu enough. Swish tilde. Soon, Tang Chen took Tang San and left the Clear Sky sect, heading straight for the Stardo Great Forest. As for Ma Hongjun, naturally, he was left at the Haoshan sect. Tang San no longer had the mind to care about Ma Hongjun. It was already quite good that he could use the resources of the Clear Sky sect to cultivate. Although there were some things Tang San didn't want to say, after losing the immortal herb, he knew very well that Ma Hongjun might not be able to become a god again. Not only Ma Hongjun, but also Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing. Tang San was certainly willing to do his best to help them, but only if he could regain his power first. If there's really no other way, then the Soul Master Tournament a year from now will be the last time they get together. I hope you will all give it your best. Tang San sighed inwardly, then stopped thinking about Dai Mubai and the others. All he wanted now was to find his Xiaowu as soon as possible. We're almost there. Young lady, show the way to your great-grandfather. Tang Chen, with Tang San in tow, soon arrived at the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 77. Tang San is anxious. Guided by Tang San, Tang Chen led Tang San to the Lake of Life in the center of the Stardo Great Forest. However, as soon as they reached the airspace above the Lake of Life, Tang San's expression changed. Because he saw that the surrounding area was in complete disarray, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had taken place. There's no trace of any 100,000-year-old soul beasts around. Xiao San, are you sure those 100,000-year-old soul beasts have been here all along? Tang Chen frowned at this moment. Great-grandfather, I'm sure this is the right place. But I don't know what happened. Some powerful people have been here, and a battle took place. Tang San said with certainty. Then Tang San shouted in all directions, Xiaowu, where are you, Xiaowu? Daming and Erming, where have you both gone? Tang San had no choice but to shout. However, the surroundings were quiet. Daming and Erming had only been dead for a short time, and the residual power of their soul beasts still lingered here, so other soul beasts dared not come over for the time being. No matter how Tang San shouted, there was no response from any of them. Tang San panicked and went dumbfounded. He originally thought that once he got here, he would be able to see Xiaowu again, but who knew that Xiaowu wasn't here at all? Not only Xiaowu, but even Daming and Erming were not there. Hey, stop shouting. There was a fierce fight here. They've either had an accident or they've left. It's impossible for us to find them anytime soon. In the end, Tang Chen pressed down on Tang San's shoulder to calm him down. They came looking for them this time because Tang San knew the exact location. Otherwise, the Stardo Great Forest is vast, and it would be very difficult to find a 100,000-year-old soul beast without a clear purpose. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few soul masters with 100,000-year soul rings across the entire douluo continent. Yes, great-grandfather. With Tang Chen's reassurance, Tang San finally calmed down. Since we haven't found the person, let's think about how to help you improve your strength first. Tang Chen nodded, then offered his suggestion. Yes, but before that, there's a treasure we must retrieve. Tang San nodded, and then quickly said, "Oh, what is it?" Tang Chen asked. "The heart of the sea god is the most important thing to obtain the 9 trials of the sea god. In the future, it was with the help of the heart of the sea god that I was finally able to obtain the 9 trials of the sea god." Tang San quickly said. Previously, Tang San was not worried about the heart of the sea god falling into his hands. After all, before him, the heart of the sea god had always stayed in the treasure trove of the Heaven Do royal family. But after experiencing so many unexpected events, Tang San really dared not be careless again this time. With the immortal herbs harvested and Xiao Wu missing, Tang San didn't know if other things might also go wrong. Therefore, with his great-grandfather protecting him, the safest thing to do was to get his hands on the heart of the sea god as soon as possible. I see. To obtain the 9 trials of the sea god, we actually need other things. Where is the heart of the sea god that you mentioned? Let's go and retrieve it now. Tang Chen then realized why he couldn't obtain the sea god's inheritance. There were hidden conditions. Unfortunately, he was no longer able to initiate the Sea God Island inheritance assessment a second time. After failing to find Xiao Wu, Tang Chen took Tang San to the capital of the Heaven Do Empire and directly led Tang San into the Heaven Do Imperial Palace. I wonder what kind of help sect Master Haoshan needs here. Emperor Shifeng didn't dare to be too arrogant when facing Di long before, but now, facing Tang Chen, who can be said to be the #1 person in Douluo continent, he is even more respectful. Tang Chen has not yet retired, so he is still the sect leader of Haoshan sect. Shifeng, I know that your royal family has a treasure in their collection called the Vast Ocean Universe cover. I need this. Just tell me what you want in exchange. Tang Chen had no idea what politeness was and simply gave the order in a domineering manner. What? Senior also knows about the Vast Ocean Universe cover. Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Emperor Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. He knew he had suffered a huge loss. It's something that even Tang Chen wanted, so you can imagine how precious it is. However, if he were given another chance to choose, he would still choose to switch with Dylan. Because the Vast Ocean Universe is in the hands of their royal family, it is of no use and is far less practical than an external soul bone. However, now that Tang Chen also wants that treasure, he's in a bind. There are other people who also know about your royal family's Vast Ocean Universe cover. Where are the things now? Upon hearing this, Tang Chen frowned and immediately pressed for details. Sect Master Haoshan, that treasure has already been taken from us by Elder Long Chen of the Spirit Hall. Emperor Shifeng had no choice but to tell the truth. It's not that he's unwilling to give it, it's just that the item isn't in his possession anymore, so there's nothing he can do about it. What? The heart of Poseidon has been replaced. Tang San, standing behind Tang Chen, felt his head buzzing upon hearing this. He truly hadn't expected that an accident would also happen at the heart of the sea god. The heart of Poseidon has actually been taken by someone else first. It's that dragon fist douluo again. The thought of Dylan again made Tang San's face turn extremely ugly. This Dylan was not only the most likely person to steal their magical herb, but also the culprit who caused his father to lose a hand. Now that Dylan has stolen the heart of the sea god that rightfully belongs to him, how could Tang San not be furious? If Dylan were here right now, Tang San would definitely have Tang Chen tear him to pieces. When did this happen? Tang Chen's expression was also very unpleasant, and he quickly pressed for answers. He already knew that Dylan was responsible for Tang Hao's crippling. It was only because Dylan was inside the city of slaughter that he couldn't go in to avenge Tang Hao. He was waiting for Dylan to come out before settling accounts with him. Now, with the addition of the heart of the sea god, Tang Chen has already sentenced Dylan to death in his heart. This boy has already found his way to his demise. That happened more than a year ago. Emperor Shifeng dared not conceal anything, nor did he need to. Damn it, this dragon fist douluo is really going against our clear sky sect. Tang Chen snorted coldly, feeling a surge of anger with nowhere to vent it. Tang San was similar. If he didn't feel that his current strength was not enough, he would have entered the city of slaughter right now and killed Di Long. Anyway, Dylan couldn't use his soul skills inside. So, if he were to use hidden weapons inside, he was confident he could kill Dylan. Sect Master Haoshin, I am truly sorry. If Sect Master Haoshin really wants that vast ocean universe cover, he should simply go to the Spirit Hall and ask Elder Dragon Fist for it. Seeing Tang Chen's angry expression, Emperor Shifeng just wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Chapter 78 Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor Awakening fails. In the end, Tang Chen could only leave with a resentful Tang San. The items are no longer with Emperor Shifeng, so there's no point in him making things difficult for the other party. That Dragon Fist douluo is truly hateful. Not only did they cripple my father, but now they've stolen the heart of the sea god. After leaving, Tang San became angrier and angrier, wishing he could storm into the city of slaughter right now to avenge his father and, incidentally, retrieve the heart of the sea god. Perhaps, all those magical herbs are on Dylan. Tang San is increasingly convinced that those immortal herbs were stolen by Dilong. Everything revolves around this Dragon Fist douluo. Boom. Perhaps due to excessive anger, Tang San, fueled by his anxiety and rage, quickly broke through the level 39 to 40 barrier and successfully advanced. You broke through. Not bad, you're only 14 years old and already level 40. Even after losing the immortal herb you mentioned, you can still level up so quickly. No wonder you were fought over by two gods later. Tang Chen noticed Tang San's breakthrough immediately and proudly praised him. This is his great-grandson. No wonder he's Tang Chen's great-grandson. Yes, thank you for the compliment, great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, could you take me to a forest of spirit beasts where there is a lot of blue-silver grass? I need to awaken my blue-silver grass spirit a second time, to awaken it into the blue-silver emperor. The sudden breakthrough somewhat eased Tang San's anxiety and anger, and then he prepared to awaken his blue-silver grass martial soul. He waited until level 40 to awaken his soul ring, because that way he could get a free 10,000-year soul ring. Otherwise, with his current physique, it would be almost impossible for him to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at level 40, as he no longer possesses his original powerful physique. However, by awakening the blue-silver emperor, his body will be further transformed, and condensing a 10,000-year soul ring will no longer be a problem. What did you say? Your second spirit can awaken. And it's the blue-silver emperor? Tang Chen asked in surprise. He knew that Tang San had twin martial souls, but he didn't expect that the second martial soul, blue-silver grass, could actually awaken, and even become the blue-silver emperor. Before Tang San could answer, Tang Chen said with a smile, I knew it. How could blue-silver grass possibly compare to our sect's clear sky hammer? If it were blue-silver emperor, then it would make sense. Afterwards, Tang Chen took Tang San directly to the blue-silver forest, which was the place with the most blue-silver grass. Great-grandfather, I'll begin. After arriving at the deepest part of the blue-silver forest, Tang San began his blue-silver emperor awakening plan. Tang Chen watched from the side, also very curious about how Tang San's martial soul had awakened a second time. This was the first time he had ever heard of a martial soul being able to awaken a second time. After Tang Sanzong entered a meditative state, he quickly sensed the blue-silver grass around him. With his experience from the previous life, he quickly completed the communication ritual with the blue-silver grass. Gradually, the blue-silver grass around him grew rapidly and then enveloped Tang San. Tang San was as if he were wrapped in a cocoon formed by blue-silver grass. Then, the blue-silver grass around him and even the entire blue-silver forest emitted tiny specks of light, which were eventually absorbed by Tang San. It's unclear how much time passed, but all the blue-silver grass that enveloped Tang San retracted, revealing Tang San inside, whose appearance had drastically changed. At this moment, Tang San's clothes were gone, his short hair had become long and beautiful, and the color of his hair had changed from black to blue. This is what Tang San will look like in the future, except that Tang San is only 14 years old now, so he looks a little immature. Logically speaking, Tang San should be very happy to have successfully completed his transformation. However, Tang San's expression was not good at this moment. Because what he awakened was not the blue-silver emperor bloodline, but the blue-silver king bloodline. This is because only one blue-silver emperor can exist on the continent at any given time. At this time, Yin had not yet made her sacrifice. She was still the queen of all blue-silver grass on the entire continent. Therefore, although Tang San possesses the blue-silver emperor bloodline, since the blue-silver emperor Yin is still alive, his bloodline can only evolve to the level of blue-silver king. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, spirit rings rose from Tang San's body. Yellow and purple. Tang San's fourth spirit ring was not of 10,000-year quality, but a purple spirit ring of 1,000-year quality. Good great-grandson, if I hadn't seen you turn out like this, I wouldn't have recognized you. He's a completely different person. He looks more delicate, but he's lost some of his masculinity. When Tang Chen saw that Tang San had woken up, he couldn't help but laugh. Great-grandfather, my blue-silver grass failed to awaken into the blue-silver emperor. It is currently only the blue-silver king. Tang San gave a wry smile. How could this be? Tang Chen's smile immediately vanished. This is because there can only be one blue-silver emperor on the continent. I forgot that my mother is still alive, so I cannot awaken the blue-silver emperor. I can only be the blue-silver king. Tang San explained. I see. Then there's nothing we can do. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao could only helplessly shrug. If the other person with the blue-silver emperor martial soul wasn't Tang San's mother, he could find and kill her for Tang San, so that Tang San could inherit the blue-silver emperor bloodline. But since the other party was Tang San's mother, he had no choice but to give up. By the way, do you know where your mother is now? Can you find her in advance? Your father is already 27 this year. Anyway, she is your father's future wife. It shouldn't be a problem to get them married earlier, right? At this point, Tang Chen also inquired about Yin's situation out of curiosity. My father met my mother when he was 35 years old. I don't really know where my mother was before that. Tang San shook his head. He didn't reveal right now that his mother was a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Then your father will have to remain a bachelor. Tang Chen laughed heartily. Knowing that Tang Hao would have a wife in the future, he wasn't worried about the other person's love life. Let it be a few years later. Now that your blue-silver grass has awakened again, what are your plans next? Only then did Tang Chen ask about Tang San's future plans. If I want to become a god, I can only follow the old path, clear the city of slaughter or go to Sea God Island. Without Xiao Wu, the slaughter city isn't the best choice for me either. So if possible, we should try to get the heart of the sea god back from the dragon fist douluo of the spirit hall. Speaking of this, Tang San looked very depressed. He discovered that after traveling back in time, everything really went wrong. You don't need to tell me, great-grandson. As soon as that bastard comes out of the city of slaughter, I'll go and meet him. How dare you lay a hand on my Hauer? You truly have no respect for me. Chapter 79 showing Qian Runshui the photos. In Dylan's private elders council. Elder Dragon Fist. I don't care what you're using to blackmail Sister Dong, you'd better stop now. If I find out you're bullying Sister Dong again, I'll definitely tell my father. Qian Runshui stood coldly in front of Dilong and stated her purpose. Last night she was too embarrassed to directly confront Tilong and Bibi Dong about their affair. Now that it's daytime and Bibi Dong has already left, she couldn't wait to approach Tilong. She couldn't stand by and watch her mother continue to be bullied by Dylan. That's right, she was quite certain that Bibi Dong was bullied by Dilong. Because today she saw some marks on Bibi Dong's body that showed signs of being bullied. Although Bibi Dong tried to conceal it, it wasn't difficult for her to notice with her keen observation. Qian Runshui, I don't understand what you're saying. How could Dylan possibly admit it? Of course, he would say he didn't understand. Snort. I've already seen the marks you left on Sister Dong's body, so it's no use denying it. I'm here today to inform you that you are not allowed to cause any more trouble for Sister Dong. Qian Runshui snorted coldly, looking down at Dilong with an arrogant gaze. Having once inherited the position of the angel god, Qian Runshui, though not as powerful as Dilong now, still looks at Dilong with disdain. I don't understand what you're talking about. As an elder of the spirit hall, isn't it normal for Her Highness the Holy Maiden to occasionally come to see me for guidance? If there's nothing else, please leave. However, Qian Runshui's contemptuous aura of authority had no effect on Dylan. Hearing that Dylan still refused to admit it, Qian Runshui's chest heaved. Dylan couldn't help but take a second look. In his past life, when watching anime, Dylan also really liked the Qian Runshui in front of him. He's just not very good at messing with Qian Runshui right now. What are you looking at, you bastard? Noticing Dylan's gaze, Qian Runshui immediately felt embarrassed and annoyed. Young master, would you like to know what I used to threaten your sister Dong? Seeing Qian Runshui's embarrassed and angry expression, Dylan suddenly chuckled. Since Qian Runshui was already convinced that she had bullied Bibi Dong and had even seen the marks he had left on Bibi Dong, there was no need to continue denying it. Instead, you might as well tease the other person a bit. He wanted to see what kind of expression Qian Runshui would have after seeing those photos. Isn't that you Xiaoging, that guy? Don't think I don't know. You can use that man to blackmail Sister Dong, but it won't work on me. I don't care whether that man lives or dies. When Qian Runshui saw that Dilong had finally relented, she gave him a slightly higher opinion of him, and then sneered. She was determined to protect Bibi Dong, but she was unwilling to try to bring Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaoging together. In her eyes, Yu Xiaoging was a good-for-nothing and unworthy of her mother. Haha, you should take a look first. Upon hearing this, Dylan laughed heartily. He never expected that Qian Runshui would mistakenly believe that he had control over Yu Xiaoging and was using Yu Xiaoging to blackmail Bibi Dong. Swish tilde. Then Dylan casually summoned a few photos of Bibi Dong and tossed them to Qian Runshui. What's this? Qian Runshui was initially confused, but after taking a closer look at it in her hand, her pretty face flushed red. I was shocked by the images. I felt shy, but mostly I was angry. In particular, there's a photo of Bibi Dong eating fruit. She finally understood why her mother dared not retaliate against Tilong, nor ask her father, Qian Zunji, for help, but instead silently endured Tilong's threats. It turns out that Dylan used this thing to threaten Bibi Dong. She could imagine how desperate her mother must have felt when faced with the threat of these photos. Even she couldn't imagine how scared and terrified she would be if she were the one in those photos. She couldn't imagine how she would cope if such photos were circulated. So it is the same for mothers. You're shameless. Qian Runshui glared at Dylan with shame and indignation, then grabbed the photos and tore them to shreds. I've made many copies of these photos, you can't tear them all up. If I die someday, this photo will definitely circulate. Seeing this, Dylan smiled indifferently. Qian Runshui's hands froze instantly, then she glared at Dilong with eyes blazing with fury. You bastard, you're a beast. No wonder Sister Dong didn't dare ask my father for help, so you used such despicable blackmail tactics. Thank you for the compliment. Regardless of the methods used, at least I successfully got what I wanted, didn't I? Dylan shrugged. He never considered himself a good person, so he didn't feel any moral guilt. Seeing that Dylan could remain calm in the face of her curses, Qian Runshui was truly angered by Dylan's shamelessness, and her chest heaved once again. But no matter how angry she was, it was no use. After learning what kind of threat Bibi Dong was under, she now felt just as angry as Bibi Dong, but also very powerless. To prevent Tilong from actually leaking the photos, she, like Bibi Dong, dared not tell her father, Qian Zunji, the truth, nor dared to do anything to Tilong. Dragon Fist, I will never allow you to continue hurting Sister Dong. What do you want in return for letting Sister Dong go? Qian Runshui glared at Dilong, her eyes still spitting fire, but more than that, they were filled with impotent rage. That depends on what kind of sacrifices the young master is willing to make for Her Highness the Holy Maiden. I have no other hobbies, but I love beautiful women, especially those of noble birth and exceptional talent. Dylan looked Qian Runshui up and down, then chuckled. You. Qian Runshui glared at Dilong, her face flushed red. She truly hadn't expected Dilong to be so shameless. Not only did they bully Bibi Dong, but now they're even trying to make a move on her. It seems that even the young master doesn't really want to help your sister Dong. Seeing that Qian Runshui didn't refuse outright, but was just very angry, Dilong was secretly pleased. It seemed there was still hope. Then please leave, young master. I still need to cultivate. Dylan then directly saw the guest off. You. Qian Runshui clenched her fists. She was truly enraged by Dylan's shamelessness and despicable behavior. If she could, she really wanted to regain her strength on the spot and then slap Dylan to death. This kind of person is the evil that she, as an angel, must destroy. Qian Runshui wanted to turn around and leave, but the thought that Bibi Dong would have to continue to suffer Dilong's threats and bullying after she left made her unable to move. She was too late in traveling back in time. She couldn't truly protect Bibi Dong, and she couldn't stand by and watch Bibi Dong continue to be persecuted. Chapter 80 Qian Runshui replaces Bibi Dong. When Qian Runshui left Dilong's private elder's quarters, she staggered away, with tears still streaming down her face. The thought that Bibi Dong in the future would be willing to die to save her made Qian Runshui unable to bear the current Bibi Dong continuing to suffer Dilong's persecution. So Qian Runshui finally compromised and made an exchange with Dylan. She replaced Bibi Dong. Dylan naturally agreed. How could he possibly disagree? As for whether to continue looking for Bibi Dong in the future, of course we will, but we won't for the time being. We'll just make an example for Qian Runshui first. So for a while afterward, Qian Runshui would often secretly go to Dilong to ask him about cultivation, and Dilong would patiently answer her questions each time. When Qian Runshui didn't do well in her studies, Dilong would encourage her and help her learn better. When Qian Runshui did well in her studies, Dilong was generous with his rewards. There are some major hemorrhages, each time involving hundreds of millions. Every time Qian Runshui came, Dilong would hide Xiaowu away. Including the first time, when Qian Runshui called from outside the door, Dilong knew it was Qian Runshui who had come, and his first action was to hide Xiaowu. There's no need to hide in any special place. Dilong's 7 treasures glazed brocade can hide people. His 7 treasures glazed brocade can hold living things, so holding a person is naturally no problem, as long as there's enough space. Dylan soon learned that Tang Chen had returned from Poseidon Island. Because Sendo Ryu has returned. Tang Chen is back. He'll probably come looking for trouble with me, right? Thinking of how he had crippled Tang Hao's hand in the city of slaughter, Dylan muttered to himself. He felt this was very likely. However, this is the spirit hall, and Qian Dalu has returned, so Dilong felt there shouldn't be any danger. Anyway, since Tang Chen is here, Qian Dalu will be there to shield him. And Tang Chen wouldn't dare to go directly to her door, would he? After all, this is the spirit hall, and besides Qian Dalu, there are many other worshippers and elders here. However, Tang Hao's domineering and forceful nature was beyond Dylan's expectations. Boom! On this day, a powerful soul pressure suddenly appeared above the spirit hall. Who dares to be so insolent here? The powerful figures of the spirit hall were all alarmed upon sensing the aura. Dylan's expression also changed slightly in his private elders' council. This soul pressure is so strong. This was the first time Dylan had ever felt such a strong soul pressure, and he could also sense anger and domineering power within it. Could it really be Tang Chen? Dylan's heart skipped a beat. Qian Dalu, come out and see me. And your spirit hall's dragon fist douluo, get out here too. Soon, a powerful, piercing shout came from the air, allowing Dylan to instantly identify the other party. Besides Tang Chen, who else would dare to call Qian Dalu by his name like that? Master, it must be Tang Chen. Why would he come looking for trouble? Xiaowu, who was serving by Dilong's side, guessed the other party's identity at this moment, and her expression changed slightly. She is now the last person who wants anything to happen to Dilong, because she has placed all her hopes on him. It's probably because I crippled Tang Hao's arm in the city of slaughter. Dylan smiled faintly. Even though he knew Tang Chen had come looking for him, he wasn't nervous at all. Tang Hao, master actually crippled one of Tang Hao's arms. No wonder Tang Chen came looking for him. Xiaowu was shocked upon hearing this. She never expected that Dylan would dare to cripple Tang Hao. Isn't he afraid of Tang Chen behind Tang Hao? She could understand why Tilung dared to attack Ning Rongrong and her. After all, Tilung was strong enough. But attacking Tang Hao would definitely provoke Tang Chen, who is behind Tang Hao, and isn't that what happened now? That's the number one person on the mainland right now. Don't worry, your master will be fine. So what if he is Tang Chen? Dylan smiled faintly, then put Xiaowu into the 7 treasures glazed brocade, and then summoned a golden dragon soul under his feet and flew into the air. Roar! Riding on the golden dragon soul, Dylan quickly appeared in the air and came to Tang Chen's side, next to Qian Dalu. At this moment, Qian Dalu also emerged. Brother Tang Chen, why are you doing this? Qian Dalu frowned slightly, inquiring about Tang Chen's purpose in coming here so aggressively. Your dragon fist douluo. Tang Chen did not answer Qian Dalu, but instead looked coldly at Dilong next to Qian Dalu. Yes, it's me. Dylan smiled faintly. It's good that you're here. You crippled my grandson's hand. Today, you either return my grandson's hand or, incidentally, offer the vast ocean universe cover that you took from the heavenly Dou royal family as compensation. Either you die by my hand. You choose. Tang Chen glanced coldly at Dilong, then spoke domineeringly. Elder Dragon Fist, you crippled Tang Hao's arm. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu finally understood what was going on and immediately frowned as he looked at Dilong. Yes, High Priest. It's a pity we couldn't kill him, otherwise we could have eliminated a genius from the Clear Sky sect for our spirit hall ahead of schedule. But now that one of his arms is gone, this genius is practically crippled. Dylan admitted it with a smile. However, what he said left Qian Daoliu speechless. Is it appropriate for you to say something like that at a time like this? Good, Qian Daoliu, so this is someone from your spirit hall. I helped you explore Sea God Island, and this is how your spirit hall treats me. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Tang Chen flew into a rage and began to question Qian Daoliu repeatedly. Brother, Tang Chen, may I ask what exactly happened? Qian Daoliu frowned, and before Tang Chen could answer, he turned to Dilong and questioned him. Dragon Fist, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? We just happened to run into him in the City of Slaughter, so I thought I'd nip the genius of the Clear Sky sect in the bud for the Spirit Hall, but unfortunately he got away. Dylan didn't hide anything and explained it simply and clearly. However, Dylan's repeated insistence on being for the Spirit Hall left Qian Daoliu speechless and with a headache. At this moment, the other worshippers and elders were all paying attention to this place. If he couldn't defend Dylan after hearing what he said, he would lose the support of the people. However, if he wanted someone to protect Dylan, he wouldn't be able to face Tang Chen. Alright, the matter is now very clear. Qian Daoliu, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. I didn't say I wanted to kill this kid. He just needs to cripple one of his arms and use the vast ocean universe cover as an apology, and that'll be the end of it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 81 Tang Chen vs. Qian Daoliu. The Killing City, I'm sure everyone knows what that place is. Survival is the only rule there. I believe Tang Hao's existence poses a threat to me, so taking action is perfectly reasonable. If your grandson is so precious, then don't let him go to a place like the Killing City. Standing next to Qian Daoliu, Dilong sneered upon hearing Tang Chen's words. As for the vast ocean universe cover, since Tang Chen hadn't revealed its true nature, Dylan naturally wouldn't take the initiative to say that it was actually the heart of the sea god. Great Master, you wouldn't just stand by and watch me be bullied by an outsider if I haven't done anything wrong, would you? Dylan didn't turn around, and then he also pressed Qian Daoliu for an answer. With so many worshippers and elders watching, Dilong didn't believe that Qian Daoliu would let Tang Chen deal with him. Brother Tang Chen, if Elder Long Chen has made a mistake, I will definitely give you an explanation. But he's right. In a place like Slaughter City, there are no rules. Everything is about survival. Survival is the only skill. So I won't let you attack him. As expected, after hearing Dylan's words, Qian Daoliu immediately stepped forward to shield Dylan behind him and looked at Tang Chen seriously. Although Tang Chen had indeed helped him once, and he did owe Tang Chen a favor, he couldn't just stand by and watch Tang Chen bully the people of the Spirit Hall. Especially here at the Spirit Hall. Qian Dalu, are you sure you want to stop me? Upon hearing this, Tang Chen immediately raised the Haoshan hammer in his hand and pointed it domineeringly at Qian Dalu. They are just as arrogant in someone else's own territory. Brother Tang Chen, I'm just trying to reason with you. Faced with Tang Chen's arrogance and conceit, Qian Dalu was not angry. Instead, he responded with a gentle and elegant smile. Even Ti Lung, who was behind Qian Dalu, had to admire Qian Dalu's ability to cultivate his inner strength. 1,000 paths, streams. I'm not here to reason with people today, I'm here to seek justice for my grandson. That kid behind you cut off my grandson's arm, and I only made him return the arm, which is already out of consideration for you. Tang Chen looked at Qian Dalu, enunciating each word clearly, and spoke again with an air of dominance. Really, Senior Tang Chen, didn't you just say you wanted me to offer the vast ocean universe cover as an apology? What, you don't need it anymore? Dylan seized on the loophole in Tang Hao's words and immediately chuckled. That dragon fist is amazing. How dare they openly mock that monster Tang Chen? Yes, this dragon fist is just an elder who recently broke through to the title level, yet he's incredibly audacious. But he's right. Once you're in the city of slaughter, you shouldn't bring those grudges out there. Even if you're not satisfied, you should settle things yourselves, not call for help. It might not be that brat Tang Hao who called for help, it's that old bastard Tang Chen who's protecting his own. Quote. The other enshrined figures in the douluo hall, as well as some elders who were not in the spirit hall, were all paying close attention to the situation above. When they saw Ti Lung directly confront Tang Chen, they were all incredibly shocked. That's Tang Chen, currently the #1 player on the mainland. They couldn't understand how Dylan, a newly promoted title douluo who had just broken through to the title douluo level, dared to do such a thing. Could it be that Dylan couldn't sense the terrifying soul pressure emanating from Tang Chen? You brat, you're asking for death. Tang Chen was immediately enraged by Dilong's taunts, feeling that his dignity as a strongman had been challenged. A guy who had just broken through to the title douluo level was just a brat in front of him. To speak to him like that was simply presumptuous. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Chen's Haoshan hammer flew out of his hand and spun rapidly as it smashed towards Dilong. Although it was just a casual strike from Tang Chen, the destructive power it contained was astonishing, and the air was filled with the sound of air being torn apart. Bump. However, Tang Chen's attack was easily caught by Qian Dalu, who was in front of Dilong, who caught the Haoshan hammer that Tang Chen threw with one hand. Brother Tang Chen, aren't you showing a lot of disrespect to the spirit hall by doing this? Qian Dalu's voice remained calm and composed, as if he were simply stating an objective fact. Tang Chen frowned slightly when he saw Qian Dalu block his attack. If Qian Dalu were to intervene, it would be difficult for him to kill Dilong. He simply had to avenge Tang Hao. Furthermore, he must retrieve the heart of the sea god from Dylan. Only in that way can Tang San obtain the 9 trials of the sea god. Since that's the case, Qian Dalu, let's resolve this using the methods of soul masters. Let's have a battle of wits. If you win, I'll let that kid off the hook. If I win, I'll take him away. Swish tilde. Tang Chen reached out and summoned the Haoshan hammer back into his hand, then pointed at Qian Dalu again and said domineeringly. Brother Tang Chen, do you really have to do this? Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Qian Dalu's expression finally changed, and he was no longer as calm as before. He had sparred with Tang Chen many times, and although each time the outcome was even, Qian Dalu knew that Tang Chen was slightly stronger than him. Tang Chen himself was well aware of this, yet the other party proposed a battle of spirits to him at this time, and right here in the spirit hall. This is forcing him to take a stand. If he doesn't dare to accept Tang Chen's challenge, although he won't lose all his prestige, it will still be bad. If he accepts the challenge and wins, great. If he loses, he'll lose face completely. The only advantage is that if he loses, Dylan will be taken away, so it won't be considered that he failed to protect his men, but rather that he was simply less skilled. After Tang Chen issued this challenge, he lost regardless of the outcome. Unless he can defeat Tang Chen. However, he lacked confidence, which is why his expression changed after hearing Tang Chen's challenge. Alright, Tang Chen, I accept your challenge today. Forced into a dilemma, Dalu quickly accepted Tang Chen's challenge. He simply lacked confidence in beating Tang Chen, but he was confident in ensuring his own invincibility. Soul battle. The high priest is actually going to have a soul battle with Tang Chen. My god, this is a battle between two peerless douluo. Upon hearing that Dalu and Tang Chen were preparing for a soul battle, the elders and deities who had been watching the scene became excited. They all became excited, but they forgot about Tilong. It seems no one cares that if Dalu loses, Dilong will be taken away by Tang Chen. Boom, boom. Dalu and Tang Chen did not choose another battlefield, and the two quickly began to fight, directly above the spirit hall. However, the two fought higher and higher in perfect unison, until they reached a certain height where their attacks would no longer affect those below, at which point their battle suddenly intensified. Chapter 82. Dylan makes his move. Watching the two still locked in combat, Dylan silently gathered his own soul power. Since Tang Chen is here today, it's clear he wants to settle scores with him. Dylan naturally had to retaliate. If we could keep Tang Chen here, that would be perfect. In Dylan's eyes, neither ambushes nor ganging up on the weak were important, all that mattered was keeping Tang Chen alive. Dylan believed that the possibility was still very high. His ninth soul skill, one punch to the end, was not much worse than the Clear Sky sect's ring explosion. It was a strike that concentrated all his soul power, and even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be in good shape. Once Tang Chen is injured, there's no reason why Dalu wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, Dylan did not act immediately, he waited for the right moment to strike. Boom, boom, boom. High in the sky, the battle between Dalu and Tang Chen continued. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the entire Wuhan city, alarming everyone. However, most people cannot see the battle scene in the sky. They can only see the golden light flashing and the red lightning dancing wildly in the sky. Those who had reached the Soul Saint level summoned their martial soul true forms and flew into the air to watch the fierce battle between the two peerless douluo from afar. They didn't dare to get close, only watch from a distance. The mere aftershocks of the battle, felt from a distance, sent shivers down their spines. How could they dare to approach? That's incredible. As expected of the only two peerless douluo on the continent, their strength is terrifying. To have the honor of witnessing two peerless douluo clash is a life well lived. I don't know why these two peerless douluos can't start fighting. That's not something we need to worry about. Let's just enjoy the show. This kind of scene is a once-in-a-century event. Indeed, many people die without ever seeing a battle of this level. I just don't know if the situation on the mainland will change after this battle. Quote. At the Spirit Hall Academy, many students and teachers were also drawn to the battle high in the sky and looked up in awe. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything, only a few strong individuals could see clearly. It's our Spirit Hall's Grand Elder fighting against the Clear Sky douluo of the Clear Sky sect. Upon hearing that it was two peerless douluo fighting, everyone was shocked. Then they all felt inexplicably tense. This was a battle between two peerless douluo. No one knew what changes would occur in the situation on the continent after this battle, as it concerned the fate of each and every one of them. The stronger the Spirit Hall is, the more they benefit from it. If the Spirit Hall experiences any decline, they will also suffer. How did Grandpa end up fighting Tang Chen? Didn't they just go to Poseidon Island together? When Qian Runshui found out, she immediately became anxious. Qian Runshui remembered that there would be a battle between her grandfather and Tang Chen, but it shouldn't be that soon, since the two had just returned from their adventure on Poseidon Island. She remembered that this battle ended in her grandfather's defeat. Dalu then promised Tang Chen that the Spirit Hall would never set foot on the Clear Sky sect again. That is why, although the Spirit Hall later forced the Clear Sky sect to close its gates, it did not eliminate the opponent. Even when Bibi Dong later attacked the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, she did not attack the Haoshan School, which had already closed its gates. Because Sendoryu would not allow it. This indirectly led to the fact that when the Clear Sky sect emerged from seclusion, so many titled douluos appeared, instantly bolstering the strength of the enemies the Spirit Empire faced in Jialing Pass. No, I have to go back and get Grandpa Golden Crocodile and the others to help. We absolutely cannot let Grandpa be defeated again. She didn't want her grandfather to lose to Tang Chen, so she didn't mind even if Golden Crocodile Douluo had to take action. Although it was an unfair victory, and her grandfather Qian Dalu might be very angry afterward, she didn't care. Compared to facing an angry Qian Dalu, she didn't want him to lose. Swish tilde. After summoning her angelic martial soul, Qian Runshui immediately spread her wings and flew towards the sky above the Douluo Palace. Xiaoshui, wait for me. Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong quickly followed. She has now obtained her external soul bone, the 6-winged purple light wings, so she can also fly in the air. Soon, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong arrived above the Douluo Palace and stood before Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. Young Master, Holy Maiden. After seeing Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others simply nodded to them and then turned their attention back to the battle at a higher altitude. Grandpa Golden Crocodile, what's going on here? Why is Grandpa fighting with Haoshan Douluo? Qian Runshui approached Golden Crocodile Douluo and immediately began to inquire. Before persuading Golden Crocodile Douluo to take action, she should at least know what happened. Judging from the way Grandpa and Tang Chen are fighting, it's clear that they won't be able to determine a winner anytime soon. It's because of that guy, Dragon Fist. Faced with Qian Runshui's question, Golden Crocodile Douluo did not delay. He knew very well Qian Daoliu's attitude towards Qian Runshui, so he quickly explained the reason for the matter. What? It was Elder Longchen who caused this. He actually crippled Tang Hao's arm. How did he do that? Upon hearing the reason for the incident, Qian Runshui was stunned and looked at Dilong on the other side in shock. She knew before that Dylan was a shameless bastard, a despicable and evil man, but none of that mattered to Dylan's strength. In her eyes, Dylan was just a new title douluo who had only broken through to the title douluo level a few years ago. In other words, it was because Tilung's methods of blackmail were too despicable that she and Bibi Dong dared not resist and had no choice but to compromise. Therefore, in her eyes, Dylan's strength was not that great. But now she heard that Dylan had actually crippled Tang Hao's arm. That's Tang Hao, a ruthless man who, after using the exploding ring in the future, could even crush the Golden Crocodile Douluo. In the future, her father will also be severely injured by Tang Hao, which will ultimately lead to his tragic death. How did he do that? Tang Hao is only a soul emperor right now, and even the Dragon Fist couldn't kill him. He's a complete waste. When Golden Crocodile Douluo saw Qian Runshui's surprised expression, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Soul Emperor. Upon hearing this, Qian Runshui was speechless. She almost forgot that at this time, Tang Hao did not yet possess the strength he would have in the future. Then it's perfectly understandable that Tang Hao lost an arm to Dilong, a titled douluo. That's right, a complete waste. Then Qian Runshui couldn't help but complain, saying that if Dilong could kill Tang Hao, she might think more highly of him. But Dylan let Tang Hao, who was far inferior to him, escape. What else could he be but a good-for-nothing? The fist condenses the dragon's soul, piercing through the rainbow, through countless stars, collapsing in an instant. Burning through the 9 heavens, divine blood boiling, forever etched into the dragon's remains, becoming the Calamity Peak. Just when everyone thought Tilung was useless, he finally made his move. Boom. Chapter 83A Single, Decisive Blow Defeats Tang Chen. Boom. This time, Dylan not only ignited all the soul power contained in his first martial soul, but also ignited all the soul power contained in his second martial soul. Dylan truly poured all his soul power into this punch, just to unleash his strongest punch at this stage. A dazzling golden light condensed fiercely in Dylan's right fist. The blinding light, combined with the powerful aura generated by Dylan igniting all the soul power in his body, instantly startled everyone present. This soul pressure, how is this possible? The golden crocodile douluo, who had just called Dylan a piece of trash, was stunned when he felt the soul pressure erupting from Dylan. Is his strength really that terrifying? Qian Runshui stared at Dilong in shock. She found that the sense of pressure that Dylan was exerting on her at this moment was in no way inferior to that of Tang Chen and Qian Dalu, who were engaged in fierce fighting at a higher altitude. But how is that possible? Tang Chen and his grandfather Qian Dalu are both peerless douluo. Dylan is just a newcomer who has been granted the title of douluo. Bibi Dong, Qian Zunji, and a group of worshippers and elders also fell into a daze. They couldn't understand why the seemingly ordinary Dylan was able to unleash such terrifying soul pressure in that instant. That brat, Tang Chen, who was fighting Qian Dalu at a higher position, also sensed the threat from below. When he looked down and saw that the sense of danger was coming from Dilong, he was shocked. How is this possible? Naturally, Qian Dalu, who was opposite Tang Chen, was also extremely surprised. Ninth soul skill, one punch to the end. Ignoring the shock of the others, Dylan ignited all his soul power, locked his mind on Tang Chen, and immediately unleashed a punch. Roar! With a deafening dragon roar, a dazzling golden dragon soared into the sky, unleashing a golden dragon fist that hurtled towards Tang Chen. Not good. The moment Tang Chen sensed Dilong's ninth soul skill, his expression changed once again. He could sense just how terrifying the destructive power was contained in Dylan's ninth soul skill. At this point, he no longer had the mind to guess why Dylan possessed such a powerful soul skill. He only knew that if he couldn't withstand Dylan's attack, he would likely be killed. Great Sumeru Hammer Ultimate Technique, Ring Explosion. Boom boom boom. Without any hesitation, Tang Chen instantly detonated all 9 of his soul rings. Tang Chen's aura reached its peak at this moment, giving people a feeling of invincibility. Qian Daoliu, who was facing Tang Chen, felt a bitter smile after sensing the aura emanating from Tang Chen. Yes, it feels like that again. Every time Tang Chen unleashed his explosive ring attack, he felt powerless in the face of Tang Chen. It's the same now. He used to be confident that even if he couldn't beat Tang Chen, he could still remain undefeated. But now, after experiencing the power of Tang Chen's 9 rings exploding simultaneously, he realized that he had been arrogant. Facing Tang Chen's perfect 9-ring attack, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't lose. I never expected Tang Chen to have been hiding this move all along. All 9 rings exploded at once. Qian Daoliu felt somewhat disheartened. Dragon Fist, who gave you permission to attack without authorization? Stop. However, while Qian Daoliu was shocked by Tang Chen's simultaneous explosion of 9 rings, he was even more furious at Dilong's intervention and immediately shouted to stop him. He never expected that Dylan would dare to interfere in his battle of souls with Tang Chen. Roar! Unfortunately, Dylan's dragon fist showed no mercy to Qian Daoliu, continuing to sweep towards Tang Chen with a dragon's roar. Presumptuous! Angel's sword! Qian Daoliu was furious upon seeing this. To him, Dilong's interference in his battle with Tang Chen was a desecration. He would rather lose than have someone help him, because he and Tang Chen were fighting spirits, and spirit battles should be fought fairly and squarely. Boom! Therefore, Qian Daoliu conjured a giant angel sword to meet Dilong's dragon fist. Bang! However, the golden angel sword summoned by Qian Daoliu was directly shattered after touching Dilong's dragon fist. Roar tilde! Dylan's dragon fist continued its relentless assault on Tang Chen. How is this possible? Qian Daoliu was stunned. He never expected that the angel sword he had condensed would be so easily shattered by Dilong's soul skill. Boom! The great Sumeru hammer. After the 9 rings exploded simultaneously, Tang Chen immediately swung his strongest hammer to meet Dylan's attack. Bang! The massive Haoshan hammer and the golden dragon fist collided in midair, and the force of the impact shook the entire space. It was as if the world paused for a moment. Boom! Immediately afterwards, even more violent energy erupted from the collision between the clear sky hammer and the dragon fist, sweeping across the entire sky. The entire world was filled with blinding golden light, and everyone lost focus and became completely blind. After the golden light faded, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others saw that Tang Chen was in a sorry state, his right hand hanging down, with blood dripping from his fingertips. The golden soul rings that had reformed after the initial explosion on his body had now all dissipated. How is this possible? Tang Chen was severely injured by Dilong's attack, at least his right hand was temporarily incapacitated. Not only Golden Crocodile Douluo, but also others, were shocked after witnessing this scene. That's Tang Chen, who fought Qian Dalu for so long without getting hurt, yet he was severely injured by Dilong in one move. Judging from Tang Chen's current state, he probably doesn't have much fighting power left. Dylan defeated Tang Chen with a single blow. Although Dilong's attack was suspected of being a sneak attack, taking advantage of someone's vulnerability, or Tang Chen being careless, Dilong still defeated Tang Chen with a single punch. What exactly was that move of yours? Even Tang Chen himself looked at Dylan in utter shock. Not dead. As expected, even with my full power, I couldn't kill Tang Chen at level 96, but I did manage to severely injure him. Dylan did not answer Tang Chen, but instead silently tested his own strength. His all-out attack was indeed no less powerful than Tang Chen's, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to severely injure Tang Chen. However, Dylan's attack only consists of one move, all of which is unleashed in one move, and is not continuous. Tang Chen's ring breaking was continuous. This means that Dylan can only unleash his power for 3 seconds, while Tang Chen's explosive rings can support him to unleash his power continuously for 3 minutes or even 30 minutes. That's why Dylan said that his one punch to the end was actually more ferocious and explosive than the Haoshan sect's exploding rings, and that one punch could decide life or death. Great Elder, this Haoshan Douluo doesn't have much fighting power left. Aren't you going to kill him? Does the Grand Elder intend to wait for him to recover from his injuries so that he can once again become a hindrance to our spirit hall? Then, Dylan looked at Qian Dalu and made a suggestion. Chapter 84 Detonating the Ring, Killing Tang Chen. Yes, Grandpa, the Clear Sky sect has always been a hindrance to our spirit hall. Elder Dragon Fist's words make a lot of sense. Before Qian Dalu could react, Qian Runshui spoke first, echoing Dilong's words. At this moment, she could no longer care about being shocked by Dylan's strength, nor did she care about what Dylan had done to her. All she knew was that now was indeed a good opportunity to get rid of Tang Chen. She didn't want to see the Spirit Hall's efforts over the past 1,000 years destroyed in an instant. In the future, although she did not see the final fate of the Spirit Empire. However, Bibi Dong died in battle and her godhood was destroyed, while Tang San possessed 2 godhoods. The future of the Spirit Empire was predictable. Therefore, the sooner the Clear Sky sect is eliminated, the sooner the Spirit Hall can unify the country. Buzzing. After hearing Qian Runshui's words, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others agreed wholeheartedly, and instantly summoned their martial souls. He concentrated his soul power and aimed it at Tang Chen to unleash his soul skill. Xiaoshui, stop fooling around. These are the fighting spirits of Grandpa and Brother Tang Chen, so they should be fought honorably. Qian Daoliu rebuked Qian Runshui. How could he not understand what Qian Runshui was saying? He really couldn't bear the shame. Even if the matter didn't get out after he took action, did he think the elders and deities of the Spirit Hall wouldn't know? He didn't want to tarnish the shining image he had always maintained in front of his subordinates and Qian Runshui. Of course, he really didn't want to defeat Tang Chen through other means. What he really wanted was to defeat Tang Chen fair and square. Grandfather, Qian Runshui became anxious upon hearing this. Brother Tang Chen, our battle ends here today. You can't take Dragon Fist with you. Qian Daoliu did not respond to Qian Runshui again. Instead, he put away his martial spirit and spoke to Tang Chen. In that case, we'll fight again another day. Tang Chen snorted, then turned to look at Dylan. Dylan, right, I didn't expect you to have such strength. Tang Hao's defeat at your hands is not a disgrace. I'll remember you. Despite his severe injuries, he still maintains the demeanor of a strongman. After saying that, Tang Chen turned and left. He had no choice but to leave, because he knew that if he stayed, he couldn't do anything to Dylan, and might even lose his life. He knew Qian Dalu well. Given Qian Dalu's character, he would not continue to attack him under these circumstances. He was a truly upright and honorable gentleman. However, Sendoryu also has a cunning side. For example, right now, Qian Dalu speaks nicely, but he has actually put away his martial spirit. If Golden Crocodile Douluo or any of the others were to make a move at this moment, wouldn't he be too late to stop them? At that time, no one will be able to say anything bad about Qian Dalu. Therefore, he must leave now while others dare not disobey Qian Dalu's orders. Swish tilde. Despite being severely injured, Tang Chen was still able to escape using his soul power. Grandfather. Qian Runshui became anxious when she saw Tang Chen leave like that. This is a perfect opportunity to get rid of Tang Chen. You want to leave? Did you ask me first? If you want to cause me trouble, come find me. You think you can just walk away because you're injured? No way. Seeing that Qian Dalu actually let Tang Chen leave, Dilong was speechless, and then he stopped hiding. Although he had exhausted his soul power, Dylan was not without other means. Spirit rings. Explode. Dylan instantly shrank his first martial soul's 8 spirit rings, grasped them in his palm, and then clenched them tightly. Boom. The scene that had occurred to Tang Chen was now happening to Dilong. All his spirit rings shattered, turning into golden fragments that then coalesced into a giant golden spirit ring behind Dilong. An incomparably powerful soul force also erupted from Dylan's body. It was just a ring detonation. Dylan didn't know how to do it before and didn't dare to act recklessly. However, Dylan had also studied how to detonate the rings. After witnessing Tang Chen's explosion of the ring, Dylan had some insights. He didn't dare say that he had truly mastered it, but he was willing to give it a try. Anyway, he has the resurrection fountain, so he's not afraid to give it a try. How is this possible? Elder Dragon Fist has actually mastered the exploding ring technique. Jinyi Douluo and the others, including Qian Dalu, were all stunned to see that Dilong had actually used the same explosive ring technique as Tang Chen. Another thing that surprised Jinyi Douluo and the others was that Dilong actually dared to make a move after Qian Dalu spoke, completely ignoring Qian Dalu. How dare he? How is this possible? After sensing the movement behind him, Tang Chen turned around and was shocked to see that Dilong had actually used his signature technique, the ring explosion. Idiot, you can't just learn how to blast rings. One wrong move and you'll be the one who gets blown up. Amidst the shock, a hint of disdain flashed in Tang Chen's eyes. Since his signature move is ring blasting, has no one else ever tried it? Of course there are, but they all paid a heavy price. Boom. Feeling the powerful soul force suddenly surging within him, Dylan finally gained a true understanding of the ring explosion. After the ring exploded, his soul power surged several times over, allowing him to surpass his peak soul power in an instant. Dylan didn't know where this soul power came from. Perhaps it was obtained by exploiting the future as a price. In short, after the ring explosion, Dylan felt that his soul power was incredibly abundant, several times stronger than before, and his whole body felt swollen and uncomfortable. Dylan felt as if his body was about to burst at any moment. If he can feel this even with his current physique, it shows just how domineering the exploding ring is. Dylan suddenly realized that the most important thing about exploding the rings was whether there was a strong body to support the surge in soul power after the rings were exploded. Another issue is how to control the sudden surge in soul power so as not to lose control of oneself. Fortunately, Dylan doesn't need to worry about either of these things. Firstly, Dylan's physical strength is definitely sufficient. Second point, if you can't control it, then don't control it, just use it all up. Ninth soul skill, one punch to the end. Boom. After the ring exploded, Dylan immediately threw a punch at Tang Chen, who was leaving. Roar. A golden dragon soul, even thicker than the one Dylan had previously unleashed, was punched out by Dylan and then swept towards Tang Chen, carrying the golden dragon fist with it. Its speed was also extremely fast, arriving in front of Tang Chen almost instantly. How is this possible? Tang Chen stared in disbelief at the attack before him. He hadn't expected that Dylan would actually master the exploding ring technique. It's over. Tang Chen sighed inwardly. Having suffered severe injuries and no longer in the state of exploding soul rings, he was already at his limit to be able to fly using his soul power, so he had no strength left to resist. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of Qian Daolu and the others, the golden dragon pierced through Tang Chen's body in an instant. Chapter 85 Qian Runshui's Approval. Thud. After the golden dragon's soul pierced through Tang Chen's body, the dragon fist, which contained terrifying destructive power, also passed right through him. A hole the size of a basketball was immediately punched through Tang Chen's chest. After being pierced by the dragon fist, Tang Chen's body fell downwards like a kite with a broken string. Puff! Tang Chen fell headfirst, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I actually died at the hands of a junior. Tang Chen gave a bitter laugh, and the last trace of light in his eyes completely disappeared. Everyone was stunned as they watched Tang Chen fall from the sky. Dead. The Haoshan douluo was actually killed just like that. That's a peerless douluo who's on par with the Grand Elder. How can that kid dragon fist have such terrifying strength? He actually killed Tang Chen. One punch severely injured Tang Chen, and then another punch killed Tang Chen. Isn't the dragon fist just too terrifying? Quote. All the elders and retainers of the spirit hall who witnessed Tang Chen being killed by Dilong felt their worldviews were shaken. Dilong's performance today shattered their understanding. A newly promoted title douluo who had only broken through to the title douluo level a few years ago was actually able to kill a peerless douluo. Although Dylan initially succeeded in his sneak attack, they wouldn't have been able to do it even if given the chance. Dead. Qian Runshui was stunned when she saw this, and then she was very excited. That bastard finally did something good. Although she still deeply disliked Tilong and wished she could skin him alive, Qian Runshui greatly admired him in this matter. He actually killed Haoshan douluo. Bibi Dong was stunned when she saw this. Haoshan douluo Tang Chen is currently the #1 person on the continent. She truly hadn't expected that Dylan's strength would be so terrifying. Will she still have a chance to take revenge in the future? Brother Tang Chen. Swish tilde. Qian Daolu also snapped out of his shock and quickly rushed to where Tang Chen had fallen, catching him in his tracks. Brother Tang Chen. After catching Tang Chen, Qian Daolu finally realized that Tang Chen was really dead. For a moment, Qian Daolu's heart was filled with complex emotions. Of course, he also wanted Tang Chen to die, but Tang Chen died right in front of him, and he felt extremely regretful. He will never be able to defeat Tang Chen fair and square. Phew tilde. I really killed Tang Chen, that felt great. After sensing that Tang Chen's aura had completely disappeared, Dylan breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling extremely refreshed. Aside from the fact that Dylan felt it would be great to kill Tang Chen because he was angry that Tang Chen was causing him trouble. Furthermore, with Tang Chen's death, the Asura god's inheritance in the City of Slaughter lost one competitor. Moreover, after killing Tang Chen, Dilong also discovered that his killing god domain had evolved, gaining 2 new abilities, Killing Assault and Killing Hell, both of which are very powerful domain skills. It was a pleasant surprise. It's a pity that if I had known how to use the ring exploding technique from the beginning, I could have killed Tang Chen with 1 punch instead of 2. Dylan secretly regretted it, because he felt it would have been even cooler to kill Tang Chen with 1 punch. Dragon Fist, you're amazing. You actually killed Tang Chen. How did you master the ring-breaking technique? Dragon Fist, you looked absolutely amazing today. Quote. However, the assembled retainers and elders were still impressed by Tilong's performance today, and they all stepped forward to flatter him. They knew that after today, although the continent had lost a peerless douluo, it had also gained a prodigy like Dilong, who was capable of killing a peerless douluo. At this point, she naturally wanted to get closer to Dylan. Haha, thank you for your kind words, everyone. Dylan landed in the douluo palace while laughing and dealing with them. As soon as he landed, Dylan deactivated the explosive rings on his body, and immediately felt a strong sense of weakness, almost causing him to lose his footing. Elder Longchen, are you alright? How are you? Others also became concerned. It's nothing, just the weakened period after the rings exploded. I'm willing to pay any price to eliminate the biggest obstacle to our spirit hall. Dylan waved his hand, and despite his weakness, he still spoke with a righteous and awe-inspiring air. That was absolutely well done. I just don't know about the high priest. Hearing Dylan's words, everyone agreed and admired him, but when they thought of dalu, they all became worried for Dylan. Because Dylan's actions just now were already a form of defiance against dalu. Even though dalu had told Tang Chen to leave, Dilong still killed him. However, everyone quickly fell silent, because dalu flew back with Tang Chen's corpse. Great offering. Everyone hurriedly came to greet them. Elder Dragon Fist, do you know your mistake? dalu nodded slightly, then looked at Dilong with a commanding gaze. Great Master, where did I go wrong? Despite his extreme weakness, Dylan straightened his body and looked directly at dalu with a calm gaze. dalu originally just wanted Dilong to explain and give him a way out. He didn't really want to blame Dilong, but he felt it was necessary to give him a warning. Unexpectedly, Dilong was just as assertive in front of him, not at all like a newcomer. The Grand Master, Grand Elder, please don't blame Long Quan. He was only thinking of our spirit hall. Yes, Grand Elder, and Tang Chen came here today specifically to cause trouble for Long Quan, so it's understandable that Long Quan killed him in retaliation. At this moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others spoke up one by one, speaking up for Dylan. Yes, Grandpa, what did Elder Long Chen do wrong? He only acted because he listened to me. If you want to blame Grandpa, blame me. Qian Runshui also stepped forward. In this matter, she did not want dalu to make things difficult for Dilong. You, forget it, it's no use saying anything more now. Elder Long Chen, considering that you were thinking of the spirit hall, I will let bygones be bygones for your interference in my battle and disobeying my orders. dalu seemed to have been persuaded by everyone, and gave a faint hum, finally speaking to Dilong. Yes, thank you, Great Master. Dylan responded in agreement, then looked at Tang Chen's corpse that dalu was holding and said, Grand Elder, I killed Haoshan Douluo. Shouldn't his soul bone belong to me? After Tang Chen died, his soul bones were revealed, and they were very obvious. He has a total of 6 soul bones, which makes up a complete set. What's most eye-catching is the skull on Tang Chen's head that emits a red glow. Tang Chen possesses a red 100,000-year soul ring, and presumably, this 100,000-year soul bone was dropped along with that 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 86 The Clear Sky Douluo innocently attacks the Spirit Hall. The Clear Sky sect should be exterminated. Hearing Dylan so bluntly demand the spoils of war, dalu was speechless for a moment, but he couldn't very well refuse. Buzz tilde. Then, dalu reached out and waved his hand over Tang Chen's corpse. All 6 soul bones on Tang Chen's body flew out of the corpse and flew towards Dilong. Upon seeing this, Dylan quickly caught them and, without even looking at what kind of soul bones they were, collected them all at once. The other worshippers and elders were incredibly envious when they saw this. That's the complete set of soul bones of Tang Chen, the number 1 person on the mainland, Haoshan Douluo. Any one of them is top grade, since Tang Chen wouldn't absorb trash soul bones. They may have envied him, but they didn't dare to have any thoughts about it. They had all witnessed Dylan's strength. Although Dylan had ambushed and severely injured Tang Chen, they could see just how terrifying Dylan's attack was. None of them were confident they could withstand Dylan's devastating move. Not to mention, Dylan also mastered the art of ring exploding. Therefore, although Dylan is still a newcomer to the title Douluo level, no one dares to treat him as a newcomer anymore. Moreover, it places Dylan on the same level as Chu Ryu. Thank you, Your Excellency. After Dylan put everything away, he quickly said a polite apology. Although those were his spoils of war, it was still quite generous of dalu to give them all to him. In fact, dalu was also heartbroken, but he couldn't bring himself to steal someone else's spoils. Elder Dragon Fist, your current soul power level should be more than level 91, right? Qian Dalu waved his hand, then asked Di Long curiously. Although the tone was questioning, the person seemed very certain. That's right, High Priest, my soul power level has now broken through to level 96. Dylan nodded. Since he had been found out, he would no longer hide his soul power level. However, the matter of having twin martial souls will definitely be kept hidden as long as possible. It's always good to have something on your side. As for why my soul power level increased so quickly, there's no need to explain. What? Elder Dragon Fist is already level 96. No wonder he could unleash such a terrifying soul skill. If it's level 96, then it's not surprising. Quote. Jin-E Douluo and the others were all shocked after hearing Di Long's answer. Dylan's cultivation level has improved at an astonishing speed. He only broke through to the title douluo level a few years ago, and he's already become a peak douluo. Especially the demon-slaying douluo and the 1,000-pound douluo, they have been stuck at level 95 for many years and have not yet broken through to level 96. Dylan, a newcomer, has already made a breakthrough. Very well, I won't ask you why you've improved so quickly. Now that you've become a peak douluo, I hereby announce that Dragon Fist Douluo is hereby appointed as the 6th elder of the Douluo Hall. Qian Dalu wasn't too surprised by Di Long's words. In his opinion, it was normal for Di Long to have this level of cultivation. In fact, he thought it was a bit low. He originally thought that Dylan must be at least level 97 or even 98 to be able to kill Tang Chen with one punch. Congratulations, Dragon Fist Master. Congratulations on becoming the 6th honored one. Congratulations on joining our Douluo Hall, 6th brother. Quote. After Qian Dalu made the announcement, the elders and devotees all stepped forward to congratulate Di Long. Alright, I see that Elder Dragon Fist is very weak right now, so let's not disturb him and let him go back and rest. Everyone, disperse. I also need to go to the Haoshan sect to return Tang Chen's body to them. It took Qian Dalu a while to speak and stop everyone from disturbing Di Long. Yes, High Priest. Upon hearing Qian Dalu's words, everyone readily agreed. Only Dylan did not follow along, but instead voiced his opposition, saying, I think it is inappropriate for the Grand Elder to go to the Haoshan sect. Oh, why is that inappropriate? Upon hearing this, Qian Dalu frowned and asked in return. Everyone else also looked at Dylan. Great Elder, the Clear Sky sect has always been a hindrance to our spirit hall. Now that the Clear Sky sect's leader has attacked our spirit hall without cause, we absolutely cannot let this go. We must make the Clear Sky sect give our spirit hall an explanation. Dylan stepped forward and offered his suggestion. The claim was that the Clear Sky sect needed to give the spirit hall an explanation, but in reality, it was a suggestion that the spirit hall use this incident to eliminate the Clear Sky sect. Many powerful figures could sense that Tang Chen had come to the spirit hall to cause trouble. Although they didn't know exactly what had happened, it was an undeniable fact that Tang Chen had come to cause trouble. The spirit hall thus had a legitimate reason to attack the Clear Sky sect. Not content with destroying Tang Chen, Di Long also planned to destroy the Haoshan sect, wanting to completely deprive Tang San, who had transmigrated from another era, of his support. Upon hearing Dylan's suggestion, Qian Dalu was taken aback. That's right, the Clear Sky sect clashed with our spirit hall and almost killed our 6th elder. We must get an explanation from the Clear Sky sect for this. That's right, Tang Chen, relying on his cultivation level, came to us because of what happened in the Slaughter City. He's acting recklessly and making trouble. We must make the Haoshan sect give us an explanation. That's right, it's not just Haoshan Douluo. The people of Haoshan sect have been acting arrogantly all these years, relying on their reputation as the #1 sect in the world. It's time to teach them a lesson. In my opinion, the Haoshan sect should not be allowed to continue to exist. What do you mean, the #1 sect in the world? They're completely disregarding our spirit hall. The Haoshan sect deserves to be exterminated. While Qian Dalu was still shocked by Di Long's shameless behavior, The other retainers and elders were the first to react, excitedly echoing Dilong's words. The elders and deities of the Spirit Hall have been unhappy with the Clear Sky sect for a long time. Now that Tang Chen, the most troublesome person, is dead, and there is a legitimate reason in front of them, they naturally agree with Dylan's proposal 100-fold. Grandpa, the sixth elder is right, the Haoshan sect deserves to be destroyed. Even Qian Runshui stood up and agreed with Dylan's suggestion. Yes, father, everyone is absolutely right. The Haoshan sect deserves to be exterminated. Finally, Qian Zunji's eyes lit up as he spoke. It can be said that Dylan's proposal was approved by everyone. Seeing everyone's reaction, Qian Dalu immediately fell silent. When he first heard Tilong say that, he was going to scold him, but now that he saw everyone saying the same thing, he understood what everyone was thinking. In that case, this matter is entrusted to you, Your Holiness. After a moment of silence, Qian Dalu finally agreed with everyone's idea. He didn't want to go against everyone's wishes. However, since he became the representative of the angel god on earth, he could no longer interfere in outside affairs at will and could only leave things to Qian Zunji to handle. Chapter 87 Tang San weeps. Yes, father, let the child handle this. When Qian Zunji heard that Qian Dalu had actually agreed, he was immediately overjoyed. He had discussed the Haoshan sect with Qian Dalu before, and his father had told him that he should never provoke the Haoshan sect unless absolutely necessary. Because he cannot interfere in external affairs at will, Tang Chen is not restricted. Now that Tang Chen is dead, all the concerns are gone, and as expected, father no longer objects. Then it's time for this number one sect in the world to disappear. The Spirit Hall is clearly the strongest spirit master force, yet the Clear Sky sect is given the title of the number one sect in the world. Qian Zunji has been dissatisfied with this for a long time. Your Holiness, this matter arose because of me. Let's postpone our trip to the Haoshan sect for a few days. I'll go with you. Dylan was very pleased to hear that Qian Dalu had agreed to his proposal, and then said to Qian Zunji. Haha, it's great that the sixth elder is willing to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Qian Zunji readily agreed without hesitation. Tang Chen is no longer with the Haoshan sect, so a few days' delay won't matter. Besides, it was Dilong's suggestion that made this matter settled. Otherwise, if Qian Dalu sends Tang Chen's body back, they will lose a legitimate reason to cause trouble for Haoshan sect in the future. Who knows, people might say that the Spirit Hall killed Tang Chen. Now that the Spirit Hall has taken the initiative to attack, this problem can actually be avoided. Therefore, Qian Zunji greatly admired and thought highly of Dilong. This matter was settled among the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. The first thing the Spirit Hall did was to announce that Tang Chen had acted recklessly because of his cultivation level, and had come to cause trouble for Elder Longchen of the Spirit Hall because of what happened in the Slaughter City. In the end, he was suppressed and killed by the Spirit Hall. The one who killed Tang Chen was also the newly promoted Elder Longchen of the Spirit Hall. The news caused an uproar throughout the continent. No one expected that the renowned Haoshan douluo, who was famous throughout the continent, would actually die, and at the hands of an elder of the Spirit Hall. This also made Dylan's name widely known. After some details of how Dylan killed Tang Chen were revealed, everyone quickly gave Dylan a title. One Punch Douluo. Although Dylan ultimately killed Tang Chen, it took him 2 punches. However, everyone still believes that Tilong deserves the title of One Punch Douluo. He severely injured Tang Chen with 1 punch and killed Tang Chen with another punch. Why can't he be called One Punch Douluo? Of course, the most important thing is that everyone knows that Dylan's 9th soul skill is called One Punch to the End, whether it's the name of the soul skill, its characteristics, or Dylan's performance. Everyone agreed that the title, One Punch Douluo, was very suitable for Dylan. So Tilong thus acquired a completely new title, bestowed upon him by an outsider. Just like the future Poison Douluo, whose actual title should be Azure Scale Douluo, but everyone prefers to call him Poison Douluo. How is that possible? This is impossible. My great-grandfather was so strong, how could he possibly die? Tang San, who is waiting for Tang Chen's return outside Wuhan City, was stunned when he received news of Tang Chen's death instead of Tang Chen's return. Tang San couldn't believe that his great-grandfather, who possessed unparalleled douluo cultivation, had actually died just like that. What happened to helping his father get justice? What happened to helping him retrieve the heart of Poseidon? He had been full of expectations, but Tang Chen not only failed to do it, but also lost his life there. Great-grandfather, I'm sorry. It was your great-grandson who killed you again. Tang San raised his head, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. He felt truly guilty at this moment. In the original future, it was because he wanted to destroy the city of slaughter that he caused Tang Chen's death. Now, Tang Chen was killed because of him, or rather, he was the one who caused her death. How could Tang San not feel guilty? Damn it, it's you again, Dragon Fist Douluo. After crying for a while, Tang San's eyes instantly turned red, and his hatred for Dilong intensified. Previously, Dilong had only crippled his father's arm, but now he has gone even further, actually causing the death of his great-grandfather. His strongest asset at this point in time. Amidst his anger, Tang San was also somewhat bewildered. Now that even Tang Chen is dead, what will he rely on in the future? Relying on others is never as good as relying on yourself. Without the heart of the sea god, I definitely won't be able to obtain the 9 trials of the sea god. In that case, I'll have no choice but to go to the city of slaughter. However, Tang San quickly calmed down and then prepared to head to the city of slaughter. Now all he wants to do is improve his strength. Without strength, he finds himself unable to do anything. Forget about finding Xiao Wu, he can't even get revenge. Therefore, Tang San realized that strength was the most important thing. As for the question of losing emotions due to the influence of the Asura god's power after receiving the Asura god's inheritance, it's alright. After all, I inherited the power of the Asura god and have some understanding of it. I should be able to gradually control it. Even if I really lose my emotions, as long as I meet Xiao Wu, I will be able to regain them, just like in the future. After saying this to himself, Tang San quickly left the area outside Spirit City, not daring to stay so close to it any longer. He did not go to the city of slaughter immediately, but planned to forge enough hidden weapons before heading there. He knew that city of slaughter all too well. He simply wasn't prepared enough for the future, otherwise, clearing the killing city would have been even easier for him. As long as you carry enough hidden weapons, you don't even need any sophisticated mechanical hidden weapons, just enough throwing knives will suffice. In the future, in order to create hidden weapons, he even used a soup spoon for eating in the killing city. If he had prepared in advance, why would he have needed to be so humble? So after entering the city of slaughter, he often complained in his heart about his father, Tang Hao. If he had told him about the situation inside the city of slaughter earlier, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. The message came from Wuhan City. Tang San was waiting for Tang Chen outside, so he was relatively close and received the message quickly. Upon returning from overseas and arriving in Wuhan City, Yu Xiaogang quickly learned of this important news. Yu Xiaogang was also stunned. How is that possible? That bastard Dragon Fist Douluo, wasn't he only a few years old when he broke through to the title Douluo level? How could he possibly have killed Tang Hao Douluo? He couldn't believe that Tilong had such strong cultivation. He was even thinking about taking revenge on Tilong in the future. Now, things have gotten much better. Before he even had the ability, Dylan's cultivation level had already skyrocketed. He went from a level 91 title Douluo to a level 96 peak Douluo in an instant, and even became the 6th elder of the Spirit Hall. One punch Douluo, that bastard doesn't even deserve it. Chapter 88 Bibi Dong arrives. Hearing that Tilong was doing so well and had become so famous, Yu Xiaogang was very indignant. Everyone else is fine, but Tilong isn't. Because in his view, everything he had suffered in the past was caused by Dylan. Bibi Dong, I must see Bibi Dong as soon as possible. After feeling annoyed for a long time, Yu Xiao forced herself to calm down and told herself that the most important thing now was to see Bibi Dong. Only through Bibi Dong could he access the Spirit Hall's secret knowledge about spirits. Perhaps the way for him to break free from his own constraints can be found within it. This was his last hope. Bibi Dong must still be heartbroken for me, right? She'll definitely think I've died like the other expeditionary force. If she sees me, Bibi Dong will be overjoyed. I must see Bibi Dong as soon as possible and deliver this surprise to her. Just imagining Bibi Dong's delighted expression upon seeing him, Yu Xiaogang was already impatient. Having suffered such great trauma overseas, he desperately needs comfort, and emotional comfort is the best. Nothing could make him happier than seeing the Spirit Hall Saintess's affection and care for him. However, what Yu Xiaogang didn't know was that during the year or so that he disappeared, Bibi Dong thought of him less and less. On the contrary, it was Dylan, who bullied and humiliated her, that she thought of countless times. Bibi Dong didn't fall in love with Dilung out of hatred, it was simply out of hatred. Every day, she wished she could increase her strength and kill Dilung to avenge herself. For example, right now, Bibi Dong is in her room, her expression constantly changing. She was torn about whether or not to go find Dylan. After Dylan returned, he came to see her once, which was actually unexpected. She originally thought that Dilung would inevitably humiliate her many times, but that didn't happen. He only came to see her on the day he returned. Dylan didn't continue to look for her, and Bibi Dong was naturally happy to be free from being bullied anymore. But today, Bibi Dong was hesitant about whether to take the initiative to find Dilung. Because right now, Dylan is in a weakened state after using the exploding ring. She already knew something about the Haoshan sect's ring explosion technique. After Tang Chen was killed during the day, she specifically asked her teacher, Qian Zunji, and gained a deeper understanding of the ring explosion technique. Therefore, Bibi Dong knew that there was a period of weakness after using the soul ring explosion technique. During this period, not only would the soul rings that had exploded be temporarily gone, but even the martial soul would be unusable. The more spirit rings that explode, the longer the period of weakness will last. Dylan destroyed 8 of his spirit rings, and his weakened state will definitely not last more than a day or two. Therefore, this was the perfect time for her to take revenge. That's why Bibi Dong hesitated about whether to take the initiative to go to Dilung's place. She wanted nothing more than to kill Dilung, but she was also afraid that Dilung had indeed left a backup plan, and that after she killed him, her photos would circulate in mainland China. That's even more terrifying than killing her. So Bibi Dong hesitated until night fell, and then she glanced at the dark night outside. It seemed that the darkness gave Bibi Dong courage and a sense of security, and she eventually went to the exclusive Elders' Council where Dilung was located. Phew tilde. This soul bone is indeed excellent. It allowed me to recover my soul power ahead of schedule. Dylan opened his eyes from his meditation, slowly exhaled, and his face showed relief and joy. After returning to his residence, Dylan absorbed the 100,000-year-old head soul bone he had obtained from Tang Chen. The period of weakness that Dylan should have experienced after his ring shattered was also restored after absorbing the 100,000-year-old soul bone. Even the spirit rings that were blown up have all been reassembled. Now, all of Dilung's body is still incomplete except for his torso bones. What Tang Chen obtained was a torso bone of 70,000 years quality, which Dylan said he didn't want. He either doesn't absorb anything, or if he does absorb something, it has to be of 100,000-year quality. Others may not have the right to be critical, but he does. The 4 soul bones he originally absorbed were all of 100,000-year quality. Now, with the one that dropped after killing Tang Chen, he has 5. If other soul masters knew this, they would be green with envy. The treasures they dreamed of their whole lives but could never obtain, were piled high on Dylan's body. After the spirit ring was reassembled, the spirit skills contained within it did indeed undergo a slight change. It's become unstable. It seems that if the rings explode a few more times, the soul skills contained within them will disappear completely. It seems the speculation I saw online in my previous life was true. Detonating a spirit ring really does cause the loss of spirit skills. No wonder Tang Hao didn't use a single spirit ring skill from beginning to end. After experiencing the reformed spirit ring, Dylan gained a deeper understanding of the spirit ring explosion. It's not something just anyone can use. Dylan had been worried about this, which is why he didn't destroy his 9th spirit ring as well. He still attaches great importance to his 9th soul skill. However, Dylan definitely needs to master the technique of exploding the rings. This move was a perfect fit for Dylan. The soul power generated by the exploding rings, combined with Dylan's Fist of Destiny, can multiply the power of Dylan's Fist of Destiny several times over. His only concern is that if he doesn't have a new 100,000-year soul bone to absorb after using both the ring explosion and one punch end, he will be weak for a period of time. Tang Chen must have come because of Tang San, but I wonder where Tang San is now. If we knew where he was, we could have eliminated him immediately. Now that I've killed Tang Chen, killing Tang San is no longer a problem for me. Then Dylan thought of Tang San. He now hopes that when he attacks the Clear Sky Sect, Tang San will also be at the Clear Sky Sect. Then he would eliminate Tang San as well. After I came back today, I feel like I forgot something. Oh right, I forgot to release Xiao Wu. Looking at the empty room, Dylan suddenly remembered that Xiao Wu was still inside his 7 treasures glazed brocade. However, before Dylan could release Xiao Wu, he sensed that someone had entered his private elder's quarters. And they even sneaked in. This aura, is it that woman, Bibi Dong? Through the other party's soul power aura, Dylan quickly identified the other party. Upon learning who the visitor was, Dylan's expression immediately became playful. That woman, Bibi Dong, definitely didn't come to warm my bed willingly. She must be here for revenge. I never would have guessed. This woman is actually not afraid that I might have a backup plan to spread her photos. After a silent smile, Dylan sat cross-legged, waiting for Bibi Dong to enter. Chapter 89. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui arrived together. Creak tilde. Bibi Dong quickly pushed open the door to Dylan's room from the outside. Then, Bibi Dong, in her spirit possession state, walked in through the door. Your Highness, it's so late, have you come to bring me warmth? Seeing Bibi Dong's appearance, Dylan immediately smiled and asked. Dylan didn't seem nervous at all, but it was as if he was just pretending to be relaxed. Dragon Fist, you didn't expect me to come, did you? You must be very scared right now, right? Bibi Dong immediately saw through T-Lung's feigned composure and burst out laughing. After reaching T-Lung, Bibi Dong did not immediately make a move, knowing that T-Lung was currently in a weakened state and that she was reluctant to kill him so quickly. She wanted to slowly torture him to death. Only then can revenge be avenged. Is Her Highness here to kill me and seek revenge? Is Her Highness not afraid that those photos will be leaked? Dylan looked calmly at Bibi Dong and said threatening words. When Bibi Dong heard Dylan's words and thought of those photos, her body trembled slightly. But when she thought that today was the perfect opportunity to kill Dylan, Bibi Dong quickly calmed down. She couldn't worry about the photos anymore, she'd figure something out after killing Dylan. But if she doesn't seize this opportunity to kill Dylan today, she may never have such a good chance again. Dylan was capable of killing even Tang Chen. Even if she possessed twin martial souls and could become a level 99 peerless douluo in the future, she still didn't dare to say that she could kill Tang Chen. But Dylan did it. Therefore, she worried that even if she became powerful in the future, she would not be able to surpass D-Lung and kill him. Old man, don't even think about threatening me with photos anymore. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid. So what if you have a backup plan? As long as I don't care, I have nothing to fear from you. After thinking about it, Bibi Dong forced herself to calm down again and angrily said to D-Lung. It seems she's trying to convince herself that there's nothing to be afraid of. Yeah, then Your Highness, prepare to embrace your future. Dylan smiled jokingly. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Bibi Dong's heart trembled once again. Old man, you should face your own future first. Weren't you so impressive today? You even earned the title of One Punch Douluo. Today, I'll make your title a thing of the past. Clang 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 tilde tilde tilde. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, the 8 spider spears behind her unfolded one by one, with the tips of the spider legs pointed at Dylan's body, ready to pierce him at any moment. Sister Dong, no, Just as Bibi Dong was about to make her move, Qian Runshui's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Xiaoshui, what brings you here? When Bibi Dong turned around and saw Qian Runshui, she immediately felt flustered. She never expected Qian Runshui to come, and even more so, to witness her preparing to kill Dilong. Xiaoshui, don't stop me. I'm going to kill this old bastard today. However, Bibi Dong quickly calmed down and instead persuaded Qian Runshui not to stop her. Sister Dong, but what if we kill him and your photos really get circulated? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Qian Runshui immediately became anxious. If killing Dylan could solve everything, she would of course wholeheartedly agree to kill him. But what if Dylan really did have a backup plan? She couldn't imagine how Bibi Dong would cope if those photos were actually exposed. Bibi Dong definitely couldn't face that. She didn't want to see Bibi Dong end up like that. Of course, she herself couldn't face it either. Yes, after Qian Runshui replaced Bibi Dong, she was also photographed extensively by Tilong. That's why Qian Runshui was so afraid. That's why they chose to stop Bibi Dong. Besides not wanting Bibi Dong to face the potential consequences, she herself didn't want to face them either. Do you know those photos? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Runshui in shock. She truly hadn't expected that Qian Runshui would know the truth about her being blackmailed by Dilong. She not only knew, but she also sacrificed herself to protect you. Dylan was also surprised to see Qian Runshui, and upon hearing this, he chuckled. Sacrificed himself? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was shocked and immediately pressed for details. You'll understand once you see these. Dylan waved his right hand and took out a stack of photos from his soul tool, then threw them at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong quickly reached out and caught it, then examined it. Don't look, Sister Dong. Qian Runshui tried to stop her, but Bibi Dong still saw it. Even though she already had the answer in her heart, Bibi Dong felt heartbroken when she actually saw that Qian Runshui had also been photographed by Dilong. It turns out that Qian Runshui had also encountered the same thing as herself. Moreover, Qian Runshui took her place to be humiliated by Dilong in order to protect her. She wondered why Dylan hadn't called her these past few days. It turned out that Qian Runshui had taken on all of this for her. Xiaoshui, why are you so silly? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Runshui with reddened eyes and heartache. She really didn't expect that Qian Runshui would be willing to endure Dilong's humiliation for her sake. At first, she was very resistant to Qian Runshui's appearance, but it was Qian Runshui's enthusiasm that moved her and she accepted Qian Runshui as her junior sister. But she never expected that Qian Runshui would be willing to go to such lengths for her. Sister Dong, I just don't want to be bullied by him anymore. Seeing Bibi Dong's distressed gaze, Qian Runshui showed no pain on her face, but instead wore a smile, believing that her sacrifice was worthwhile. Quote. Hearing that Qian Runshui sacrificed herself for such a reason, Bibi Dong was deeply moved and overwhelmed with emotion. Xiaoshui, you're so silly. Aside from calling Qian Runshui stupid, she didn't know what else to say about her. If you two want to perform a story of sisterly affection, you can do it up here. I have plenty of room here. Tilong couldn't bear to watch Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui's sisterly affection any longer, so he chimed in. You old bastard, you're truly shameless, you beast. Xiaoshui is the teacher's daughter and the granddaughter of the Grand Master. How dare you? Upon hearing Dylan's voice, Bibi Dong immediately turned around, glared at him, and began to curse him. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't you of a very noble status? As long as they don't find out, it'll be fine, right? Which of you dares to tell anyone? Dylan smiled smugly and began to threaten without any qualms. Seeing Dylan's appearance, Bibi Dong's murderous intent surged once again. Even Qian Runshui couldn't help but reveal a strong killing intent in her eyes. Chapter 90 Sisters join forces. A ruthless suppression. They did indeed compromise under Dylan's threats. But that doesn't mean they have no temper. Not only did Dylan succeed in threatening them, but he was also so arrogant, which infuriated them. Your Highness, do you still intend to kill me now? At that time, Not only will your photos be exposed, but Qian Runshui's photos will also be exposed. Even if you don't think about yourself, don't you at least consider her feelings? Despite the murderous intent emanating from the two women, Tilung remained unmoved and continued to smile mockingly. Bibi Dong's finger was trembling as she pointed at Dylan. She was furious with him. But Dylan's words did indeed put her in a difficult position. She was just saying it casually. She herself was afraid the photos would be exposed. Now, with Qian Runshui's involvement, she was genuinely hesitant to take the gamble. Sister Dong, let's not take the risk. Don't worry, with me taking his place, he won't bully you anymore. Sister Dong, you can leave now. I'll be fine here. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's appearance, Qian Runshui quickly took Bibi Dong's arm and said to her. She's telling you that even if Bibi Dong doesn't kill Dilong won't bully Bibi Dong in the future. Because she has replaced Bibi Dong. This was a deal between her and Dylan. No, Xiaoshui, I can't let you be bullied by this old man in my place. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Bibi Dong immediately grabbed Qian Runshui's hands in protest. It was fine before she didn't know, but now that she knows the truth, she definitely can't let Qian Runshui continue to be bullied by Dilong in her place. Ever since she learned of the great sacrifices Qian Runshui made for her, she had come to regard Qian Runshui as her true younger sister in her heart. Sister Dong, I'm fine, you should go now, I'll be fine here. No, you're not allowed to come here again. Sister Dong. For a moment, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were caught in a struggle of shirking responsibility, putting on a show of sisterly affection in front of Dilong. Neither of them wanted the other to stay here and be bullied by Dylan. Both sides want to consider the other's perspective. Cough cough. Wait a minute, you two. Have you forgotten about me, the bad guy? Tilung had no interest in watching them continue their sisterly display, so he coughed twice and then spoke. You old bastard, shut up. You old bastard, shut up. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong simultaneously turned to Dylan and angrily rebuked him. Although they compromised with Dylan, they all had their own tempers. Moreover, in their eyes, Dylan was now a useless person who couldn't use his martial spirit, so they were even less polite. You don't think I'm still in a weakened state, do you? Boom. Seeing the two women's tacit understanding, Dylan stopped pretending and instantly released his soul pressure, accurately intimidating the two women. Snort. Snort. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were both stunned by Dilong's soul pressure, and they both groaned and their expressions changed. You actually regained your strength. Bibi Dong looked at Dylan in disbelief. She hadn't expected that Dylan would recover his strength so quickly. How is this possible? You destroyed 8 spirit rings. You should be weakened for at least a week. Qian Runshui also looked at Dilong with disbelief. That was true at first, but didn't I obtain Tang Chen's soul bones? After absorbing them, my strength naturally recovered. I didn't need to wait. Dylan chuckled, not afraid to tell the two women the reason. Quote. Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui suddenly realized that it was a soul bone. That makes sense. Damn it, I actually overlooked those soul bones. Bibi Dong cursed inwardly. Qian Runshui's expression also looked rather unpleasant. Alright, now it's my turn to settle accounts with you. Seeing the expressions on the two women's faces, Dylan laughed and then said to Bibi Dong, Your Highness, I had already promised Qian Runshui that I wouldn't bother you anymore, but since you want to kill me today, I certainly won't let you off easily. Today, you can continue to please me. No, Elder Dragon Fist, you can't go back on your word. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Qian Runshui immediately rebuked him angrily. I'm only talking about today, as punishment for her wanting to kill me. Anyway, I've bullied her many times before, so what's one more time? Dylan smiled faintly. That won't do either. I'll stay, you let Sister Dong leave. Qian Runshui naturally refused. Xiaoshui. Bibi Dong grabbed Qian Runshui, then glared at Dilong and said, I'm willing to stay, but you have to let Xiaoshui leave. And you can't cause any more trouble for Xiaoshui in the future. No, you can't go back on your word. From now on, you're not allowed to bully Sister Dong anymore, just like before. Qian Runshui naturally disagreed, and the two women started pulling at each other again. Shut up. Dylan felt a headache just watching them argue, and immediately snapped at them, stopping the two women from arguing. You don't need to argue anymore, I'll make the decision for you. Since you're both willing to sacrifice yourselves for each other, I'll grant your wish. From now on, when I'm looking for the Holy Maiden, I won't bully Qian Runshui. And when I'm looking for Qian Runshui, I won't bully the Holy Maiden. What do you think of this arrangement? Dylan, appearing to be considering the two women's feelings, offered his solution. You're shameless. You actually want both of them. Hearing Dylan's words, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong were furious. They had never seen such a shameless person. Then you two can discuss it yourselves and decide who will come to me. Anyway, one of you has to come when I need you. Dylan snorted coldly and announced domineeringly. Dylan simply passed the problem back to the two of them, wanting only the result. As for tonight, to punish the Holy Maiden for trying to kill me, neither of you will be leaving. Dylan then announced the punishment for the day. What? You bastard! Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong both changed color at the same time. Thud. However, Dylan didn't give them a chance to object and directly used his soul power to close the door. Since you two are such close sisters, I'll give you a chance to join forces. I'll suppress them ruthlessly. Your Holiness, my cultivation has recovered, and I can set off for the Haoshan sect today. The next day, feeling much better, Dylan found Qian Zunji and told him that his cultivation had been restored. What? Dragon Fist Elder recovered so quickly. Qian Zunji was also greatly shocked to hear that Dilong's strength had been restored. Chapter 91 Dylan is a beast. Because I absorbed the soul bone, the period of weakness after the ring explosion was eliminated. Dylan offered an explanation. I see, that's perfect. The people who will attack the Haoshan sect are ready. Elder Dragon Fist can lead them to the Haoshan sect at any time. Upon hearing Dilong's words, Qian Zunji understood and immediately smiled and said, We can set off now. Dylan said directly. He's hoping Tang San is still in the Clear Sky sect so he can kill him as well. No problem, 2,000 soul masters have already gathered outside the papal palace and are waiting. Among them are 4 soul douluos, 20 soul saints, and the rest are soul emperors and soul kings. After losing Tang Chen, the Clear Sky sect no longer has any title douluos. With Dragon Fist Elder leading the team, there's no chance of anything going wrong. However, in order to ensure absolute suppression, I also summoned 2 elders from the Elder Hall, namely Elder Chrysanthemum Douluo and Elder Ghost Douluo. Qian Zunji immediately smiled and said, He has gathered the power of 2,000 soul masters today. He originally planned to let them wait for Dylan to recover his strength, but now it seems that he doesn't need to. By the way, the Holy Maiden and my daughter will also be going together. I hope Elder Dragon Fist can look after them. Then Qian Zunji said another sentence. Of course, he would include Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui in such a major event as eliminating the Haoshan sect, to help them accumulate experience. Don't worry, Your Holiness, I will take good care of them. Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately and righteously agreed. Speaking of the two of them, Dylan couldn't help but recall the suppression that took place last night. Although Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were unwilling to be suppressed by him at the same time, after realizing that they could not escape, the two women still joined forces in an attempt to counter Dilong. As expected, even when the two of them joined forces, they were still thoroughly suppressed by Dylan. It's a bit of a pity that Dylan didn't want Qian Runshui to see Xiaowu for the time being, so he didn't summon Xiaowu. Otherwise, Tilong would have had an accomplice to help him suppress the two women. After leaving the papal palace, Dylan quickly arrived at the gathering place of the Soul Master army and met all the Soul Masters who had come on this trip. It's the 6 offerings. That's right, it really is the 6th Elder, the 6th Elder who has the reputation of being the one-punch Douluo. The 6th Elder has recovered so quickly. That's amazing. No wonder he was able to kill Haoshan Douluo. Quote. Upon seeing Dylan appear, the 2,000 Soul Masters were extremely excited, looking at him with adoration. There was no way around it. Tilung's performance in killing Tang Chen was simply too outstanding. In their eyes, Dylan is now the #1 person after the Grand Elder Qian Dalu. That beast. Only Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong, upon seeing Dilong, not only did not admire him, but instead cursed him in their hearts. The two of them were really bullied by Dylan last night. So, we need to make them idolize Dylan. That's impossible, don't even think about it. They wished they could kill Dylan. Dylan ignored Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui and glanced at the army of soul masters. Dylan only glanced at them before focusing his attention on the two title douluos at the front. They were Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, characters he was familiar with. Of course, he is familiar with Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo from the anime, but he has not yet had any dealings with these two. 6 offerings. 6 offerings. When Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo saw Dilong's gaze, they quickly bowed and greeted him. Although they became titled douluo before Dylan, Dylan is now the 6th elder, and his status is above theirs. Not to mention that Lung's strength was so terrifying, so the two of them dared not be disrespectful to him in the slightest. Elders, we are counting on your help on this trip. Dylan nodded slightly. No, it's simply our duty. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo quickly said. Dylan nodded and said nothing more, but looked at the 4 soul douluos behind the two of them. Upon closer inspection, Dylan discovered that he recognized 2 of the 4 soul douluos. They are the future Serpent Spear Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo. However, both of them are only soul douluo at the moment, but it seems that breaking through to title douluo shouldn't be far off. Between the two, Dylan glanced at Lingyuan Douluo more than once. This person can be considered the only titled douluo to appear in the early stages of Douluo continent, besides Bibi Dong. And she is also a beautiful woman. Dylan's heart stirred slightly, perhaps he could take advantage of this trip to win the other party over. Within the Spirit Hall, Dilong also needs to cultivate his own power. Among them, the most important are naturally the subordinates at the title douluo level. These two are destined to become title douluo in the future, but they themselves don't know it. Many Contra players are stuck at level 89 their entire lives. Before breaking through, no one dares to say that they will definitely be able to. Dylan knew they were definitely capable of breaking through, so he could lend a hand, perhaps by giving them some high-quality spiritual herbs to help them break through quickly and make them remember his kindness. Not only the future Serpent Dragon Douluo and Spirit Kite Douluo, but Dylan can also pull off this move for other potential soul douluos. Those immortal herbs and high-quality spiritual medicines would be a waste to keep consuming them. It would be more worthwhile to use them to win people's hearts. Of course, Dylan wouldn't just give away the immortal herbs casually. We must be careful to keep this trip a secret. Therefore, I have decided to divide my forces into 11 groups and set off. 2,000 soul masters split into 10 groups, each heading towards the Clear Sky sect. The 2 elders and I will lead 4 soul douluos to the Clear Sky sect first to keep an eye on them. Once everyone else has arrived, we will launch an attack on the Clear Sky sect and strive to leave no one alive. After glancing at the army of soul masters again, Dylan quickly made arrangements. Yes, 6th offering. Upon hearing Dylan's arrangement, everyone readily agreed. Subsequently, Dylan led Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and 4 soul douluo to set off first, while the others split into 10 groups to head towards the Clear Sky sect. I feel so awful, I really want to find a woman to vent to. On Haoshan Sect Mountain, Ma Hongjun lay on the grass, rolling around in discomfort. Since returning from his time travel, he has had to confront the problem of the evil fire of the evil phoenix once again. Back when he was at Shrek Academy, he would go to the village to pick up women, or go to the red light district of Soto City to pay for sex. However, after joining the Haoshan sect, Ma Hongjun could no longer easily find women from the Haoshan sect to satisfy his needs, so he could only keep it to himself. Forget it, I'd better keep practicing. Third brother said that my problem with the evil fire might be solved by the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent in the City of Slaughter. I just need to wait for him to clear the City of Slaughter again. After thinking this through, Ma Hongjun got up and began to cultivate diligently. Little did he know, he didn't have that much time to wait. Chapter 92 Hidden Rules of the Spirit Kite Douluo. As Dylan led Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and 4 Soul Douluos rapidly toward the Clear Sky sect, the Spirit Hall's announcement about Tang Chen's attack on the Spirit Hall and his subsequent death began to circulate among more people. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Haoshan Douluo, who is known as the #1 person in the world, is actually dead. And he was killed by Senior Dragon Fist. That's amazing. Yes, I never expected that Senior Dragon Fist could even kill Haoshan Douluo, who was a peerless Douluo. Ning Dingaling, along with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, also learned of the news and were all shocked. They all knew that Dilong was very strong and possessed twin martial souls, but they never expected that Dilong was so powerful that he could even kill Tang Chen. While they were shocked, they were also somewhat excited, as they had a fairly good relationship with such a powerful figure. Ning Dingaling was extremely proud, because that was her man. Ning Rongrong, who was pregnant, had the most complicated feelings. She should be happy that the child's father is so strong. However, she didn't like Tilong. Tilong was her enemy, and the stronger her enemy was, the less hope she had of getting rid of him. She was also worried about the other members of the Shrek 7 Devils. The stronger Dylan was, the more dangerous it would be for everyone. One Punch Douluo. This title is so fitting, it's practically a true reflection of Senior Dragon Fist. Bone Douluo looked excited again when talking about Dylan's new title. They've seen it firsthand, whether it's the Azure Bull Python or the Titan Giant Ape, they can take them down with a single punch. That Elder Dragon Fist actually possesses such ferocity. Luckily I didn't refuse back then, it's a pity for that Haoshan Douluo. In the Heavenly Do Imperial Palace, Emperor Shifeng was extremely surprised upon learning the news, and at the same time, he was glad that he had not refused Dilong's offer to exchange for the vast ocean universe cover. As for Tang Chen's passing, he could only express his regret. Now that Tang Chen is dead, the political landscape on the mainland will inevitably change, and he needs to make some preparations. Haoshan sect. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. My father is the #1 person on the continent, how could he possibly be dead? When Tang Wei, Tang Chen's son and Tang Hao's father, learned of his father's death, he immediately lost his composure and exclaimed in disbelief, "It's impossible." Not only Tang Wei, but also the elders and other high-ranking members of the Haoshan sect, were all unable to accept the fact that their sect leader was dead. What's more, he was slandered by the Spirit Hall and attacked the Spirit Hall elders without cause. Does that elder even deserve to be called an elder? This matter was disseminated by the Spirit Hall through a public announcement. Regardless of the truth, the fact that this message has been leaked means that the old sect leader may indeed have encountered some trouble. However, some people who were a little calmer and had some sense immediately analyzed that Tang Chen might have already gotten into trouble. Otherwise, even if the Spirit Hall had 800 times more courage, they wouldn't dare to spread such rumors about their former sect leader. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the others changed again, becoming even more unpleasant. They were naturally angry and furious that their old sect leader was being slandered, but if Tang Chen really got into trouble, the damage to their sect would be even greater. Snort. No matter what the Spirit Hall says, we absolutely do not accept their claims. If father really did get into trouble at the Spirit Hall, then we must demand an explanation from the Spirit Hall. Tang Wei quickly made the decision. That's right, we don't admit it, and we must demand an explanation from the Spirit Hall. That is, does our Haoshan sect have no one left? We are the #1 sect in the world. After hearing Tang Wei's words, everyone's anger was ignited, and they all echoed him with righteous indignation. However, when it came to how to seek redress from the Spirit Hall, they all fell silent. What the people of the Clear Sky sect didn't know was that while they were discussing how to demand an explanation from the Spirit Hall, Dilong had already led his men to the Clear Sky sect mountain. However, Dylan did not immediately attack the Clear Sky sect. Instead, he had Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and the others disperse around the Clear Sky sect to keep an eye on its members. Dylan will only make his move after the main force arrives. It's not that they're afraid of the Haoshan sect. With the strength of Dilong's team, taking down the Haoshan sect is no problem at all. However, with just a few people, it would be quite difficult for them to completely wipe out the Haoshan sect. That's why we need to wait for the Soul Master army to arrive. The rest of you will arrive in 2 days. Please keep a close eye on the Haoshan sect during these 2 days, and also avoid alerting them. Dylan then handed over the guard duty to Ghost Douluo and the others. He didn't need to do this kind of guard duty. Yes, 6th offering. Chrysanthemum Douluo and the others all agreed. They then dispersed and began monitoring the area around Haoshan sect. Li Yuan, I have a way to help you quickly break through to the next level. If you're willing, you can come find me here tonight. One of the beautiful figures was secretly conveyed a message to Tilong via telepathy. The departing figure paused slightly upon hearing this, then continued on her way. What does it mean to offer the dragon fist? Li Yuan thought about the words Dilong had just transmitted to her, and felt both fear and excitement. Given her strength and status, it's impossible that she couldn't understand the underlying meaning of Dylan's words. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been asked to go see him that night. Li Yuan wasn't very angry about her boss's unspoken rules. After all, the other party was so powerful that it was an honor for her to be noticed. She was more happy than angry. She just didn't know if Dylan really had a way to quickly help her break through to the title douluo level. Even she herself wasn't confident that she would be able to break through to the title douluo level in the future. Dylan said he could help her, so she had reason to suspect that Dylan was just making up an excuse to sleep with her. But what if it's true? That's great. I can break through to the title douluo level too. And even if it's fake, it's an honor for me to be accepted into the Dragon Fist's unspoken rules. Without much hesitation, Li Yuan made up her mind. I have to go tonight. She wasn't afraid that Tilong would deceive her. It wouldn't be bad to use this opportunity to get closer to him. Even if Dylan can't help her break through, she will still have opportunities in the future, so she can invite Dylan to help her hunt for the 9th spirit ring. With Dylan's strength, she might be able to hunt down a 100,000-year soul ring. Li Yuan became even more excited just thinking about it, and couldn't wait for night to fall. As Li Yuan waited anxiously, night finally fell. Li Yuan, who had been anxiously waiting for a long time, immediately went to the place where Dilong was resting. Chapter 93 Full of Surprises. 6th Master, I have come as you instructed. At Dylan's resting place, Li Yuan came to Dylan, her face showing a hint of nervousness and shyness. For so many years, she has devoted herself to cultivation and has never been in a relationship. So, despite her advanced age, she is still somewhat shy about what is happening tonight. Li Yuan, this is the immortal herb coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a treasure even more precious than a 100,000-year soul ring. Because it can not only improve your cultivation level, but also allow your martial spirit to evolve, and even enhance your cultivation talent, making your future potential greater. Do you want to? Swish tilde. Upon seeing Li Yuan enter, Dilong waved his hand and summoned the immortal herb coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a fire attribute immortal herb that was eaten by Ma Hongjun in the original story. Li Yuan's martial soul, the fiery spirit kite, is fire attribute, making this immortal herb perfectly suited for her. Tilong did say that the magic herb wouldn't be given away casually. But Li Yuan in front of him was different, because she was a woman, a beautiful woman, and a woman who was ready to give herself to him. In this situation, Dylan wouldn't be afraid to offer a magical herb as a bribe. What? Is it really as precious as the 6 offerings claim? When Li Yuan heard Dilong's introduction to the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. She had considered that what Dylan said might be true, and that he really did have a way to help her break through to the title douluo level. But she never imagined that what Dylan took out would be so precious. Just from Dylan's description, you can tell how powerful it is. It's said to be even more precious than a 100,000-year soul ring, which is no exaggeration at all. Of course, the effects of the herb must truly be as Dylan described. Why would I need to lie to you? Dylan gave a faint hum. Yes, the 6th Master has no reason to deceive me. 6 offerings, I want them. What do you need me to give in return? After calming down, Li Yuan quickly and earnestly asked Dilong a question. Since you're here today, you must know what I want. Besides that, I also need your loyalty. Of course, if this magical herb isn't as I described, you won't need to pay anything. Dylan smiled slightly, then spoke slowly. Sixth offering, I am willing. Even if this immortal herb is not as miraculous as you say, I am willing to give my body and loyalty. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Li Yuan immediately knelt on one knee and solemnly swore an oath to Dylan. Since it's already come to her doorstep, she doesn't mind taking a gamble. Even if the effects of the herb are not satisfactory, she can still use it to get close to Dilong. All right, absorb this immortal herb now. I'm sure it won't disappoint you. Dylan was very pleased to see that Li Yuan was so sensible, and immediately handed her the immortal herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Yes, master. Li Yuan immediately changed her tune. Comfortable. When Dilong heard Li Yuan address him in that way, he felt a surge of joy. Absorb it quickly. Dylan waved his hand. Yes, master. After Li Yuan finished speaking, she sat cross-legged and began to absorb the information. The immortal herb, the phoenix sunflower coxcomb, quickly disappeared from her mouth, where she devoured and refined it. Buzz. With a cultivation level of 89, Li Yuan's speed in absorbing and refining immortal herbs was significantly faster. In just a short while, Li Yuan's martial soul, the fiery spirit kite, appeared behind her. Jia. With a cry, Li Yuan's fiery spirit kite seemed to be reborn from the ashes, with raging flames appearing around it as it bathed and sublimated within them. Furthermore, golden red flames rapidly rose around Li Yuan, quickly enveloping her. Dylan's gaze sharpened as he saw Li Yuan through the flames. She and her martial spirit were both undergoing a rebirth through fire. Li Yuan, however, was completely unaware and continued to absorb and refine the immortal herbs. Dylan didn't look away, continuing to observe Li Yuan's changes. In her rebirth from the ashes, Li Yuan's hair color changed to fiery red, and her appearance and skin also underwent changes. I never expected that Li Yuan would be able to improve her skin after eating this magical herb. She's really hit the jackpot. Dylan was naturally overjoyed to see this. Li Yuan was originally a beauty, but just an average one. Now, after her transformation, she has become a stunning beauty who rivals Bibi Dongning and Ding Ling. It doesn't seem wrong. In the original story, after Ma Hongjun ate this immortal herb, he successfully lost weight and transformed from a fat man into a handsome man. So it's not surprising that this magical herb has beauty benefits. Dylan chuckled and continued to admire the changes in Li Yuan. PFF. After Li Yuan's body and martial soul underwent a transformation akin to being reborn from the ashes, the flames on her body quickly disappeared. Li Yuan also opened her eyes at the opportune moment. I've broken through, master. I've really broken through. Li Yuan was unaware of the other changes in herself. All she knew was that her soul power level had broken through to level 90. Stay calm, it's just breaking through to level 90. This is just one of the effects of the immortal herb. You can summon your martial spirit to take a look now. Seeing Li Yuan's excited expression, Dilong said it was nothing and then gave instructions. Yes, master. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Li Yuan suddenly remembered that the immortal herb had other effects. If Li Yuan had any doubts about the effects of Dilong's immortal herb before, she had no doubts now and quickly summoned her martial soul. Li Yuan was stunned when she saw the martial spirit she had summoned. Her martial spirit, the fiery spirit kite, is now more exquisite and beautiful, yet it doesn't lack power. It's clearly a much higher level than the original fiery spirit kite. Her current martial spirit can no longer be called the fiery spirit kite. She felt that her current martial spirit was more like the legendary supreme martial spirit, the fire phoenix. Master, could my martial spirit have really turned into a fire phoenix? Li Yuan herself wasn't sure, so she excitedly looked at Dilong for confirmation. Pretty much, right. Now you believe that immortal herbs are more precious than 100,000-year soul rings, don't you? Dylan nodded slightly, then smiled and asked in return. Yes, master is telling the truth. The immortal herb master gave me is not even worthy of carrying its shoes. Li Yuan nodded excitedly. Look at yourself now. Dylan waved his hand and summoned a mirror as tall as a person from the 7 treasures glazed brocade. This is what Ning Dingaling left in the 7 treasures glazed brocade. This. When Li Yuan saw her new self in the mirror, her beautiful eyes were filled with even more excitement and joy. Master, please let Li Yuan serve you. Chapter 94 Siege of Haoshan Sect. Despite it being her first time, Ling Yuan was not shy at all when it came to serving a man. On the contrary, she was extremely proactive and bold. After Dylan gave the instruction once, all that was left was to lie back and enjoy himself. This kind of enjoyment was something that Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui could never provide for him, because they could never give it their all. Ling Yuan was different. She was afraid that Dilong might be dissatisfied with anything. But Dilong might be a bit low class. He preferred to date Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. After everything calmed down, Master, may I ask you to help me hunt for my 9th spirit ring? Ling Yuan asked Dilong in a weak voice. Although she knew that given her current relationship with Dylan, he would definitely be willing to help her, Ling Yuan still personally asked him for help, putting herself in a very humble position. Of course, no problem. After we eliminate the Clear Sky sect, I will personally take you to hunt for the 9th soul ring. Dylan naturally wouldn't refuse. Ling Yuan is now not only his woman, but also his loyal subordinate, helping her is helping himself. Besides, Dylan basically has nothing to do right now, so he has plenty of time. Unlike other enshrined figures, he didn't need to stay in the Douluo palace all day to cultivate and try to level up when his lifespan was about to end. Dylan's subsequent levels can be increased simply by finding enough 100,000-year soul rings. Thank you so much, Master. You're so kind. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan was naturally overjoyed and deeply grateful. In order to repay Dilong, Ling Yuan inevitably had to fawn over him again. 2 days later, the Spirit Hall's army of 2,000 soul masters finally arrived at the Clear Sky sect via various routes. The people from Haoshan sect haven't left in the past 2 days. In fact, they've summoned back some disciples from other sects. It seems to be in order to gather more forces. Dilong had no idea what the Haoshan sect was planning to do, nor was he interested in knowing. The fact that the disciples from other sects had been called back was a good thing for him, as it would allow him to eliminate the Haoshan sect as much as possible. Everyone, surround the Haoshan sect for me. Don't let a single one of them escape. Now that the Soul Master army had arrived, Dylan didn't want to delay any longer and ordered his men to surround the Clear Sky sect. Yes, 6th offering. Everyone responded in unison. Then, following Dilong's instructions, they began to systematically surround the entire Haoshan sect. The entire Haoshan sect, plus the 4 major single-attribute families and some other affiliated families, has at least 5,000 or 6,000 members. However, among these 5,000 or 6,000 people, only Tang Wei was at the title douluo level, and he was still injured, so his strength had been greatly reduced. There may be quite a few contras, but the number of soul kings and soul emperors that Dylan brought is enough. 2,000 people besieging the entire Clear Sky sect is no problem at all. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! After the Spirit Hall's army of soul masters arrived, their attack was made without any attempt to conceal it. They were quickly discovered by the disciples of the Clear Sky sect responsible for guarding the mountain gate, and alarms soon rang throughout the entire Clear Sky sect. Who is it? Who dares to offend our Haoshan sect? Are they courting death? Let's go, I want to see who dares to offend the #1 sect in the world. Quote. After receiving the warning, the people from Haoshan sect quickly came out, all of them astonished and angry. They never expected that someone would dare to offend the dignified Haoshan sect. It's the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall people have arrived. However, when they came out and saw that the attackers were actually from the Spirit Hall, their voices immediately weakened. Upon seeing the approaching army of Spirit Hall soul masters, so many of whom were elite soul masters, everyone's expression changed drastically. His expression changed drastically, especially after seeing the 2 titled douluo, Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo. Damn it, what is the spirit hall trying to do? Did they really dare to defy the world and eliminate us? How dare they? Upon seeing this, Tang Wei felt nothing but anger and fear. The appearance of the spirit hall army filled him with terror. He had previously refused to believe that his father would die at the hands of the spirit hall, but now that the spirit hall had brazenly led an attack, he had no choice but to believe that his father might really be dead. Realizing this, Tang Wei felt as if the sky had fallen. My father, Tang Chen, is the pillar of the entire Haoshan sect. Others might not know that the Haoshan sect has become so powerful and has earned the title of the #1 sect in the world over the years, but Tang Wei knows it all too well. It's all thanks to his father, Tang Chen. Without their father, Tang Chen, the Haoshan sect would be like a tiger without teeth. So now, Tang Wei was at a loss for what to do. The spirit hall has attacked. How dare they? Do you think our old sect leader is no longer here? The others from the Haoshan sect were also shocked, but because Tang Wei kept the information secret, they still didn't know that Tang Chen was dead. Ma Hongjun stood there blankly in the crowd. What's going on? Why would the spirit hall attack the Clear Sky sect out of the blue? This shouldn't be happening at this time. Could it be that they knew senior Tang Chen left with third brother, so they took the opportunity to attack the Haoshan sect? Then what should I do? Looking at the spirit hall's army of soul masters surrounding him, Ma Hongjun immediately became anxious. He can't die here. However, he is currently only a minor soul. Venerable, if something really happens to the Haoshan sect, he will not be able to escape it either. His life and death were not in his own hands at all. It's alright, Senior Tang Chen will definitely be able to get back in time. The Haoshan sect won't have an accident so soon. Soon, Ma Hongjun calmed down and quietly stayed in the crowd. Soon, everyone from the Clear Sky sect was surrounded by the Spirit Hall's army of 2,000 soul masters. Surrounded by Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, Dylan slowly walked to the front. Spirit Hall, what are you trying to do? Upon seeing Dylan, Tang Wei immediately realized that the other was the person in charge of this matter. He stepped forward and questioned Dylan. That's the question I should be asking you. Your former sect leader, Haoshan Douluo, was arrogant and domineering, and attacked our spirit hall without cause. What did your Haoshan sect want to do? Do you still respect the spirit hall? As Dylan spoke coldly, he intently scanned the entire Clear Sky sect, trying to find Tang San. However, after scanning the area, Dylan did not find Tang San. Tang Hao was nowhere to be seen either. Ma Hongjun. However, Ma Hongjun's figure caught Di Long's eye. Dylan was somewhat surprised. Although Ning Rongrong had yielded to him, she was unwilling to tell him the whereabouts of the other 7 monsters, so Dylan did not know that Ma Hongjun had come to the Haoshan sect. Chapter 95 Killing Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was bewildered. Why was this person, who was in charge of the Spirit Hall's army's departure, staring at him? Fortunately, Dylan quickly looked away. Ma Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had misread it. In reality, it was just that Dylan didn't want to pay attention to him for the time being. With Ma Hongjun here, he's like a turtle in a jar, he can be easily eliminated later, so there's no need to rush. You're talking nonsense. My father is not that kind of person. That's just slander from your spirit hall. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Tang Wei immediately retorted angrily. Yeah, but it is a fact that Tang Chen attacked the spirit hall. Fortunately, Tang Chen has already been beheaded by my men. This is your former sect leader. Dylan smiled faintly, not bothering to argue with Tang Wei. He hadn't come here today to reason with the Haoshan sect. Swish tilde. With a wave of his right hand, Dylan summoned a severed head and threw it in front of Tang Wei. After rolling a few times on the ground, the severed head came to Tang Wei's feet. Tang Wei stared intently, his eyes widening in shock. Father. Then Tang Wei rushed to Tang Chen's head, his hands trembling as he held it up. After careful examination, no matter how unwilling he was to believe it, Tang Wei had to admit that the head in his hands was his father's. It's the old sect leader's head. How is this possible? The old sect leader has actually been killed. This must be fake. It must be fake. Apart from the high-ranking members who had already received the intelligence, the rest of the Haoshan sect were stunned by what they saw and immediately erupted in an uproar. That was the god of everyone in their Haoshan sect. He's the strongest person in their Haoshan sect. They were all somewhat unable to accept that he had died right in front of them. Even those high-ranking officials who had already learned of the news still couldn't accept this cruel reality when they saw Tang Chen's head. Senior Tang Chen is dead. How so? And what about my third brother? Ma Hongjun was stunned once again. He was still waiting for Tang Chen to come back and save the day, but the next moment Tang Chen's head was thrown out. While bewildered, Ma Hongjun didn't forget to worry about Tang San. Because he knew that Tang San had left with Tang Chen, and now that Tang Chen was dead, what about Tang San? The thought that Tang San might also be gone made Ma Hongjun completely panic. He was still waiting for Tang San to clear the slaughter city and obtain the inner lining of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent to help him purify the evil fire of his martial soul. No, if Tang Chen is gone, am I doomed today? However, Ma Hongjun soon realized that even if Tang San were still alive, he wouldn't live to see that day. Realizing this, Ma Hongjun no longer cared about Tang San. He was now more concerned about how to save his own life. You are Dragon Fist Douluo. So you're the one who killed my father. After confirming that the head in his hand truly belonged to his father, Tang Wei immediately glared at Dylan with eyes blazing with fury. Dragon Fist Douluo. Upon hearing Dilong's name, Ma Hongjun stared intently at him. It's Dragon Fist Douluo again. Could it really be because of this person that they lost their godhood and power and traveled back in time? That's right, it's me. Dylan gave a faint snort, acknowledging his identity. Damn it, it really was you. I'm going to kill you. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei immediately lost his mind, summoned his martial spirit, and charged towards Dilong. Thud. However, Tang Wei, who was suffering from internal injuries, could not even exert the strength of a title Douluo, let alone face Dilong. So how fast did he attack Dylan? He flew back at double the speed. Rubbish. Dylan gave a dismissive snort. Dylan then ignored Tang Wei and instead issued orders to the spirit halls. Army of Spirit Masters. Upon investigation, it was found that everyone in the Haoshan sect is just as arrogant and conceited as Haoshan Douluo. Such a sect can no longer bear the title of the number one sect in the world, and it has no right to continue to exist in this world. Make your move. Today, I will wipe the Haoshan sect from this world. Dylan solemnly delivered his verdict. Upon hearing Dilong's words, everyone in the Haoshan sect changed their expressions drastically. Previously, they had only besieged the sect, and they were not sure if the spirit hall would really dare to make a move. But now that Tang Chen is dead and Dilong has given such an order, they really want to eradicate their Clear Sky sect. Yes, sixth offering. Upon hearing Dylan's command, everyone, including Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, responded in unison. Boom. Then, the Soul Master army led by Dylan made their move, and in an instant, all kinds of martial souls and soul skills flew around. Kill. Our Haoshan sect is not to be trifled with. The people of Haoshan sect naturally rose up in resistance. Ninth soul skill. Chrysanthemums wither, wounds cover the ground, fallen flowers break the heart. Chrysanthemum Douluo unleashed his ultimate move, scattering countless sharp chrysanthemum petals and blades across the crowd, causing numerous casualties. Eighth soul skill. Blood boiling. Ling Yuan also made her move, immediately unleashing her strongest eighth soul skill. In an instant, countless sparks rained down from the sky, attacking the Haoshan sect members below like a meteor shower. Puff 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 tilde tilde tilde. The destructive power of Ling Yuan's soul skill was actually no less than that of Chrysanthemum Douluo. The people from the Clear Sky sect didn't react much, but Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and several other soul Douluos were extremely shocked by what they saw. They were aware of Ling Yuan's previous abilities. What has happened to Ling Yuan? Not only has it become more beautiful, but its martial spirit has also changed, and its soul skills have become stronger. What exactly happened to Ling Yuan? Everyone was shocked. They had noticed the changes in Ling Yuan's appearance and initially thought they had mistaken her for someone else, but they did not expect that Ling Yuan's martial spirit and strength had also undergone such a strong change. It's the fairy herb, coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Ling Yuan ate the immortal herb, the chicken crest, and the phoenix sunflower. After carefully sensing Ling Yuan's aura, Chrysanthemum Douluo quickly widened his eyes and realized what changes had occurred in Ling Yuan. Chrysanthemum Douluo can sense the aura of immortal herbs and even identify what kind of immortal herb it is. He hadn't noticed it before because they immediately attacked the Haoshan sect after reuniting, so he hadn't paid close attention. Now that Ling Yuan has used her martial soul and soul skills, her aura is even more obvious, and he can sense it immediately. I must ask her where she got the magic herb. Chrysanthemum Douluo thought to himself, and then continued to use his soul skills to attack the people of the Clear Sky sect. In a short time, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Ling Yuan inflicted a great deal of damage on the Clear Sky sect. Swish tilde. After everyone made their move, Dilong flashed into the Haoshan sect crowd and came directly in front of Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek 7 devils, right. I've come to send you on your way. Chapter 96 The Demise of the Haoshan sect. Dylan spoke slowly. Before killing Ma Hongjun, Dilong didn't mind letting him know why he died. You, who exactly are you? How do you know about the Shrek 7 devils? Ma Hongjun was already shocked enough to see Dilong appear in front of him, but after hearing Dilong's words, his eyes widened even more. Dylan couldn't possibly know about the Shrek 7 devils. We traveled back in time because of you, didn't we? Seemingly realizing something, Ma Hongjun glared at Dilong and questioned him. Maybe so, but none of that matters anymore. What matters is that none of you Shrek 7 devils should have come back. Now, I'll send you on your way. Swish tilde. After Dylan finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed Ma Hongjun by the neck, lifting him up. Tilde. Ma Hongjun's face flushed red as he struggled, kicking wildly, trying to break free from Dilong's control. However, Ma Hongjun is now just a minor soul master, no longer the phoenix god he once was. Click tilde. Without much preamble, Dylan pronounced Ma Hongjun's death sentence, then twisted his right hand and snapped Ma Hongjun's neck. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened, and the light in them gradually faded. Ma Hongjun's body also went limp. Rubbish. At least one of the Shrek 7 devils is dead. Dylan chuckled, gathering his soul power in his hand. He used the powerful soul power to imprison Ma Hongjun's corpse, then clenched his fist tightly. Thud. Ma Hongjun's corpse exploded into a cloud of blood mist under Dilong's heavy grip. Seeing Ma Hongjun, whose body he had destroyed, Dilong laughed heartily and activated all his spirit rings. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Dylan stepped on the golden dragon soul and ascended into the air. The mighty Haoshan sect. Take this punch. After killing Ma Hongjun, Dilong didn't want to waste any more time, so he joined in as well. He wants to destroy the Haoshan sect as soon as possible. Ninth soul skill, one punch to the end. Boom. After flying into the air, Dilong unleashed his ninth soul skill directly at the center of everyone in the Haoshan sect. His ninth soul skill wasn't aimed at anyone in particular, it was just aimed at the center. He figured he'd kill as many people as he could. Roar. As Dylan's punch finally landed, the golden dragon descended like a dragon from the heavens, falling rapidly to the ground. No. Detonate all spirit rings. Tang Wei felt the terrifying attack from Dylan and his eyes revealed despair. He immediately unleashed the exploding ring, which he could not control at all. His injuries were mainly caused by cultivating the ring explosion technique. It was because of him that the people of the Haoshan sect realized that cultivating the ring explosion technique was not easy and required extremely high talent. Therefore, currently only Tang Chen and Tang Hao have successfully mastered the Haoshan sect's exploding ring technique. Tang Hao was designated as the young sect leader of the Haoshan sect and the successor to the next sect leader because he mastered the explosive ring. However, Tang Hao is not currently at the Haoshan sect, and he only has the cultivation level of a soul emperor. Even if he uses the exploding ring here, it will be of no use. Boom. After Tang Wei used the exploding ring, he immediately unleashed a powerful burst of soul power. PFF tilde. However, before Tang Wei could even unleash his soul skill, his body, already weakened by a hidden ailment, couldn't withstand the powerful soul force generated by the exploding ring and suffered a backlash that caused him to vomit blood incessantly. Buzz tilde. His originally powerful aura quickly dissipated. No, Tang Wei was unwilling, but could only watch helplessly as Dilong's powerful attack landed. Boom! Dylan's punch finally landed heavily in the crowd. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling golden light shone throughout the entire Haoshan sect, and terrifying energy instantly erupted. From the center, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and the others temporarily stopped their attacks, enjoying Dylan's assault. Although they had seen Dylan's 9th soul skill before, witnessing it in person again still shocked them. So this is the 6th Elder's final punch. Indeed impressive, incredibly powerful. No wonder he could kill Haoshan Douluo with a single punch. If I were to go up there, I probably wouldn't even leave a trace. Quote. The other members of the Spirit Hall were also shocked when they saw Dilong unleash his 9th spirit skill. As this master's soul skill, Ling Yuan was the most excited, feeling a strange sense of accomplishment. This was the soul skill her master had unleashed. She almost couldn't help but exclaim how amazing her master was. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself in the end. Boom! After the golden light dissipated, everyone could see what had happened. The Haoshan sect had several thousand members, but half of them were wiped out by Dilong's single punch. This is too powerful. Chrysanthemum Douluo stared wide-eyed at the scene before him in disbelief. The others weren't much better off. They knew that Dylan was very strong, and they also knew that Dylan's 9th soul skill was very powerful. After all, it was a soul skill that could kill Tang Chen with one punch. However, seeing that Dilong's single punch had caused more than half of the Haoshan sect to be lost, they were still deeply shocked. Devil! This Dragon Fist Douluo is a devil. Run! The remaining members of the Haoshan sect were utterly terrified by what they saw. No one dared to fight back, and they all chose to break through and escape. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Slightly weakened, Dylan coldly issued the order. Yes, 6th offering. Chrysanthemum Douluo and the others immediately responded respectfully. After being terrified by Dylan's attack, the remaining members of the Haoshan sect became even more vulnerable in their resistance. PFF Ah, don't want. Under the siege of the Spirit Hall's army of spirit masters, the remaining members of the Clear Sky sect were slaughtered. What followed was a one-sided massacre. No, how could this be? Tang Hao's older brother, Tang Xiao, saw the scene before him and his eyes were filled with resentment. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't stop the destruction of the Haoshan sect. Even he himself was pierced through the heart by Ling Yuan's right hand, which was burning with flames. With a cold grip, Ling Yuan crushed Tang Xiao's heart. Tang Xiao, die. After Tang Xiao's death, the patriarchs of the 4 single attribute families also perished in the attack of the Spirit Hall's army of spirit masters. Half an hour later, there was no more sound of resistance or struggle in the entire Haoshan sect. All those who resisted, surrendered, or fled were all killed. Blood stained the entire Haoshan sect. Seeing this, Dylan didn't feel particularly excited. Because the 2 people he most wanted to kill weren't in there. Tang San and Tang Hao. Tang San, Tang Hao, you're lucky. Dylan snorted coldly in his heart. Men, spread the news of the Haoshan sect's destruction. Chapter 97 Yu Shaogang is arrested. Poseidon Island. Poseidon stared blankly in the direction of the continent, lost in thought. Several days ago, she realized that she could no longer sense Tang Chen's presence. It's not that it's become weaker, but that it's completely undetectable. There can only be one explanation for this situation: Tang Chen is dead. He's actually dead. Who on earth had the power to kill Tang Chen? Poseidon was utterly shocked. After sparring with Tang Chen, she was very clear about his strength. Among her, Tang Chen, and Qian Dalu, the strongest was Tang Chen, who did not possess divine power. Both she and Qian Dalu possess the ability to utilize a portion of divine power. After all, they were both representatives of the gods on earth. She wasn't actually able to defeat Tang Chen before, she relied on the power of the sea. Without the power of the sea, her strength would be about the same as Qian Daolu's. But Tang Chen, who was so stunningly beautiful, actually died. Poseidon was somewhat unable to accept it. She was reluctant to believe it. You actually died like that? Poseidon sighed, feeling a pang of sadness. How much does she like Tang Chen? Not necessarily. It's just that Tang Chen is the only man she's met in all these years who can make her look at him differently. But that's all. Her affection for Tang Chen was limited to the extent that she was willing to give him a chance. After all, she knew that Tang Chen had been married before and even had a grandson. If given more time, perhaps she will truly fall in love with Tang Chen. However, Tang Chen died not long after leaving, and Poseidon felt a little sad but not much else. After all, she hadn't truly fallen in love with Tang Chen yet. No matter what, he's the man I've set my sights on. He can't just die like this, without any explanation. Poseidon's eyes gradually turned cold, and she finally decided to go to the mainland to find out what was going on. She wouldn't care if Tang Chen was beaten to death fair and square. If Tang Chen was killed by someone's conspiracy, she would avenge Tang Chen and then completely sever ties with the past. From this day forward, I will go into seclusion to cultivate. After making the announcement, Poseidon quietly left Poseidon Island and headed towards the mainland alone. What? Her Highness the Holy Maiden has gone on a mission. Do you know where the Holy Maiden went? When will she return? Yu Shaogang had originally hoped to see Bibi Dong as soon as possible, but when he arrived at the Spirit Hall Academy to see her, he was told that Bibi Dong had already gone on a mission. Do you think I'm qualified to know the details of Her Highness's mission? The people from the Spirit Hall Academy would naturally not tell Yu Shaogang. They themselves didn't know, and even if they did, they wouldn't tell Yu Shaogang. Yu Shaogang could only leave in disappointment. He didn't know when Bibi Dong would return, but he couldn't give up on her, so Yu Shaogang stayed in Wuhan City, waiting for her to come back. Fortunately, although the problem of his martial soul defect has not been resolved, he is still a great soul master and can receive a new soul master subsidy every month, so it is not difficult for him to make a living. Yu Shaogang settled down in Wuhan City, planning to wait for Bibi Dong to return before looking for her again. What Yu Shaogang didn't expect was that before Bibi Dong returned, he received the latest news from the Spirit Hall. The Haoshan sect, once hailed as the #1 sect in the world, has been removed from the list of sects on the continent, effective immediately. How is this possible? The Haoshan sect was actually destroyed. Yu Shaogang's first reaction was disbelief. That was the #1 sect in the world. However, after calming down, Yu Shaogang believed the news. Since the Spirit Hall dared to release this information, it must be true. Moreover, since Haoshan douluo, Tang Chen is already dead, destroying the Haoshan sect would be no difficult task for the Spirit Hall. The reason why the Spirit Hall didn't dare to touch the Clear Sky sect before was because it was wary of the existence of Clear Sky douluo Tang Chen, right? Now that Tang Chen is dead, the domineering Spirit Hall is naturally unwilling to allow anyone to continue to bear the title of the #1 sect in the world. This Spirit Hall is as domineering and ruthless as ever. And it's also incredibly ambitious. Yu Shaogang naturally disapproved of the Spirit Hall's actions. Over the years, the Spirit Hall has been suppressing various sects and forces, so it's no wonder he likes the Spirit Hall. Joining the Spirit Hall and coming into contact with Bibi Dong was all for the sake of his spirit's flaw. With the Haoshan sect destroyed, then the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then Yu Shaogang thought of his own sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. With the destruction of the Haoshan sect, the strongest of the remaining 7 sects has become the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Next, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan will have to face the Spirit Hall's targeting. No, the strongest one right now should be the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Currently, Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus only has 1 title douluo, his father, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has 2 title douluos, Sword douluo and Bone douluo. They are now the strongest sect. Once Yu Shaogang understood this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. When the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up first. No, I have to go back. Now that the Clear Sky sect is gone, the other sects must unite, otherwise no one can stop the spirit hall's ambitions. However, Yu Xiaoging quickly realized that having a tall person to hold him up was useless. Stopping the spirit hall's ambitions was the most important thing. Thud. You must be Yu Xiaoging, right? However, before Yu Xiaoging could return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the door to where he was broken into. Who are you? I am not Yu Xiaoging. Yu Xiaoging was startled, and then quickly denied his identity. He didn't know what was going on, but the other party clearly had ill intentions, so of course he wouldn't admit his identity. Quote. The visitor was clearly surprised that Yu Xiaoging would deny his identity, and was speechless for a moment. It's no use denying it. His Holiness the Pope wants to see you. Come with us. The newcomer then spoke coldly. Quote. Looking at the other party and the group of soul masters behind them, Yu Xiaoging knew that it would be useless for him to resist. I'll go with you. Yu Xiaoging was very pragmatic. He sighed and agreed. Throughout the journey, Yu Xiaoging was filled with anxiety, unsure of what the Pope wanted to see him about. But thinking about it, it can't be anything good. That's the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Why would anyone waste their time on him if there's nothing else going on? The only person Yu Xiaoging could think of who could cause trouble for the Pope was Bibi Dong. The Pope sought him out because of Bibi Dong. Has my affair with Bibi Dong been exposed? Chapter 98. Tang San is furious. Yu Xiaoging, I never expected that you, a piece of trash, would actually come back alive. But what surprised me even more was that you actually dared to come looking for my disciple. You don't think you can hide your coveting of my disciple after what happened at Sea God Island, do you? Do you think I'm dead? Qian Zunji looked down at Yu Xiaoging, his contempt and disgust undisguised. He truly couldn't understand why his beloved disciple would fall for such a good-for-nothing. What surprised him even more was that Yu Xiaoging actually came back alive. Your Holiness the Pope. Upon seeing that he had indeed been brought before Pope Qian Zunji, Yu Xiaoging trembled even more violently. He had planned everything meticulously, but he never expected that Qian Zunji would find out he was still alive before he even met Bibi Dong. He had clearly hidden himself well. Tell me, how did you survive? Ignoring Yu Xiaoging's mood, Qian Zunji coldly questioned him again. Your Holiness, Yu Xiaoging dared not tell the truth and was too afraid to explain. Looks like you deserted the battlefield. What a useless piece of trash. Upon seeing Yu Xiaoging's appearance, Qian Zunji's disgust intensified. Men, take him to the city of slaughter. He didn't ask anything more, and Qian Zunji didn't want to know. He just wanted to get Yu Xiaoging away and never have him appear again. The killing city would be a good place. He believed Yu Xiaoging would never be able to escape from there. Even he, after entering the city of slaughter, was not confident that he would be able to come out alive. That's why Qian Zunji thought sending Yu Xiaoging to the killing city was the best option, as it would ensure that Yu Xiaoging would never appear again and that he would always feel the fear of death. No, Your Holiness the Pope, please don't send me to the city of slaughter. I am Yu Yuanzhen's son, you can't treat me like this. Upon hearing that Qian Zunji was going to send him to the city of slaughter, Yu Xiaoging screamed in terror. When Qian Zunji heard Yu Xiaoging pled for mercy, his contempt deepened. He said nothing, but simply waved his hand at the servants. Yu Xiaoging was immediately taken away. As Yu Xiaoging was being carried away, he watched himself getting further and further away from the papal palace, and his despair grew stronger. Yu Xiaoging knew very well what kind of place the killing city was. If he went in, he would surely die. Yu Xiaoging struggled desperately, but to no avail. Thud. In the end, Yu Xiaoging was knocked unconscious and taken away. When he wakes up, he may already be in the killing city. As Yu Xiaoging was being escorted to the city of slaughter, news of the destruction of the Haoshan sect quickly spread throughout the Douluo continent. The entire continent was shaken once again. No sooner had news spread that Haoshan Douluo Tang Chen had died than news broke that the Haoshan sect had been destroyed. Who wouldn't be shocked? Everyone knows that with the destruction of the Haoshan sect, the forces on the continent will inevitably undergo a baptism. How so? What exactly happened? It's one thing for Tang Chen to be dead, but now even the Clear Sky sect has been destroyed. What about Tang San and Ma Hongjun? Are they both alright? In the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing were shocked upon receiving the news. They were already surprised when the news of Tang Chen's murder came, but they never expected that the Haoshan sect would be destroyed so soon. They knew that Tang San had brought Ma Hongjun back to the Haoshan sect. Now that the Clear Sky sect has been destroyed, what about Tang San and Ma Hongjun who were in the sect? Were they also killed along with them? It's that Dragon Fist douluo again. Everything is related to him. Tang Chen was killed by him, and the Haoshan sect was destroyed by him and his men. The reason we lost our divine positions and traveled back in time is definitely related to him. Zhu Zuqing also looked anxious, and at the same time became even more certain that everything was related to Dilong. But even if we know he caused everything, there's nothing we can do about it now. Dai Mubai gave a wry smile. Quote. Zhu Zuqing fell silent upon hearing this. Having traveled back in time and lost their original talents, they are now facing an extremely difficult situation. The slow pace of cultivation alone makes them feel like they want to die. They were all gods, but now, they feel they may never regain their former divine power. Besides Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing, Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua, the siblings in the capital of Tiando, were also furious after learning of the destruction of the Haoshan sect. Ning Rongrong, a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was shocked and angry, but also worried about Tang San and Ma Hongjun's situation. Because she knew that Tang San and Ma Hongjun had gone to the Haoshan sect. Only Oscar, who went to the north, has not yet received any information. The one who was most furious was undoubtedly Tang San, who had returned to the Clear Sky sect to prepare enough hidden weapons to go to the City of Slaughter. No, how so? Looking at the dilapidated and chaotic Haoshan sect, Tang San's eyes widened in horror, unable to accept what he was seeing. The Spirit Hall, it must be the Spirit Hall. That damned Spirit Hall. Without any evidence, Tang San looked at the dilapidated Clear Sky sect in front of him and immediately concluded that it must have been done by the Spirit Hall. Tang San clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms. He was furious. Everything had gone wrong since he traveled back in time. The immortal herb was stolen, the heart of the sea god was stolen, my great-grandfather died because of him, and now even the Haoshan sect has been destroyed. These things should never have happened in the first place. Dragon Fist, I swear, I will kill you. He uttered the words, Dragon Fist, slowly and deliberately, each word filled with boundless rage. Tang San was unaware that Xiaowu had already taken the form of Dylan, otherwise, he would have been so angry he would have vomited blood. Father, Fatty, and everyone else. After his anger subsided, Tang San rushed into the ruins of the Clear Sky sect and began searching. As he searched through the corpses, he also didn't want to see the body of the person he was looking for. Because if they are found, it would prove that the other person is dead. Tang San's hope is that the target he finds is still alive, even if he is seriously injured or half dead, as long as he is alive. However, the more Tang San searched, the angrier and more terrified he became, because none of the corpses he found had any breath, they were all completely dead. Uncle, grandfather. Soon, Tang San found the bodies of Tang Xiao and Tang Wei. His already bloodshot eyes instantly filled with tears. Tang San suppressed his grief and continued searching. Finally, Tang San found many familiar faces, including elders and many seniors. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that he didn't see the bodies of Ma Hongjun and his father, Tang Hao. Chapter 99 The Struggle Between Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Ling Yuan, is the change in your martial soul due to eating a fairy herb called coxcomb phoenix sunflower? On the way back to the Spirit Hall, Chrysanthemum Douluo quickly found Ling Yuan and asked her about it. Elder Ju, how did you know? Ling Yuan was shocked when she heard Chrysanthemum Douluo accurately name the immortal herb she had eaten. She had no idea that there were such treasures as immortal herbs on the Douluo continent until Dilong told her about them. The Chrysanthemum Douluo in front of us is even more outrageous. We haven't even seen her, yet we know she's eaten the immortal grass, chicken crest, and phoenix sunflower. As expected, Chrysanthemum douluo said, as expected, and then explained, my martial soul is actually a kind of immortal herb, so I know all the information about immortal herbs. You ate that immortal herb not long ago, so I can still sense its aura. After explaining, Chrysanthemum douluo quickly pressed for details. Ling Yuan, where did you get the immortal herb? Are there any others there? Despite knowing that immortal herbs are extremely rare, and that Ling Yuan's acquisition of even one is an extraordinary stroke of luck, Chrysanthemum douluo still couldn't resist pursuing that 1 in 10,000 chance. What if, having learned about the immortal herb, he longed to see a real one? Of course, it would be even better if one could obtain a magical herb. Elder Jew, is this immortal herb very precious? Ling Yuan did not answer Chrysanthemum douluo's question, but instead asked it in return. Precious, of course it's precious. After you absorb the immortal herb, don't you understand its value? This is a treasure even more precious than a 100,000-year soul ring. Chrysanthemum douluo said with an exaggerated expression. No, I know it's precious. After my martial soul, the blazing fire spirit kite, consumed it evolved into the phoenix fire spirit kite. The spirit kite smiled and continued, Elder Jew, it's a pity that I only obtained this one immortal herb. She did indeed obtain this one magical herb. Whether Dylan had any others, she didn't know, nor did she dare to speak up for him. After receiving the answer, Chrysanthemum douluo left in disappointment. Ling Yuan then approached Dilong and reported the matter of Chrysanthemum douluo to him. If Master still has any immortal herbs, I think subduing Elder Jew shouldn't be a problem. After Ling Yuan finished her report, she casually offered a suggestion. There's no rush. Dylan smiled faintly. Chrysanthemum douluo and Ghost douluo are indeed worth recruiting. In particular, their combined martial spirit technique has an excellent control effect. If no one had given them a magical herb, and the two of them had grown up, the power of their martial soul fusion technique would have been even more astonishing. However, Tilung wasn't in a hurry, he would take his time. Master, I want to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Can you help me? After serving Dylan with great enthusiasm, Ling Yuan cautiously inquired about him. A 100,000-year-old soul beast. If we can find one, of course, there's no problem. However, it's not easy to find a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Can you keep waiting without attaching a soul ring? Dylan readily agreed to Ling Yuan's request. I will find the traces of the 100,000-year-old soul beast myself. Once I find it, my master can hunt it for me. 2 years. I'm willing to spend 2 years searching. If I still can't find it, then it just means I'm not lucky. Ling Yuan was overjoyed to hear that Dilong was really willing to help. She knew that 100,000-year-old soul beasts were extremely rare, so she didn't dare ask Dylan to help her find one. Instead, she planned to find one herself and then have Dylan help her take action. Certainly, Dylan readily agreed to Ling Yuan's simple request. Ling Yuan left the next day and did not return to the spirit hall with them. She was going to search for traces of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Ling Yuan left, and Dilong wasn't lonely on his way back. Because there are also 2 girls in the team, Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. That very night, Dylan made the 2 of them discuss it amongst themselves and decide who would come to see him. Sister Dong, let me go. Qian Runshui insisted on going to find Dilong herself. No, I can't let you sacrifice for me anymore. Bibi Dong naturally refused. But I've already sacrificed myself, haven't I? This was originally a deal between me and that bastard Long Quan. Sister Dong, please don't let my sacrifice go to waste. Qian Runshui said with red eyes and a wronged expression. It seems that if Bibi Dong doesn't agree, her sacrifice will have been in vain. Upon hearing Qian Runshui's words, Bibi Dong fell silent. What Qian Runshui said makes sense. Qian Runshui has already chosen to sacrifice herself. By now, it would be too late for her to say that Qian Runshui shouldn't take her place. It would only make Qian Runshui's sacrifice go to waste. But she couldn't bear to watch Qian Runshui be bullied by Dilong in her place. Damn it, that old bastard Long Quan is a shameless scoundrel. Whenever Bibi Dong thought of Di Lung, she couldn't help but start cursing. That's right, that old bastard Long Quan is a complete scoundrel. Qian Runshui naturally agreed with Bibi Dong's statement. Thinking about what Dylan had done to her, Qian Runshui couldn't help but blush, partly out of anger and partly out of embarrassment. Before she replaced Bibi Dong, she truly didn't know that there could be so many variations in matters between men and women. The fact that Dylan kept both her and Bibi Dong behind at the same time made her feel even more ashamed. Xiaoshui, just like you said, your sacrifice is a fact, but the fact that he bullied me is also a fact, isn't it? You sacrificed yourself for me, so of course I can't just watch. You be bullied by him forever. Let's play rock paper scissors to decide who goes to that bastard's place. Looking at Qian Runshui, who shared her hatred of the enemy, Bibi Dong placed her hands on Qian Runshui's shoulders and then spoke earnestly to her. His eyes and tone were so firm. She didn't want Qian Runshui to bear it alone, and Qian Runshui didn't want her to bear it alone either, so they decided to bear it together. In this way, we can consider it as sharing the damage between us. Qian Runshui was naturally unwilling to agree, but looking at Bibi Dong's determined eyes, she knew she couldn't persuade her otherwise. Okay, let's decide with rock paper scissors. In the end, Qian Runshui had no choice but to agree to Bibi Dong's proposal. Although she couldn't completely replace Bibi Dong, Qian Runshui was still very happy because she felt Bibi Dong's care for her. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong quickly reached a conclusion by playing rock paper scissors. Qian Runshui won, so this time, it was Qian Runshui who went to Di Long's place. Sister Dong, I won. So tonight I'll be going to that old bastard Dragon Fist's place. Qian Runshui, who won the rock paper scissors game, immediately laughed happily. She never imagined that one day she would be happy because she had won the right to be humiliated by Dylan. Chapter 100 Qian Runshui's pouting. Qian Runshui was initially very happy, having won against Bibi Dong. But after going to Dylan's place, she couldn't be happy anymore. She may have felt physical pleasure, but deep down she felt humiliation. Dragon Fist, the evolution of Ling Yuan's martial soul into a fire phoenix was all because of you, wasn't it? Afterwards, Qian Runshui propped herself up and suddenly asked Di Long a question. Others might think that Ling Yuan's transformation was due to an opportunity she obtained herself, but Qian Runshui is different. She traveled back from the future, so she knows very well that the future Ling Yuan did not have this opportunity. Therefore, Qian Runshui naturally suspected Di Long. So Qian Runshui was a little angry. Why didn't they think of her and Bibi Dong when there were good things? No matter what, she's now considered Dylan's woman, right? Yes, it's me. When faced with Qian Runshui, who had traveled back in time, Di Long knew that hiding it was useless, so he simply admitted it. How did you do that? How could you bear to give a treasure that can evolve a martial soul to that old woman, Ling Yuan? You've bullied Dong Jia and me so much, shouldn't you think of us when there's something good? Upon hearing Dylan's admission, Qian Runshui immediately questioned him. She herself didn't realize that her tone of voice at that moment sounded more like a complaint and a coquettish plea, full of jealousy. Qian Runshui, are you jealous? Upon noticing this change, Dylan immediately looked at Qian Runshui with amusement. Dylan suddenly realized that while winning over Bibi Dong might be difficult, capturing Qian Runshui's heart was still possible. Bibi Dong's heart was always with Yu Xiaogang, it was etched in her soul. Qian Runshui is different, she doesn't have anyone she likes yet. The obsession with Tang San in the anime is nothing more than wanting to defeat him. So now, Tilong has a chance to slowly leave his mark on a woman's heart by taking a shortcut to her heart. No, how could I possibly be jealous? Qian Runshui naturally denied it vehemently. That's why I bestowed the treasure upon Ling Yuan, because she acknowledges me as her master and calls me master. If you are also willing to acknowledge me as your master, I can give you an equally precious treasure, how about it? Dylan chuckled, then looked at Qian Runshui temptingly. Get lost. I'll never call you master. Upon hearing Dylan's words, Qian Runshui's brows furrowed, and she angrily rebuked him. The treasure that Dylan mentioned held no appeal for her, and she would never agree to it. With her talent, she doesn't need any changes at all. She can simply follow the steps to complete the angel god's test and become an angel god again. However, after learning that inheriting the angel god's position would require her grandfather, Qian Dalu, to sacrifice himself, Qian Runshui's desire to inherit the angel god's position was not strong after she traveled back in time. She said during the upcoming divine test that if it required sacrificing her grandfather to pass the test, she would rather not have that kind of inheritance. However, she only managed to complete the subsequent tests after Qian Dalu forcibly sacrificed himself. She will not accept the angel god's inheritance test until a way to prevent Qian Dalu's sacrifice is found. To get back to the point, Dylan's allure wasn't very appealing to her. In this way, I don't need you to actually acknowledge me as your master. I just need you to call me master at certain times. When Dylan saw that Qian Runshui was resistant, he immediately lowered his demands. Impossible. Although Qian Runshui still refused firmly, her attitude was clearly not as resolute. Sometimes, changing the way she's addressed can be seen as a kind of fun, and it's not a big humiliation for her. Young master, please think it over carefully. When you're ready, just come find me. Sensing the uncertainty in Qian Runshui's tone, Dylan laughed heartily. Sixth Elder, the fact that the Haoshan sect was so easily eliminated this time is largely due to your contributions. The Spirit Hall will not mistreat those who have made contributions. I know that the 6 elders are not lacking in soul bones, but the only valuable thing the Spirit Hall can offer is soul bones. The 6 honored guests may choose any one of the soul bones from the treasure vault. After Dylan led his team back to the Spirit Hall, Qian Zunji rewarded him. Then thank you very much, Your Majesty. Dylan naturally didn't stand on ceremony and went to the Spirit Hall's treasury to select a gemstone soul bone. Gemstone-type soul bones are best suited for support-type soul masters, and Dilong undoubtedly chose them for Ning Dingaling. As for himself, apart from the external soul bone, he is only missing a torso bone. Dylan would never absorb anything that wasn't of 100,000 years quality. Wait a little longer. Once my cultivation level improves further, I'll go directly to find that deep-sea demon whale king. What Dylan was really eyeing was the piece that had fallen from the deep-sea demon whale king. Your Holiness, the clear sky sect is gone. Our Spirit Hall can now be said to be free of any obstacles. When does Your Holiness plan to lead us to unify the entire continent? After selecting the soul bones, Dylan discussed the issue of unifying the continent with Qian Zunji. Unify the continent. 6th Master, you can't just say things like that. When Qian Zunji heard Dilong's words, he was startled and quickly looked around. He breathed a sigh of relief only after finding that no one else had heard. Your Holiness, the Spirit Hall's ambitions are obvious to anyone with eyes. Seeing Qian Zunji's appearance, Dilong said speechlessly. Well, Qian Zunji was rebuffed, but upon closer reflection, there was no need for him to hide anything from Dylan. The man before me, Dylan, is the 6th elder of the Spirit Hall, and he personally killed Tang Chen and destroyed the Clear Sky sect. The Spirit Hall's ambitions need not be hidden from Dylan. The 6th elder is right. The Spirit Hall's long-held wish has been to spread the glory of the angel god throughout the entire continent. However, unifying the continent is a major undertaking and requires careful consideration. The Star Luo Empire has a profound foundation, and the Heaven Do Empire also has 6 of its 7 major sects remaining in their territory. It is not advisable to act rashly. As Qian Zunji spoke, he kept glancing at Dilong out of the corner of his eye. He didn't know why Dylan was so concerned about this issue. Logically speaking, after becoming a consecrated priest, Dylan should have been like the other consecrated priests, aloof and focused solely on cultivating in the consecrated hall, not wanting to be bothered by worldly affairs. The other enshrined members of the Spirit Hall now only obey the orders of his father, Qian Daoliu, and show him, the Pope, only superficial respect. Moreover, he has no right to move the offerings. Even if he were to move the elders, he would need a reasonable reason. Of course, the most important thing is actually the Grand Elder's side. If the High Priest agrees, then everything will be fine. Sixth Master, why don't you go and ask the High Master what he thinks?